Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Sorry, I have to do it. It's a Muslim event.
Are we ready?
Yeah, let's do
Let's
it.
do this. What an honor and privilege it is to be here, to be hosted at the RI, doing the first edition of the Muslim Tech Fest.
My name is Arfa Farouk, and I am the co-founder of Islamic Makers, and I'm joined by...
Zahid and I host events at Islamic Makers. Arthur, can you tell us more about the sponsors that are making today's event possible?
Yeah, so our sponsors, we've got Algebra, we've got the RI who have hosted us, we've got Rebel Recruiters, SimplyXO, IFG, Track Progress, and Makers. Please, please, please do visit them during the breaks and the lunch. They're the people who have made it possible.
We're going to keep things moving as quickly as we can, so just a few quick things before we get started. Can I ask everyone that has a bit of space next to them just to shuffle up? We have a few people still coming in. Some of them are Arsenal fans, and they've had a really tough season. Please make it easy for them. I just want to get a feel for who's in the room, because I can't actually believe that Arsenal fans have left their house to come show their face. Can I get people that are from North London to raise their hands? A few. East London? I asked for East London and Manchester United fans to raise their hands. What's going on? Any South Londoners? Okay, can we keep it polite today? No brat. We don't do that stuff here. There's a game that I really like, and I like it because it allowed me to bond over lots of friendships, and it's called The Resistance. Has anyone played The Resistance? It's a game where you have a team, you have players, about 8 to 10 players, in 2 teams. One team are called the Spies, and the other team is called the Resistance. Everyone closes their eyes and they raise their hands if they're the Spies, and their job is to coordinate between each other to make the Resistance lose. I want to play a very quick game here today. Can everyone please close their eyes? If you're attending a Islamic Makers event for the first time, or you're attending alone, without making any noise, without letting the person next to you hear your movements, can you raise your hands? Now keep your eyes closed. People with their hands raised, open your eyes and make eye contact with someone. That's your buddy for the day. And later on, I want you to go find them, introduce yourself, and make sure that you make a connection or a network there. All right, everyone, open your eyes. On the note of spies, we have 4 spies in this room. They're sitting amongst you all. I don't know who they are, but they have a very particular job. Their job is to keep an eye on each and every single one of you, including the Arsenal fans. And they're going to be scoring who is the best audience member. Today's event is not just about the speakers, it's about you guys as well. Those spies are looking out for 3 pieces of criteria. The first is you put away all of your distractions and you make eye contact with the speaker that's on the stage. The second criteria, and on how to be a good audience, is that you're the first person to start clapping and the last person to stop clapping. The third criteria, and you're winning at this, is you're the first person to start laughing at my bad jokes, and you laugh the loudest. Very good. There is a prize for the best audience member, and there's also a very special prize for anyone sitting here. The best heckler is going to win a prize at the end of today. There we go. We've got an early contender. Who's going to beat that? We're still shy. Okay. I'm so happy to introduce you and present the first Muslim Tech event. Please make some noise for the Muslim Tech Fest. My spy said that was rubbish. I said, can we make some noise? For those that didn't get to close their eyes, we have people bingo on the cards that you have attached. You should have got a pen as well. Any opportunity you get to connect with someone, tick them off your bingo card. There might be a prize for that as well at the end of the day.
Basically tweet us. So whoever writes the names of against all of them, if you tweet us at Islamic Makers, or if you don't have Twitter, you can just drop an email at hello@islamicmakers.com. Whoever's the first to do that, you will get a prize that I will be sending later.
Have I missed anything, Arthur?
Social media, so hashtag Islamic Makers Muslim Tech Fest. Again, for people that are either tweeting or posting stories throughout the day, the one who does a lot of it, again, there will be a prize for that too.
Okay, everyone take a deep breath. This event wouldn't have been possible with one particular person that made this venue, this beautiful venue in Mayfair, possible for us to be hosted in today. Take a deep breath. And please make some noise for Hassan!
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name's Hassan. I'm the senior producer here at the RI, the Royal Institution. I'm not going to take too much of your time because you'll be able to catch me throughout the day if you want to speak to me. Let me give you a rundown of where you are right now, where you're sitting, where I work. The RI was established in 1799. We're sitting on seats which are over 200 years old. We clean them so they're not that messy and they're not that smelly, don't worry. And 200 years ago, there was this idea that science and its applications in society needed to be made accessible and empowering to as many individuals as possible. And so at a time where many people, science was just a special private club, the RI opened its doors and started to develop strategies with some of the biggest name scientists of the days, notably Michael Faraday. If you've ever had a £50 note, you work in tech, I'm assuming you do. Michael Faraday initiated a lot of stuff in this room, and this Faraday lecture theatre is named after him as a consequence of that. Now, when I started working here about a year and a bit ago, needless to say, I was the only Muslim in the building, and that felt a bit lonely. And I was like, goodness me, I'm the only Muslim in this building, and I'd only moved down to London. I'm from Sheffield originally, if you haven't noticed my accent. And I thought, I need to go to some events. Now, in Sheffield, when you say you work in tech, you essentially say that you basically use Canva to create some digital marketing for Uncle George's chicken shop. And over here, someone was like, actually, we're working in tech, and they're raising money, and they're doing some exceptional stuff. So I thought I'd go down to an event with Islamic Makers, which I had found on Eventbrite. And I must say, the pizza was so good, I was like, hey, guys, if you want to do an event here with me, then do let me know. Now, I think there's two things that come out of that. That was about a year ago. And I guess the connection that we made there with me and Zahid, we didn't really know where it was going to go from there. Today, you're sitting amongst people who are doing absolutely unbelievable stuff. Phenomenal stuff. Stuff which actually I didn't even think was possible. I didn't even think it was possible for me to meet people who could do that stuff. You're sitting amongst them right now. If there's anything that you get out today from listening to the speeches and going to the roundtables, connect with the people next to you. You may not talk to them tomorrow. You may not talk to them in a month. But you may get a text message in a year's time being like, did you say that you can offer a building in Mayfair? And then you're going, oops, I did. And exceptional things can happen. Now, we're incredibly honored as an organization, as an individual, to be able to host you guys. But this is only one event of many that we do all year round, every week. And every week we host lectures in this building, in this very space, where you have world-leading scientists, world-leading technologists, world-leading experts coming to talk about what the things they're doing, what research they're doing. And it's an incredible array of ideas and democratization of knowledge. So please do check out our public program. And if you're thinking, well, I'm not really sure I have the funds for that, well, all our videos also go onto YouTube, or most of them go onto YouTube, and we have 1.3 million subscribers on YouTube, so you can join that subscriber base too and consume the knowledge that way. I'm going to keep it very short and say thank you ever so much for coming. We have actually sold out. And it's one of the things I told my stewards. I was like, yeah, these type of people, they come late. We had an Islam and Modern Evolution event on Monday, and it sold very well. And we had people come at 7:30 when it started at 7. And I said, why did you come at 7:30? And like, we thought it started at 8. And I was like, it said 7 o'clock, and they're like, no, but you know, and I was like, it's not an Asian wedding. But nevertheless, it's been a pleasure to organize this event, and I guess it's just the beginning. One of many to come, one of many, many tech conferences, tech festivals to come, and you guys are very much at the start of a journey. Inshallah, a wonderful, exciting, adventurous journey. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make it a very blissful, adventurous one. And if you do have time to come and talk to us, do come and talk to us. Go and explore the ROI. I'll be doing a tour of the ROI downstairs, probably in one of the breaks. So if you want to see the world's first motor and other fantastic advancements that change the world, please do come and take a look. As ever, I'll share my card, my contact details if you want to stay in touch. If you too would like to do an event here at the ROI, well, it seems to work for some people. So do pitch me the idea, and if it's a good idea, we'll have it. Now, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Hassan. I didn't hear any heckling, didn't hear any loud applause, didn't hear that much laughter for his jokes. Are my jokes that much funnier? Okay, brilliant. We seem a little bit shy. I just want to get everyone involved. Our first competition is who has travelled the furthest from today. We had some East Londoners, North Londoners, South Londoners, any West Londoners in the house. You've lost, you're too close. Anyone further outside of London that's here today? How far? Milton Keynes. Anyone further than Milton Keynes? Wolverhampton. Anyone further than Wolverhampton? Say that again. Rochdale. Anyone further than Rochdale? Say that again. Worcester. Worcester. Yes? Bonjour, ça va? Hope you have a great day. Anyone further than Paris? From Islamabad? You came from the table outside. You're a sponsor. Anyone further than Paris? All right, timekeeper's telling me to hurry up. Anyone further than Turkey? Turkey's great. Thank you so much for coming. Oh, yeah? That's cheating. That's cheating. That's cheating. You came from Turkey, right? Your flight, your plane, your train, your drive was from Turkey. Make yourself known to one of the organizers. We have a prize for you at the end of the day. Thank you very much. All of the prizes we're offering today are thanks to our sponsors. You'll see their tables outside and down the corridor. Please do check them out when you get a chance. Talk to them. These are all businesses that are allies with our community, or they help our community, or at the very least, they're helping us put this event on. With no further ado, I want to introduce to you my co-host and co-founder of Muslimic Makers for her first talk today, Arthur.
I want you all to think about what you were doing in 2016. In the world, we had just had the Rio Olympics, Pokemon Go took over our summer, and augmented reality was becoming mainstream. It was the year Muhammad Ali passed away. And internationally, UK decided to vote for Brexit. Donald Trump was sworn in as president, and also the bombings happened in Nice in France. and Islamophobia was on the rise. But it was the year we founded Mozambique Makers, and it all started simply through this Twitter exchange, with Murtaza, who's actually over there, and was one of the co-founders at the start. And really, that's how it began. We thought it would just be me and him in a coffee shop. Really, how many Muslims in tech were there back in 2016 who would actually be interested? But we packed out the room. And that's how we knew we were onto something. And that's how the first voluntary team began. So in a nutshell, we are a community of Muslim changemakers helping Muslims level up across the tech industry and beyond, and it's done through 3 areas: networking, knowledge sharing and upskilling, and we've been featured across a number of different media publications as well. We do a lot of events. Probably over the last 8 years, we've done like 80 plus events, or was it 60 plus? 5,000 attendees. We've had hundreds of speakers, more if you include today. We have chapters, and people always come back to our events. Now, what's really special about Mozambique Makers is actually where people go on and what they go on to do. So back in 2016, we actually hosted a fireside chat with Iman from Onfido. Now, Onfido, I would say, are one of the unicorns of the London tech scene. They've raised loads of money, and Iman's gone on now to also found 2 other businesses as well. We hosted a Muslim Women in Tech panel. Now, let me tell you a story. When we were trying to curate this panel back then, it was hard. It was really, really hard to actually find Muslim women working in tech. Back in 2020, we curated another panel online virtually during COVID. It was so easy, we were like oversubscribed. And likewise with today as well, we had so many women speakers put themselves forward. And it just goes to show how far we've come. On that panel, we had Nafisa Bakar, who from Amalia. Now, Amalia back then was actually a fashion company. That's how early on we were championing them. And they've now gone on to become a massive digital beast. Nafisa has also gone on to write a book on how to make money, published by HarperCollins. Ismail, he spoke at our Diversity in FinTech panel. Back then, this was before he was doing his startup. He was working at a startup dealing with interest-free loans. He went on to found Scoodle, funded by the Twitter co-founders and also Google, and they've helped lots of students learn. They've now pivoted and are basically helping creators teach with their platform, LiveLink. On that same panel, we had Daniel. Daniel, back then, was working in the Islamic finance space. He's gone on to found Facet in the kind of crypto emerging markets. Again, raised a lot of money, living it up in Dubai, and also done super well as well. We've had Muz, or back then, it was known as Muz Match. We had a fireside chat with them back then when they're just coming back from Y Combinator, again, very early on in their startup journey. Now they have millions and millions of single Muslims on their platform looking for love and have raised also a lot of money. But, you know, it's not just about the founders, it's about the everyday people as well. We had Abby speak on one of our panels, and Mozambique Makers was her first speaking gig ever. And what we try to do is curate that safe space for our members. And ultimately, what that basically means is people build their confidence. I always say Mozambique Makers is the first step in someone's journey. So today, you guys have come. There's probably something that will happen today that will lead you on to do something. Maybe you'll found a business. Maybe you'll get a new job. Maybe you'll meet someone. Who knows, right? There's a lot of things that can happen, and that first step is where we really, I say, is kind of where we really play. Our work, isn't just events. There's some upskilling stuff that we do as well, and it's all focused on being a community. In terms of our milestones, 2016 to 2019, I would say is where we really established ourselves as one of the first Muslim meetups in the London tech scene, really focused in tech, partnering with various companies. 2020, lockdown came, so you can imagine all our events kind of having to all pivot and become virtual. And we decided to do like a careers program, because a lot of our community were also being made redundant. So we kind of helped to teach them about different kind of tech careers. 2021, we kind of secured a bit of a grant to help scale the organization. We partnered with the Aziz Foundation to give tech scholarships to kind of coding boot camps and a design boot camp. And finally, we were able to restart our meetups post-pandemic. 2022, we did courses in Introduction to Data Science, Introduction to Product Management, and we finally launched our chapters. But what do I mean by that? Chapters ultimately are run by the community for the community where they are. So we started in London in 2016, and there have been tons of volunteers that have helped to put on our events over through the last 8 years. People have come and gone and have just done everything to really build out that London community. Then Manchester, established 2022, but really it should have been 2020. We actually had an event and everything scheduled, but due to COVID, we had to obviously not go ahead. But in 2022, we finally made it happen. And actually, some of the Manchester team are actually here in the crowd, so thank you for coming down. And you know, Manchester is a heavily Muslim demographic and also a thriving tech scene as well. Then came our first international chapter, Boston in America. Now, this was really special. You know, the fact that we had actually members that I hadn't even met before, just loved the vibe, loved the community, and wanted to bring it to across the pond. And, you know, one of the chapter leads actually recently came to London and was able to kind of network with the London community here as well. Then came Toronto, Canada. So one of our members, actually, London member, moved to Toronto, Canada, really missed the Mozambique Makers vibe, and basically established a chapter there. But that's not it. We've got UAE in the cards. They've already hosted a female-only dinner. Dublin, Birmingham. Maybe your city's here, maybe Istanbul, who knows, right? If you're interested in setting up a chapter, come talk to me because we're really keen in spreading the Mozambique Makers magic everywhere. Community is a real kind of foundation, you know. It's the community members that are actually the people behind putting on these meetups. And the fellows are a part of that. So we have a Slack community. So by having all these local grassroots communities, they all feed into our Slack community, which then means you benefit from an international community. It's a mixture of professions, 39% female, which is quite high actually in the tech world, and really represents lots of different ethnicities as well. Our fellowship program really basically hones in into that. What that basically means is we understand that some people want to set up a business, some people want to get into coding, some people are into design. But how do we actually nurture all of that? So we have fellows from those disciplines on a 6-month program, and they basically help build mini communities within the Slack. So they'll basically put on specific events around coding or design, online and offline, meaning international people can also benefit. And it just means that actually you get to double down and you actually end up having people to directly reach out to as well. We also have our Level Up Home mentoring platform. It's a work in progress, but you can speak to Adil at the store. Ultimately, we want to build a platform to help Muslim mentors connect. And then today, the Muslim Tech Fest. Hassan already spoke about it, about how this event came to be. Hassan came to our event, and actually Zahid always had this idea around Muslim Tech Fest. He was like, hey, I think we should do this big thing, and he just went and built a landing page, and I was like, yep, cool. And then Hassan came along, and we were like, oh, we have this amazing venue, and little did I know it was going to be this historic venue where the likes of Brian Cox have spoken on this very stage. So I think that's the main thing. The main thing is, like, that to me, like, encompasses the fact that the power of our people being in spaces where often we might traditionally not belong. And the power of micro actions in terms of what everybody can do to either open a door or make something happen. So you all have the power to do something. So in terms of, I guess, where next with Mozambique Makers, it's really with all of you. Maybe you have a small business and you can sponsor. Maybe you could work in a big tech company and you could get us into the corporate sponsorship. Maybe it doesn't have to be financially. Maybe you can mentor someone. Maybe you could run an event. Maybe you can run a workshop. Maybe you could introduce someone in this room. It doesn't have to be to help just Mozambique Makers. It's about helping the community. So I'm going to end on some last powerful words from the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. The most beloved people to Allah are those who are most beneficial to people. Thank you so much. And now, without further ado, I'm going to introduce our headline speaker, Rahma Javed, who's the Director of Engineering at Deliveroo. Rahma actually spoke at our 2020 virtual event in Women in Tech. So it's a real pleasure to actually hear her speak in person. So yeah, over to Rahma, and welcome to the stage.
Cool. So, assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Rahma, and today I want to talk to you about the importance of scaling and why it's actually really crucial for any startup in any phase. And more importantly, why you all should be thinking about scaling as early as possible. So before I go into talking about scale, I just wanted to give you a bit of an intro about myself. Cool. So as I said, my name is Rahma. I'm currently a director of engineering at Deliveroo for the grocery group. So what this means is that I head a set of engineering teams that are responsible for Deliveroo becoming the best grocery partner for all the grocers that are on our platform. And that ranges anywhere from like, a local store, like, down the street that you found, to a chain that's like, in a specific city, to something that's like nationwide, like Sainsbury's or a Waitrose. For me, before that, I actually was, currently right now, I'm also an angel investor with Excel. So I've invested in startups all the way from like, co-working spaces to carbon offsetting to no-code platform. And I have also worked on advisory boards of certain startups to just like, get the hang of actually what does it mean to be not within, the daily sort of like, grind of a startup, but also to be able to advise them. Originally, I'm from Canada, so I moved to London about 5 years ago. And, in Canada, I studied computer engineering. I've done stints at Microsoft. Previous to Deliveroo, I was at a fintech startup called Wealthfront. Where I led the financial services area, and and then I moved to London. So for me, I think I've gotten the opportunity to actually see tech across Toronto, Waterloo, Seattle, San Francisco Bay Area, and now London. And a lot of the challenges or, the sort of like problems or the importance of scale is something that I've seen actually across the board, across like a big company like Microsoft or, to an early stage startup like Wealthfront or to something that's probably a bit more established because I've seen Deliveroo in like the last 5 years. And, the challenges that we've seen, like, it's not as though a specific size of company doesn't see it. It's kind of like across the board. So, next up, before I actually go on and talk about scale and the aspects of scale, I actually wanted to kind of like share why scaling is important. Because, a lot of time you only think about scaling once you're like, oh, I have thousands of customers and my business is growing really fast. And, that's when I'm going to really think about scale. We're too small at the moment. But, for any business that aims to succeed and grow, you are going to face the challenges as soon as you start hitting that point. And growth a lot of times is not as though it's going to come gradually. Like, at times it's just going to spiral, right? And if you actually don't make the right decisions like early on, you're basically, going to be facing some devastating downturn impacts. And scaling is actually quite hard. So the earlier you think about harder problems, the better it is, right? At Deliveroo, we've had this probably in like, the last several years. It slowed down a bit more, but we would double year on year, right? It's very common in the early stages to be setting, new records every single month, right? Again, at Deliveroo, it's a real phenomenon which we call winter is coming, because every winter we would actually end up setting, a new standard for the growth that our services needed to be able to sustain. And again, like, it's not just going to be about the business and metrics. There's actually a lot of impact that you're going to see on your own customers, right? A lot of customers will face like emotional annoyance if, for example, they're not getting a consistently good service. Or, you're a new customer might not come back to you, right? Like you might lose them to like Uber Eats or Just Eats or like whatever else is out there because of the fact that this was their first time using your service and your service didn't actually perform as effectively as it could. So what's an impact of a bad choice? So again, at Deliveroo, we've seen anecdotally in the past that a lot of times we would actually make headlines if ever we actually face downtimes. And most of this actually ties back to not being able to scale well. It wasn't like, oh, Deliveroo's missing this one feature or the other feature. No, it was like, oh my God, the entire service is down. At one of our Christmas parties, like, the CTO and the whole tech team was not even able to enjoy the party because orders weren't actually going through. So it was just like, okay, guys, like, the rest of the business can maybe party and enjoy, but you guys can't because you need to get the service back up, right? And again, frankly, like, articles like these or whatever else happens, like, it's actually just very embarrassing, right? And it's just a lot of just early choices or the lack of good choices or bad choices you might have made that have a lot of devastating sort of like, downstream impacts. And the other thing with scaling is that, in terms of like the emotional stuff, like it actually also has an impact on the confidence of your organization, right? You actually end up burning through millions of dollars just to keep your head above the water, right? Bad scaling is going to mean that you're going to pour millions into AWS cost, right? A lot of your servers are now, or services are now going to be all running on extra large servers, which again is very costly from an infrastructure perspective. And all the money you could have potentially saved had you actually just thought about designing it well in the first place. And again, this might get like a bit technical and nitty-gritty, but anyone who's done a database column update can actually tell you how annoying it is to change just one column type, just change it from an int to a big int, right? On a system that is actually serving like thousands of customers. There can be no downtime on that system. It's a very trivial change to make in theory, but if you have to do that on a live system, it's extremely complicated. And again, we've done that at Deliveroo as well too. We ran out of ints. And the other thing is for a lot of the services that you're going to have, there's no concept of downtime, right? Like if it's midnight in London, it's going to be morning or peak time somewhere else in the world, right? Whether that's all the way on the other side, like Australia or Dubai, right? And more importantly, the other thing is that for any startup that's not IPO'd, funding is a major part of it for its growth. And with a lot of this stuff, a lot of times you are going to be involved in fundraising. And when you're there, the fundraisers or the investors don't actually care about oh, can you scale your system well and fast, right? It actually doesn't, to them, what actually really matters is whether or not you can actually delight your customers and attract new customers and grow your business, right? So keeping your system up and running, no one's going to care about that. That's something that you need to make sure, because the moment it is not there up and running, people are going to complain, but no one's going to laud you to go oh my God, that's so great, your service is still running, right? So again, now that I've hopefully established the importance of scale, I actually wanted to start talking about the different aspects and what elements of scale can we actually even focus on, right? Because again, it goes beyond just the code that you write or the architecture that you write. There's scale that's there on many different levels. So first off, you actually want to hire well, right? You want to hire good quality senior talent, right? You need to have sort of almost strong architects who can actually, be the technical leaders of your system and effectively set the technical foundations, right? The same thing actually also goes for finding good product leaders. I'm an engineer myself, so I focus a lot of stock around engineering, but this translates to sort of all aspects of tech, right? You need to, from a product perspective, you need to have the right set of leaders who are going to be able to set a vision and a strategy. And again, something I've seen sort of time and time again is that a very common growth strategy, and frankly, a very easy growth strategy for any company is that, they hire fresh grads or they hire people who only have 1 or 2 years of tenure, right? And again, that's really great for you to meet your sort of hiring targets. And a lot of times recruitment's going to shy away from it, from shying away from hiring good senior talent because one, it's super hard to recruit. Second, it's actually very costly. And these are the people who are actually going to be able to set the right direction. So a lot of times it's oh, we need to get a lot of code out. So let's just hire anyone that we can as soon as possible. It doesn't matter of how much their tenure was, how much experience they had, as long as they can ship. Right? And again, you can see the speed gains, but the lack of experience is going to result in poor design decision, and it's going to cost you a lot of money later on to fix. And with the experience that you might have, put in place, you need to make sure that there's oversight, right? There's oversight in the patterns of the code. There's oversight in how you build, test, and deploy architecture. It becomes easier for you to not only manage your code base, but also onboard new engineers, right? And for engineers to actually become more fluid, right? So it doesn't feel oh, this one team has its own territory and own set of services. Again, at Deliveroo, at one point, I think we had 5 different coding languages. There was Rust, there was Ruby, there was Go, there was Java, everything kind of thrown, because every person who came in is well, I have experience with this language, so my service is going to be written in this language, right? And there's no one speaking a consistent language. And even the challenges that you face in Java versus Python versus, on like with Rust, like there are different challenges, right? So you need to actually have experts to be able to go like, okay, right, this is what the standard's going to be. It's not like you have one person who has some level of experience in one language and now they're just going to run away with it. Even consolidating languages later on, like it becomes a lot of a challenge, because what are you going to do? Rewrite your entire service in like from Rust to Go? Because, and again, we've done that. From Ruby to Go, we've done a ton of them. And it's just like a waste of time, because again, people are like, I care about how fast your business is growing. I care about the products that you're offering to your clients. Whether or not underlying system works or not, like, that's your problem. You guys should figure that out. So yeah, and the other thing is, on the technical side, the other thing you also want to ensure is that there's a cascade of talent that you have, right? Like you need to be able to sit down and go like, okay, if I have this very senior engineer, should they be sitting and onboarding all these like sort of like junior engineers, or should they be like focused on working with someone who's more mid-level, right? And it's also about like, what level of seniority you have, not in your entire organization as you add it up, but on a team level, right? Can this team actually effectively deliver what it needs to deliver, right? Again, sometimes you can also have very like skewed of talent where like all the seniors just want to work together, and a lot of times they'll just go on the platform and infrastructure team. And a lot of the product of the client-facing teams have some of the very junior engineers, and that's where you're going to face a lot of the challenges, right? And again, just remember, each of your teams are going to be the building blocks of your larger organization. So in terms of the startups that I've been at and what I've seen, where I've seen it done well, like I've seen it done really well at Wealthfront from a hiring perspective, from a technical perspective, and also from a management perspective. I've also been at other organizations where it was not done really well, right? People or recruitment hired a ton of engineers, and then they're like, okay, right, yeah, now this is getting a bit hard to manage. We have a team of just 20 engineers. We actually forgot to hire their managers. That was actually my experience at Deliveroo. I inherited 25 engineers, and like it was extremely tough, right? Because like, do I become your manager? Do I become like, the engineering leaders? Do I work with product to actually set the vision and the strategy? And there's actually a lot of cultural issues that are going to come with it as well too, right? Because if you have an organization, it's very hard to come in, take charge, make changes, all as a single person when you come in and there's like, 20 or 30 people that are directly reporting to you. And these are going to be the challenges that anyone's going to face, right? And eventually you'll get there in a better position, but like you want to be able to think about like, how can I think about scale from a hiring and from a people perspective as early on as possible? Next one is investing in automation and tooling. So again, for a lot of startups that grow really, really fast, a fair amount of work is actually spent on customer service or account management, and that's all humans, right? It just turns out that humans don't end up scaling as well as tech does. It takes time to train humans. There's a high amount of human error that can occur in manual operations. And there's just a lack of consistency, right? And a whole set of costs that are associated with it, right? In a lot of large startups, you're going to actually be able to find that 70 or 80% of the workforce is, can actually be like, that's a non-tech to tech ratio. And a lot of the work that workforce is actually doing can actually be automated, right? Again, in my early days at Deliveroo, we had an 85% of non-tech to tech ratios. We had local teams in every single market that we were in, right? A lot of times in like multiple markets, but one central tech team. And again, those local teams, whenever they needed something, that they would just go and spin their own wheels rather than actually coming back to the tech team and going like, hey guys, these are our set of requirements, right? So you actually end up creating a lot of silos from that perspective as well too. The other thing is that, you actually have to be able to invest in this early on, just because of the fact that otherwise it's going to start costing you 100 new people to be able to launch a new market. But had you actually thought about it from a technical perspective and automated that process, it would have cost you a lot less to again, from a perspective of Deliveroo, for us to actually launch a new market. And the other thing is, when you do this stuff late, you're going to constantly compete against your own growth initiatives, right? You internally can go yeah, right, we have a scale scaling problem. We need to solve it. We need to reduce costs. We need to increase automation. We need to drive efficiency. But your investors and your customers are not interested in it, right? They're only interested in growth and new functionality, right? So it's going to be a lot of competing constraints that you're going to have, and actually not even like external folks like investors and customers. It's also going to be the own CEO, right? Because there's likely a good chance that they might not be technical or cares as much about the technical aspects. Like, they have to go and answer to a board of directors. So for them, it's all about like, oh, what other features or functionalities are you actually adding, right? They don't really care about what's happening under the hood, right? The other thing that we've also seen is that a lot of times from a cultural perspective, so if you have a local market that has 20 people that are doing some sort of a manual effort, and now you're going to propose to them to go like, hey, we can actually cut down 20 or 30% of that effort, and we can automate it with tech. There's going to be a very strong pushback. And even if you do like part of their job for them, it's not like they're going to be like, okay, cool, now I can reduce 20% on my staff force. They'd be like, no, I think I can find something else for them to do, right? So there's, again, like, coming a lot of times from a very tech perspective, there's a lot of like cultural biases and cultural challenges that you're going to have to overcome. And if you had this early on, then you don't have to like tackle these problems like later in the future. And again, with all the operations that you have going on, you have to focus on not just how fast you can do it, but the quality of the operations as well too. So the next bit is actually about how you can think about and get out of this local mindset, right? Because everyone who wants to do a business or a startup, right? Like you're going to start off with a small area or a small niche, and you want to expand that eventually, right? Because that's a sign of success, right? So again, with Deliveroo, we operate in several markets worldwide, but up until a certain point, our entire data structure was all hosted in one place in Ireland, right? And until we had thought about geosharding, which is effectively when you shard your data across different geographical locations, if there was ever an outage, the entire service was down, right? Someone deployed a bad code, Deliveroo in Australia was completely down. Deliveroo in Dubai was completely down, right? And so again, recovery and the cost that's associated with every downtime is a massive cost that's associated with it. And it's very hard to reduce that like across the board. So again, with all the markets that share the same infrastructure, whenever you roll out a bad change, the impact is completely worldwide, right? And until, again, we had introduced geosharding, where you can actually limit your blast radius, right? So actually, instead of launching something or deploying something in London, which is our biggest market, how about we deploy something in Taiwan, right? If it doesn't work, it's fine. Taiwan is still a smaller market, and the impact is going to be less, right? But those are all the things that you don't eventually or early on think about just because of the fact that you're just like, okay, well, I have this one single infrastructure. I'm just going to roll it out for everyone else, right? Actually, with Deliveroo, we did a study, and we actually found out that 70% of our outages, and every outage, by the way, costed us in millions, and it only increased as our scale increased, but 70% of them actually could have been reduced had we just been able to limit our blast radius, right? And again, it was extremely hard for us to do that, like later down the line for all the services and the databases and all that, shard that data for everything that's running and in production, then changing our mindset and deploying new services on it, right? So it's all of those set of things that you initially, again, won't even think about, but it's just like, well, if my service or my product becomes global, what is it? Like, how am I going to now be building this specific functionality or this specific product or feature? So again, all of those kind of things that you need to be able to think about. The other aspect of just sharding your data or think about global perspective is latency, right? So if all your data is hosted in Ireland, someone who's hitting the servers from Australia, that's very, very slow, right? And that's that slowness that you could have reduced, right? You could have hosted something that's a bit more local to that specific region. And it was not supposed to all be hosted in a single data center. So yeah, and for different startups, there's different aspects of what does it mean to think global, but that's another key part of scale because you are going to get out of your local area as soon as your startup starts to grow and expand further. Okay, so next up is documentation, which I'm sure a lot of engineers, and my younger self included, probably find very tedious, right? Because who really needs documentation? It's very important for me to be able to write whatever's in my head and write that into code, and code should speak the truth, which is very true. But if you can't actually articulate your design, if you can't actually share your design trade-offs and choices that you made, it's going to become very hard for someone later on, 5 years down the line, and I've done that too, 5 years down the line, trying to fix a bug in someone's code, and I have like no idea, and I go on this rabbit chase for like 2-3 hours just to understand what the heck is even happening to this particular service that no one has touched, and the last person who did it was just gone from the company several years ago, right? So everything that makes sense to you in your head right now is well and great, but if you can't actually communicate that across the board or be able to articulate that in some form of documentation, since someone can look it up later on, it's not going to be very helpful, and it's just going to cause a lot of headache down the future. And again, it sounds very tedious and annoying in the moment, but effective communication is really the key to actually getting your thoughts across. When you're in a small startup, all of you guys can go to a room. You can, huddle there. You can draw something on the whiteboard and be like, yes, everyone's on the same page. This is great. Let's move with it. Let's ship fast, right? But you need to be able to not only share your design choices, you need to be able to tell your story, and you need to be able to gather feedback. Documentation is also really good when you actually want to gather feedback from different parts across the business, because maybe you've made a certain amount of choice that doesn't make sense with this other part of the service. So it's like, how about you actually come all of that together and gets everyone's thoughts and opinions in one place. And the other thing is, in a very sort of post-COVID world, and with tech this was already happening for budget cuts or low cost, but a lot of times your tech team is not going to be in the same place. Right? It's very, very common for, and Deliveroo again itself, right? We've tried opening offices multiple places, the more current one is in India, but you're going to have part of your tech team in different geographical locations, right? So how do you guys all speak the same language? How do you know what someone is doing in London to what someone is doing in another completely different location? So that's sort of all the reasons why you need to be able to think about in terms of how do you actually consolidate your thoughts. And again, this has become a lot more crucial since COVID, since remote working has just become a lot more common, and people are no longer in the same office space. And again, actually, if you don't do that, you will find yourself, that's at 2 a.m. At Deliveroo. The night before, we were supposed to give a board of investors a presentation about our entire sort of products and services. So about our engineering practice as well as the products that we've built, right? And this particular thing, it was before our massive Amazon funding that we got. And initially it started off with okay, let's just get a few people to just get together and write some documentation. And because it was such a mystery or such a puzzle, I think by the end of it, 90% of the tech team actually knew about it. So the exclusive group just became super inclusive. I think the only exclusive group that remained at the end of it was the people who didn't know about it. But we literally had to pull together an entire set of 300-400 people to put together the documentation that is going to describe what the heck do our services even do? How do they even talk to each other, right? And again, it's just things of well, isn't documentation something that I just need internally? No, it's when you are in a startup, when you're talking about what you've built, when you're trying to convince a board of investors, you need to be able to think, and you need to be able to tell them your story. And again, this is all good context for anyone who's actually even joining new into your team, right? To understand okay, what set of services does my particular team own? What does it work on? How did it come to be where it is, right? And I have no idea why I look so happy at 2 a.m. working there. Okay, cool. Next one is data, right? Data is about making sure you're instrumenting the right set of metrics. You're feeding that into a consistent data source that is scalable, uniform, safe, and actionable, right? If you actually don't think about having a consistent data platform, pretty soon you're going to have data that feeds into your BI analytics pipeline, another one that you expose to your customers, through some sort of an API or a dashboard, another one where you use internally to make your own product decisions, decisions. Another one that you actually use for you to be able to make sure that, is my service down? Is it not down? Is it up? Is it healthy? Another one for a set of executives, to actually make the decisions of the direction of the company. And another one where your local account management teams has their own data and they're pulling and writing their own Python code. And again, we've seen that at Deliveroo, and it really scared me when a lot of local non-tech folks were writing all sorts of scripts and making sense out of that, because I had no trust in that data, right? And because a lot of times there's so much diversity in the data sources that exist, there actually isn't any form of single source of truth. You have now lost your consistency, right? Anyone who wants new data is just going to sit there and reinvent the wheel, right? Because I don't trust your sources, right? I don't know where you're getting your data from. I'm going to go ahead and put the same data into another source. So even the infrastructure or the amount of tech that is wasted in building the same data pipeline over and over again, because someone now does not believe in the data that you are actually sharing with them. And at some point, you just end up reinventing the wheel over and over again. So it's very crucial for you guys to think about data early on and actually think about, does it actually make sense for me to have a central team that is actually going to be managing, actually instrumenting the data, doing any sort of aggregations, and then being able to provide that data and use that as a source of consistent truth for the rest of the organization, right? Because a lot of times, we use data to actually figure out, is this what we built? Is this the right thing? Is it acting in the right way? Does it even work? Is this what our customers want? How are our customers reacting, right? And really the last thing you want to do is sit there and try to consolidate 5 sets of data services, right? Because whenever someone's not happy with their data, they're going to go and complain to some other part of the business. And eventually, as an engineering team, the problem's going to come right back to you, right? And you're going to then have to sit and reconcile, on real time, across a lot of pressure to be able to go okay, you know what, this is really what the source of truth is. So data is something you want to be able to keep your eye on, even if your service is honestly just hosting a dozen set of people or a dozen set of customers. Data is extremely crucial for you to even have a direction of does this even make sense? Did what we did, does it is there any sort of weight to that? Or should we be pivoting into a new direction completely altogether? Next one is establishing a culture of trust and autonomy. So eventually, when you talk about, code being able to scale and your services being able to scale, another key aspect in your organization that needs to be able to scale is humans, right? It's your tech team, it's your management team, and all those sort of folks that are involved, right? Because as you start to grow, you need to be able to grow the organization as well too. And for you to be able to grow well, you need to actually give people the autonomy so that they can effectively make their own decisions, and they don't need you to be telling them every single thing, right? You need to actually be able to empower them. And even actually think about, okay, what does my company culture look like today when I might be a set of less than 10 people to 50 people to 100 people? And company cultures evolve all the time, and they should, because you cannot have the same culture that you did when you were 5 people versus when you were 50 people. But are you leaving the right set of things? Are you evolving in the right way? Are you just growing too fast and you have no idea where the culture of the company has just suddenly gone, right? Again, I really hope everyone's goal, eventually in your own job to grow, is that you actually hire yourself out of your role, right? So you can go ahead and do a bigger role. And that's really how you can actually grow to a place where you're I'm not doing the same thing over and over again, right? You need to be able to go out and find new challenges. But in order for you to find new challenges, your existing set of challenges need to be done by someone else, right? And that's where you need to train up people. And you need to have a set of trust and autonomy in them. For you to be able to scale yourself well, you need to learn how to delegate, right? Because almost every individual needs to be able to figure out a way that they can grow themselves, right? And that only happens specifically for companies growing, is that if you trust the people around you to do the right things, right? And you need to be able to figure out how you can establish that trust as fast as possible. You have to feel almost comfortable a lot of times with things not being done your way, right? So if you were challenged or if you were dealing with some sort of a problem and you solved it one way, the next person who comes in is not going to solve it the same way, right? They might solve it better than you. That's if you're really lucky. But a lot of times they're going to miss stuff and they're going to make mistakes. But you need to be able to figure out, okay, what is my room for error, right? Because is that problem being solved in the most perfect way? Is that the best decision for the company right now? Or could it be solved in 70, 80% of the way, and I can go on and figure out another problem, right? So a lot of times it's like, how fast can you be able to scale yourself? And how fast can you actually build a team that can actually take on more and more? And that's really how you grow, both individually and also on a team level, right? And that's actually also how you motivate the rest of your team, right? Like, if you hire someone today and you can't lay out a growth path for them, turns out they're not going to be very motivated. And if they're smart, they're going to go ahead and find another role. So that's almost a way for you to actually be able to retain and sustain really smart and good talent sort of like across the board. The other part of this is also to eventually let go, right? So, you're going to have like certain things, which is like, I've worked on certain products, which I'm like, I worked on certain products where I'm like, okay, this is my absolute baby. I can't let anyone touch this, right? And if everyone does, like, I need to be able to have like extra vigilance in any code that's written and making sure things are all right. But a lot of times it's actually about making sure that, like, you know what, I can let go and I can actually go ahead and focus on something else, because someone needs to be able to do that for the company to grow at the end of the day. And then the last one. And I put this as the last. It's certainly not the least, but I really put it up there at the end just to call out the fact that oftentimes when you're thinking about growing fast, when you're thinking about expanding, when you're thinking about all of that stuff, like, diversity is your least set of problems, right? You're just like, okay, no, I'm more important in meeting my business metrics. I'm more worried about whether or not, I can actually hire a set of engineers. Okay. A higher set of engineers. So, again, at Deliveroo, one of the things that we actually had is that in 2020, obviously when COVID hit, you had to go through a set of redundancy. And a lot of times on the chopping block, the first set of folks are actually recruitment, right? Because why do you need a team to grow if you can't even sustain your existing set of workforce? So we did that. And then after that, I was like, well, now we need to grow really, really fast. So we hired a bunch of contractors. And because we were growing so fast, there was no thought at all given to any set of diversity, right? So first off, just to share, obviously, why diversity is important, and I don't think I really need to convince people in this room. But diverse teams actually, according to a Gartner study, are 12% more productive than homogeneous teams, right? People from various backgrounds, age, gender, race, ethnicity, culture actually bring together a lot of different ideas and perspective. And that can actually reduce a lot of the bias from multiple perspectives. So in a way, you can almost overcome your blind spots, right? So if you and a group of your sort of people who look like you, who think like you, probably will solve a problem in a very similar way, versus someone else who actually has a different perspective, right? Oftentimes you need to be able to almost have people in your team who can think a bit more like the different set of customers that you're gonna have, right? So that they can actually uncover the different challenges in a problem. So, just like other elements that we've discussed, introducing diversity later on in an organization, it's actually very hard, right? Because if your organization isn't diverse, or you're thinking about that early on, as you grow, it's not going to magically happen. A lot of times, diversity is actually lost along the way rather than picked up along the way. And you want to make sure. And again, I don't think any of you guys it's relevant, but I've been in a lot of senior sort of management meetings where it's a set of 5, 6 middle-aged white men, talking about diversity and how can we meet our diversity numbers? What are the challenges, right? It's just well, there's no one in the room who can actually speak about the challenges, right? You guys don't even know what it's like to have the challenges. So it's about having almost a seat at the table of the different people and the different voices for you to, again, build a more diverse organization. And when I actually also talk about diversity, like very easy to talk about and go like, oh, gender or race, right? Like that's the first two things that come to anyone's mind. But it's actually also about like people coming from sort of like non-traditional backgrounds to come and do a specific role, right? You know, it's about people succeeding in your organization who don't have that typical trajectory. So from my own examples, like I would say probably one of the best managers that ever worked for me was this like woman who had no technical like background at all. She's never written a single line of code, but she, like in my perspective, like, you know, was one of the best engineering managers that I've seen. And that's just because of the fact that she was able to actually learn on the job. Her role particularly wasn't about like, you know, can she code or not, but it was more about the fact that like, can she actually build a team? Can she build a team's roadmap? Can she actually have a conversation on the trade-offs that are involved? Can she work with product? Can she work with like, you know, other multiple set of teams, right? And for her to even make that transition, you needed someone to be able to support her and her career choices, right? You almost needed a sponsor in the larger organization. So it's also about like, is your organization being able to foster and grow diverse talent, right? Again, a very sort of like Band-Aid set of solution that actually happens with diversity is like, you grow to a really large team, there's a lot of sort of like focus and attention on you, and then they're like, yeah, let's think about diversity. Okay, what's the easiest way? Let's hire a senior executive from like this other thing, and we're gonna throw them there, and then we're gonna say that, yes, our, you know, exec team is diverse. A lot of times, and I've seen this at Deliveroo and other places too, it doesn't last, right? Because it's not that your organization actually can foster or thrive diverse talent. It's like you just try to put a Band-Aid on a problem that's very sort of like just to fix the optics of a situation, right? And so it's very important for you to be able to actually build an organization where someone can actually start off from like, you know, an entry level and eventually grow into a more senior level. A lot of the challenges is not about like, oh, can I actually hire a diverse set of like, you know, early workforce, right? Like you can't have that. Like, your sort of like initial engineers or engineers who are less tenured, they can be diverse. But it's very hard for them to actually strive or sustain in that system and go like, okay, you know what, this company or this organization actually values diversity. This organization will help me succeed my growth goals, right, with the challenges or whatever else, you know, things that come with diversity. And, you know, it's a real phenomenon where a lot of women actually, and as they have progressed in their career, they end up actually quitting tech because it just becomes too toxic for them, right? Like it's something that you can survive when you're just like, you know, young and early, like I can do this through my 20s. But the moment you start having other aspects in your life, the moment you start doing all those other things, like, you know, they will actually just leave those organizations because it's just too hard for them to survive. So that's that. Do we have time for a question?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, go ahead.
If we've got a mic runner, they'll come to you.
Okay.
Great presentation, by the way. Really enjoyed your conversation
Thank you.
and your presentation. A lot of the things that you're talking about are things that are, in my role, is around risk. So for me, it's about scenario testing. It's about audits, reviews, looking at processes. So, for example, if you've got a key performance indicator, how are you doing it? Are you testing it? So you're talking about different languages being used. Are you setting up for failure because of the situation? So these conversations that people are having, should we have more kind of conversations about, okay, if we do scale up, what is the risk impact? Because everyone talks about a business plan, but they don't really talk about risks.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm not pushing myself here, but essentially my job is to basically call people out.
Yeah.
So it's to say, okay, in this worst case scenario, what do you have to be consistent, right? So you talk about data centers and have this geo sharding, whatever, new term, never heard of it. But I love to kind of like take that through my you know, work as well. But in businesses today, if they're looking to scale up, should they be focusing on other aspects? So like you say, about risk management and things like that.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I think a lot of maybe my presentation was very sort of like tech or engineering focused, because that's been my background and experience. But I think scaling has an impact across the board, right? So like you said, like even in terms of like the audits that you do, right? And a lot of times that's actually tied to the engineering practices themselves. So I've seen that less at Deliveroo, but more at like Wealthfront, the previous sort of like fintech startup. But again, after you grow to a certain size, like, having the right set of processes, or for even audits to happen, because a lot of that data actually comes from tech, right? So, okay, we might not be audited today, but if we are going to be audited tomorrow, or what is that risk factor that's associated with it, right? And what is the risk that's going to run if we can't actually produce the right set of documents for our customers? So yeah, it needs to actually happen on sort of like every level. And so again, you don't have to be in engineering, you don't have to be in tech to think about scale. Like scale is also about like, if your team or whatever you're responsible for, whether it's from a legal perspective or whether that's from an accounts perspective, how will that be able to grow when your company grows like a lot more significantly? You might be able to do a lot of things manually today, but is that the way to go, like, when you're like 10x or like, 20x the size? So.
Just a quick one. We have time for about 2 more questions, so do keep your hands up just so our runners can line themselves up. So yeah, go for it. And then the second runner as well, wherever they are.
Yeah, you mentioned the word early on about 6 to 7 times in your presentation. What's your definition of early on? Like if you look at a seed startup versus a company size of Series D, right? When should they what's the best time for them to kind of start thinking of scale? Because scale is expensive, right? When you start thinking of all this.
Totally. I mean, I think the thing is, like, when I talk about early on, like, I mean when you start to actually have some sort of a product market fit, right? Like, when you're just testing and toying with your ideas, like, maybe at that point, like, if you're not even sure this product is going to stick with the customers, it doesn't make sense for you to go like, okay, how are we going to become a global brand? Because there's a good chance you might not, right? So you want to be able to go like, okay, now we're finally starting to get a good product market fit. Now we're starting to see like customers and repeat customers. And so with a lot of this stuff too, it's like things that you want to keep at the back of your mind almost, right? To go like, okay, you know what, maybe right now it's a little bit too early because we haven't even found the right set of product to build. But the moment that you get there, it's just like, okay, initially we want to be able to do that. And by the way, the other thing is like, in every part of the conversation is always a trade-off discussion, right? So there's going to be a lot of times where you're just like, actually, I know scaling is important and I know we should be doing this, but at this point, we really need to be able to grow our business, right? So it's going to be always that balance that you can strike. And you yourself who are in that situation can make the right call. But the only sort of like, key point to take away from this is just don't ever just think about that, oh, scaling is only going to happen when we've grown massively, right? Like scaling is something that the earlier you're able to think about that, the earlier business allows you to be able to think about that, you want to be able to invest in it. So.
Well, that was a fantastic presentation. You talked a lot about talent and managing culture and onboarding. We're a recruitment company, so we work with small companies and we see the challenges that they have. But you've worked at a startup and you worked at a huge giant. So are they just two completely different animals, or are there lessons from Deliveroo that you can take to a startup when it comes to scaling?
So I think a lot of So at Microsoft, I think because it was such an established company, like, scaling and all those discussions had happened sort of like before, and I could just come into the environment and really learn from it. I saw it happen really well at Wealthfront, like both from like a hiring of talent and like how do you actually, hire initially a set of like more senior people and then, you pair them up with like less junior people so that you're almost like, building an organization and like, you're distributing the time that's invested. At Deliveroo, actually, I think I saw a lot of it not being done well. And I think that's what like really like kind of made me do this presentation as well too, because it was just a company that was growing so fast. And for the recruitment team to come in and just go like, right, we have this target, so we need to be able to meet it by any sort of like humans that we hire, rather than focusing on and going like, no, we really need to hire a senior person, or we really need to hire a manager for this team. So rather than adding like the 15th or the 16th engineer to the same team, how about you actually add a manager to the team so that team can actually function well? And this is something I've also seen in multiple startups or multiple things. Like, a lot of times less is more. So if you have a good set of 4 people, they can at times accomplish way more, and there's a lot of less, nonsense than a team of 20 people. And I've seen that happen, right? Which is just like 4 people who can, have good synergies, who can work together well, who know what they're doing, right? A lot of times, half the time, you're just like, and this is a lot of things we've seen at Deliveroo too, which is just like self-inflicted problems, right? Like a lot of problems that you didn't have to get into the situations had you just done the thing well in the first place. And cleanup and self-inflicted problems can cost you a lot of time and headaches. So I would just say, I think from any sort of like, startups in different phases, like hiring any team that you build up, hiring and having a solid foundation and a solid, strong foundation of like senior talent is the way to start, right? And then you can hire like, the rest of the folks, because they're going to be able to then set the foundations and guide the people who are coming into the team. Because otherwise, like, how do you expect a fresh grad to be able to just go like, okay, I'm going to like set my own standards? They've never seen tech happen before in the industry, right? So.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I know someone else had a question, but we do want to try to stick to time. Thank you so much, Rahma, for that amazing, insightful chat and talk. And just, it's just incredible to kind of just hear about kind of your learnings. So now I'm going to hand over to our actual headline sponsors, Algebra, for a fireside chat. They do have a stall outside, so you can find out more, but you'll learn loads right now. But they have some swag outside, so do grab some swag. They'll be talking about revolutionizing ethical finance and connecting ethics and sustainability to everyday finance. So I'm going to hand over to Nizam, who will be hosting this fireside chat. Over to you.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you all hear me? Fantastic. Brilliant. A real pleasure to be here. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, again. So my name is Nizam, Chief Strategy Officer at Algebra. And then why don't we do introductions, actually, first?
Yeah, of course. My name is Ömer, CTO at Algebra. And I think,
Hey, guys. My name is Anton. I'm one of the tech leads at Algebra.
Brilliant. And we don't usually let our techies out, so you are very, very lucky. We've let them out, and I feel like everyone's out as well. Algebra, just for those who... In fact, I know some of you, as part of our wonderful partnership with Islamic Makers, have an Algebra account. Put your hand up if you have an Algebra account right now. Amazing. If you have any difficult questions for the Q&A, please. But I hope you've had a lovely experience, and actually would love to hear from you at some point over the course of the day about how that's gone for you. So Algebra is a fintech, a digital banking solution that we have created from an ethical and ESG perspective. It happens to be fully Sharia compliant, and we've built our tech stack completely from scratch, which is a rare thing in the UK. There's a handful of other propositions in the country that have done the same. Starling, Monzo, Revolut, Ziglu. There aren't that many, actually. So that in itself is quite remarkable, and it's been down to these remarkable gentlemen. So what I want to do is give you guys an insight into our tech team and our approach to building. And then we can go from there, and there'll be an opportunity to ask questions from everybody. So the first question I have is actually maybe to give everyone an insight into your own backgrounds as to other propositions that you've been a part of, because it's quite extensive.
Yeah, absolutely. So I joined Algebra as part of the founding team, and before Algebra, I was lucky to design, lead, and build 7 different digital banking propositions from scratch, across to UK, US, Turkey, Middle East as well. I worked with brands like NatWest for Metal, for UK SME banking project, and worked for Nationwide for Business again in the UK, Millibank for US, First National Bank of Omaha, and HSBC Turkey, and a few others in the Middle East region as well. My background is from like back-end engineering to mobile engineering to several other aspects of software engineering. I studied industrial electronics and mechatronics. Then after I graduated, I realized that the whole microchip programming and all of that, it's not great for me. And I decided to move on to like more software engineering side. Obviously, the learnings from that part of the world, from electronics, helped a lot for me to think differently in software engineering. Spent like more than 15 years in software engineering for fintech, finance, bank, etc. So we then built Algebra, and live today in the UK, available for everyone.
So, Omer, before I'll go to Anton, he's ridiculously an overachiever. How many musical instruments do you play?
Just 2 or 3 of them. I think once you start learning one of them, playing one of them,
it makes it sound so easy.
It's just the rest is just almost the same.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Anton?
I'm not sure why you made me. I should have gone first. I can't top that. I'm also 15 years in software engineering. Originally from South Africa, did my computer science degree there, and then did my master's here in the UK. And so I guess the last 15 years worked in small startups, also for all the big banks. But the last 5 years, more into fintech. I really found it really interesting how technology was disrupting the financial industry. And that's where I also met Omer and the team, many of my friends and colleagues at Algebra. And so I have not built 7 propositions, only about 2. Yeah, that's me.
And 2 core banking systems too, we should add.
Algebra is 3, sorry.
3 core banking systems, I apologize. The numbers just add up. One of the reasons, and I think this is quite important for us to outline, one of the reasons why as a company we decided to build the tech stack from scratch is because, frankly, it's every one of us right now. I mean, I'm not from the banking world or the tech world, actually. I spent over a decade working for an organization, running it mostly, called Mosaic, which was an initiative from then Prince of Wales, now His Majesty the King, focused on engaging on social issues affecting Muslim communities and minority communities in the UK. So I spent a lot of my time addressing social problems and issues, actually. And so I come from that world, but I've really quickly learned in the last 2.5 years how difficult it is first to build a tech stack like we have, but also why it's so important. Because actually, I learned that a handful of people can just overnight build something called a digital bank and just be really good at marketing because everything's available as software as a service. But the reality is within the banking world and within banking and finance more generally, there are things that actually a lot of people with particular values, it might be faith-based, it might be socially conscious, can't really determine or have autonomy over. For example, where is your money being custodied? Is it being exposed to industries that you can't control? And these are things that we take very seriously as Algebra, and one of the key defining features of why I think we were created. So my first question to you guys is, why, you were doing incredible things, building many, many, many banks. Why did you feel the need to move to an Algebra and actually have the opportunity to build a tech stack from scratch?
Yeah, it's a great question. So someone being in this industry more than 15 years, obviously you end up with different projects and, products, etc. And I was lucky to get involved in the 7 different projects, different jurisdictions, etc. There are a lot of challenges there. And the moment I realized that Algebra is a different thing, not just a marketable product, not such about marketable product, not just about a specific, service for a specific audience in one country. I realized that the learnings I got from my entire, experience will be really helpful to help and grow the advantage of serving different communities, not just as an end service, also like helping the banks to understand their challenges, helping the digital, other fintechs, and so on. So it's not about, selling a product, it's about addressing the problem globally. And that's why I wanted to join from day one, basically. And the other question was about why we wanted to build from scratch. As you may know, basically, if you know how to build a nice-looking mobile application, you can just pull few third-party services, tie them together, put a microservice layer to kind of orchestrate them. Then you have a nice-looking mobile application you call, fintech, or off you go. You can market it. Great, you have a product. then obviously there's always like build versus buy and vendor lock-in concerns. Everyone knows that, obviously. But if you're building something really big, something that you need to move around the globe, and something that you need to face with challenges that you don't even know. If you go to a brand new jurisdiction, there is like different regulations. There are different type of challenges there. You can't really, use anything like off the shelf and end up with rebuilding lots of things from scratch. So we wanted to be masters of our own destiny in this journey. And from day one, obviously, we kind of spend a little bit more time on certain things and all the learnings that we have in the engineering team with the culture that we've built from scratch. Because not just the Anton I worked with before, rest of the team, at least 2 different projects in the past, we worked all together in different, propositions, etc. So we've built this thing from scratch to be able to, go where we wanted to be in the world and help all the, all the people that we can help, companies, fintechs, etc., with the services that we can provide locally, globally, internationally.
I mean, you said something, you can call it luck, serendipity, kismet, but what's really amazing is actually the team that we have at Algebra, all in-house. I mean, they all are part of the Algebra team, fully working as full members of staff. You'd worked on multiple projects together, including with Anton. So Anton, why was the proposition of Algebra more compelling than many of the things that I'm sure was on offer for you?
Well, yeah, interesting. So why did I join Algebra? So when I wasn't living in the UK at the time when Omar called me and he told me about Algebra. I was like, no thanks, I'm not interested in a project in the UK. And then he started telling me more about Algebra. What's the goal? It's like, why are we building Algebra? It's different. Like Algebra at its core, how it's propositioning itself is all about ethics in fintech, which you do not always come across. And so, yeah, I found that really compelling, like how Algebra is putting ethics at the center of itself and, building with like the latest tech, amazing team. And yeah, so how could you say no to that? And, we all like starting a new project. Nobody likes working on legacy code, right?
Another thing that I know is you've had creative license in being able to build to your own experiences, which I think is the power as well. So I think we all hear about things that go well. So maybe share with us what has gone well in some of the building and what's gone badly. We saw Rahma, who gave an amazing talk about headlines. We're not quite there. In fact, it should be a goal of ours, right? Where if it goes down, it should be headline news. That's when you know you've made it. So what's gone well? What's gone maybe not so well?
Yeah, to be completely honest, everyone knows there is no perfect bug-free code, right? So let's just be clear. There are bugs that you haven't identified yet, or you just put in your backlog and you will deal with that later on. It's not critical. So obviously, the things that we've built and we keep launching and iterating from here to there, it's up to standards that we think that we can scale and we can share and then get a feedback. It's not about having a bug-free or like risk-free, software delivery. It's about how you can quickly interact and iterate from one stage to another. That linked with your internal culture, your tooling, your pipeline, your understanding. And because of that, from day one, we've built a culture like product engineering that is a little bit of mixture of being a full stack, but also we add the product understanding on top of it to remove all the silos, to remove the knowledge gap. Obviously, everyone has their own main skills, but as a big team, we always focus on improving each individual skills where we feel some gaps, whether it's soft skill or like technical skills, understanding of the product. Without understanding the actual product bit and feeling it, you can't really solve the problem with a technical solution. It's just a piece of code that you think it's fine to go market. So with this culture, we have a really quick way of, acting to a problem and, serving from there. So one of the problems I remember, obviously, in tech these days, if you have a problem, throw some Kubernetes. If you have a problem, throw some Kafka, throw some event sourcing, mix them, then you have nice solution. So initially, with the first architecture we've designed, there was a lot of excessive usage of Kafka for some unnecessary interactions, especially with synchronous activities that we've designed for the microservice, interactions. That led into some operational problems because of the certain difficulties, as we know, about the Kafka and scalability, etc. And obviously, with the very quick iterations, we ended up changing the architecture on that specific piece and release the code, test it, etc., and deploy, and then now it's fixed. There are like tons of other issues that we experienced, obviously. Again, it's not about how many bugs you have, it's about how quickly that you can fix.
Anton?
So I think one of the highlights for me is when we started out, we had a very small focused dev team, and that was what really made it possible for us to deliver quality code in a really short space of time, relatively. And yeah, I guess I can add to Omer, when we had the scalability issues, an issue I faced one Friday evening at a supermarket, tapping my Algebra card, and it just declined. My heart sinking. And I was like, oh, goodness. Okay, Omer, we need to check the logs. Now everything is down. But I just didn't have any money in my account. So everything was fine. User error.
Brilliant. Really keen to open it up to the floor, but before I do, is there one thing in particular? I mean, it's been a remarkable journey over the last 2.5 years in building what we've built and what we're rolling out in the coming months and years. Is there something that you're particularly proud of in terms of what we've achieved so far?
Yeah, I think not just the product that we have available on the market, also the culture that we've built for the tech internally, not just for Algebra again, because we always strive for, sharing our experiences. We always started that on GitHub, sharing the learnings for the certain things on our GitHub repo, and there'll be other, projects that we think that we can open source once we have the right maturity of the progress as well. With that, also, you want to, with the services and products and the understanding and the challenges that we experience, we want to help the world for finance, tech, by sharing our experiences and understanding, and that's what I'm really proud of today.
Anton?
Yeah, I'll just echo that. Obviously, I'm proud of the tech and what we were able to achieve, but I think it's the ethics at the center of Algebra that I'm really proud of, and how it comes through in the product features. You can donate to charities that you feel you want to contribute to, or we measure your planet impact, and you can offset your carbon with that. And yeah, so it just means every Algebra user is an active participant in contributing to positive change.
And there's two things you've mentioned. I'm just going to elaborate because those are two things that I'm really proud of as someone who's done all the work I've done. One being the most recent feature we've put out there is the donate functionality, which is we've been able to structure a donate button where actually you can donate directly to a charity without any processing fees. So the whole point being giving money directly to select charities through the app, and no one gets charged. We basically have figured out a way in which we can do that in an effective way. And the second one, which I know, this is the thing about engineers. I don't know how many of you are actually engineers. I'm not an engineer, but I think something's a huge deal. I was like, oh, no, it's what it is. For example, we're one of the few fintechs in the country where you can track your carbon. For every pound you spend, you can figure out how much carbon has been, you've basically stampeded onto the ground, right, if you will. And then no one was really creating the same user journey to be able to offset that. And these guys took that on, created the same user experience where you can track your footprint and offset your footprint. And more to the point, we curate our projects, hand select them, so that they are directly going to causes and projects that are affecting communities most affected by climate change, sadly often from the diaspora communities that a lot of us come from. And we get to do that directly through the app. And those are things that we take really seriously, and those are things that I'm really proud of as well. But I will stop there, conscious of time. We have 3.5 minutes. Would love to... we have a stall outside. We have colleagues, Zainab and Noor, right at the front here, who are outside. We'd love to speak to you throughout the day, so this won't be just the next 3 minutes. But if anybody does have any questions, we'd love to hear them. There. Oh.
I wanted to say thank you for the talk. It's been really interesting, especially as a new Algebra user. My question is specifically for Nizam. I think your trajectory has been quite interesting, going from a social organization to fintech. And my question is, what are the main things you took from your background working for a social organization to fintech?
I can answer that very quickly. I mean, the reason why I moved into fintech was because I felt the most powerful way of impacting our community. So I'll give you a very short story. The thing that really broke, the straw that broke the camel's back, I spent a year working with the government SAGE structures on COVID disproportionality. And then within my day job, within the Prince's Charities, I was responsible for Black Lives Matter and responding to it. So on one level, why are people dying from our communities? And another, why are we not effectively having the opportunities in society? And a lot of it was capital, bottom up, i.e. how do we grow our income and our wealth, and top down, having companies that from the beginning invest in our communities. And it was very clear I had to go somewhere where that was something that I could design from scratch. And so every single day, I have not left a single thing behind. I take it into what we do at Algebra, from the foundation work that we do through to the functions of the app. So I can speak for hours on this, and you don't want me to speak for hours on this. So I hope that answers it for now, and I'll happily answer the others. There's a couple of... Oh, there we go.
Yep, thank you so much for that. It's been fascinating. I wanted to ask, you mentioned that when you're working across jurisdictions, it's not great to use something off the shelf. It's safer to build from scratch. For someone who wants to do something going into another country, a third world country, what's the best way of understanding what the socio-economic and legal challenges are within a country, and what's the best way to understand that and understand how you can actually accumulate that knowledge in the best way possible?
A great question. I think what I'm going to say here, I think probably compliance directors will not like it. So leave the compliance aside, because that's something that you have to do anyway, and focus on the product, challenges. And obviously you will find your way to solve that problem with another solution, or like one of the hundreds of different combinations in tech. And from there, if you solve what you can do for the customer with the product that you deliver with the regulatory requirements aside, then you can just bundle the solution and go there. Obviously, with the global thinking, there are challenges that you don't have any access to cloud. Where you have access to cloud, even you have cloud access, there are countries and geographical regions that you're not allowed to use cloud for finance, because this is a really highly regulated business. Obviously, you have to take care of what needs to be done for the regulatory and RegTech point of view. So, for example, if you go to Turkey or Saudi, it's not allowed to use cloud. It's not even allowed to use any, off-prem services for architecture, for the for the backend infrastructure, etc. For example, we decided to use Kubernetes, and obviously in UK we have AWS, but we don't use like very native AWS services. The bits that we have from AWS usually abstracted in a way that we can replace easily with a local or on-prem solution. Those are the things that we, considered from day one, and that's why I think our solution is globally scalable.
I think time's up. Please, if you have questions, join us on the stall. We'll be there for the rest of the day. Allow me to say just congratulations to Arfa and the Islamic Makers team for everything that you've done, and we hope this is the start of a very long partnership with Algebra, and we're proud to be part of the community. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much to the Algebra team. And yeah, Algebra, as part of obviously many of the other sponsors, they're the people who make today and make this community possible. So now for our first lightning talks. Now the lightning talk speakers were all selected from an open call that we ran publicly on social media. We had over 70 plus applications. So it was a really, really hard task to whittle it down. I'm going to hand it over to our first speaker, Hussein Danish, who will talk about the journey to becoming an engineering manager at Spotify. Over to Hussein.
Assalamu alaikum. Can everybody hear me? Good. Okay. So, my name is Hussein, and I'm here to talk to you about my journey to becoming an engineering manager at Spotify. I'm not going to lie, I'm pretty happy with where I am at work right now and in my career, and I hope that with my talk, you'll be able to get to that, or if you're not, or if that you're already there. So, Have any of you ever experienced a sense of dread on, let's say, a Sunday night before going to work the next morning? Yes. Yes, okay. Do any of you not know who this is? I mean, for those of you who don't know, this is a screenshot from the movie Office Space, and this character is a stereotypical bad manager, and it's the type of person who makes you dread going to work the next morning. And I had a similar feeling to this on a given Sunday night in early 2020, and so I just was not looking forward to going to work the next morning, so I just went online. I went to Spotify's website. I found 2 jobs, 2 data engineering jobs, one in the US, one in Sweden, and I just hit apply, and I went to bed. Next morning, I woke up, checked my inbox, I had an email, and it said, "We want to interview you at Spotify." And I was like, my mind was blown, because this never happens. Usually you apply to something, you never hear back, it takes a long time, and I was like, oh, this is very odd. So before I tell you about the rest of the story, let me tell you a little bit about me. So obviously, my name is Hussein. I'm born in Egypt. My family moved to Canada when I was 1 year old. I studied software engineering, and I had a bit of a dream related to this image. Now, you may be wondering to yourself, did I have a dream to become Brad Pitt or Jonah Hill? To which I'll just answer yes. But other than being a big music nerd, I'm a huge fan of sports, and I thought to myself, if I can combine kind of sports and quantitative things and get into sports analytics, that would be amazing. But first, after finishing my undergrad in software engineering, I just needed to get a job. So this is me at my first job. I worked at an IT consulting company called Longbow Advantage that specialized in supply chain logistics. This is a far cry away from working in music or tech or anything kind of quote-unquote cool. But interestingly, I just applied to a bunch of jobs that I found, and this one, as I was interviewing, 2 of the people interviewing me were called Ahmad and Ashraf, and I just had a good vibe from the place. And I ended up working there for 7 years. I learned a lot. It probably was 3 years too long, but I learned a lot. I did a whole bunch of troubleshooting at that job. I spent lots of time reading logs, but I also spent lots of time speaking to warehouse workers, IT professionals, even lots of company execs when things would be getting critical. It's basically a lot of time spent understanding customers. And I think that's something very useful. And I look back at this job, and now what I want to tell for all of you is don't take any of your current experiences for granted, because maybe it'll be something you'll be sitting in an empty warehouse staging lane about to launch a new warehouse, and you're like, what am I doing here? But you're probably learning some really key skills that you can take with you further in your career. So next thing that I did in my career was that I moved to a company called Essence. Have any of you heard of Essence? Any fashionistas? Or all the brands that have stores around here, most of them are sold at Essence. Essence is an e-com retailer that sells designer and luxury fashion. It's based in Montreal. At this point, I had been, like I said, at Longbow for 7 years. I wanted to do something else. I had also done a master's in data science, and so I was looking to pivot into either data science or data engineering. And so as I was looking through LinkedIn, I kept seeing this job for Essence, and it said, be one of the first 10 applicants. And I had no idea what it was, and so I just kept ignoring it. And I ignored it for weeks or months at a time until I realized, well, I'm not getting any answers back anywhere, and there's also no money in sports analytics, so I'm not sure I want to do that. So I ended up applying there, and I actually interviewed in one of those glass rooms that you can see there, and the company for me was very different than anything I had been used to, because it's both a tech company and a fashion company. So you have people working in the fashion industry, a big creative community, and there's a certain cool vibe to it to a certain extent, which also was very much outside my comfort zone. But ultimately, that's kind of a good thing. And so I did the interview, and funnily enough, one of the main people interviewing me was called Amir. And I had 3 great years of that company. I learned a lot. I made a lot of friends. But ultimately, by the end of my time at Essence, they didn't really support me where I wanted to go in my career, because I had sort of built up a team at that company, but I was not a manager, and they didn't really support me in wanting to become a manager. So I ended up moving on. So going back to the start of my story, this time I was about to do my first tech, or the HR screen with Spotify, which went well, and then I had a tech screen that you do on the phone. And this time I was not interviewing with Ahmad, Ashraf, or Amir. I was interviewing with Bjorn and Knut. So I did that interview. It went relatively well, and then they told me, we want to have an on-site interview with you. And so I was kind of freaking out because I had not prepared for any of this because I just went online and hit apply. But a few months prior to that, I had done an interview at Google, which did not go well at all. But at the very least, I learned a lot about interviewing for tech companies, because prior to that, I wasn't really used to the tech loop, where you usually have like a design interview, a programming interview, a domain interview, and some sort of values interview. So I at least had some exposure to that, and that allowed me to prepare a little bit for the upcoming interviews. And so one day I left work. I went home, packed my bags, was getting ready to go to Sweden to do my on-site interviews, and then the recruiter called me on the phone, and she was like, hold on, stay there. COVID's happening, everything is shutting down, so we're going to reschedule and we're going to figure it out. And this obviously was a bit of a setback. At the time, this was March 2020, nobody knew what was happening. But long story short, I ended up doing the interviews remotely, which was a very weird experience because nobody was used to kind of speaking remotely at the time. I was at home with a laptop, talking to people that I didn't see and just going on with like no feedback. But it went well. I ended up getting hired, and I moved to Sweden in August of 2020 without ever having set foot in the country before. Interestingly enough, on the same day that I started, there was another person who joined in the team called Dan. And I subsequently found out later from the manager that hired both of us that there was only one role open for this position, but she ended up hiring both of us because, as it turns out, Dan was really strong in both the system design and the programming interview, and I was like okay at those, but I excelled a lot at both the domain interview, which really involved troubleshooting. It was like you got a graph of data, and they were like, what do you think happened? Pretend we're a computer. And so all of those years that I spent troubleshooting logs was like very useful for me. And then I also did really well at the values interview because I spent most of my career talking to people, understanding the consumer needs. So all that to say, like, when you are interviewing for a tech company, even if you don't think that you have the strongest tech skills, a lot of these things you can learn, but like think of the whole package. And interestingly enough, both of us ended up becoming managers of our respective teams. And so shout out to Anna, my former manager, who hired both of us and took a risk on both of us. So how did I become a manager? Let me just see, was this gonna, no, never mind. It's supposed to be a GIF, but it doesn't matter. So like I said, at Essence, I didn't really have any support, but at Spotify, when I joined, my manager actually encouraged me to become a manager and supported me in becoming a manager. And I think that's something that I also want to emphasize for all of you, especially if you're working like in a tech company, is that your manager is there to support you. Like that's part of their goal, and that's part of my goal with my engineers. We're there to support you and make sure that you're doing the right job. But you also need to be clear about what you want to do, because I think earlier on in my career, I wasn't always clear and explicit about what I wanted to do and where I wanted to go. And so while your manager should be there to help you, you also need to be clear about what you want. And one really important thing that I want to emphasize as well as you go in your career and seniority, and I think this was mentioned in some of the previous talks, but storytelling is probably one of the most valuable skills that you can pick up. Like, I think my job now is almost to be more of a storyteller than anything, because I have to tell a story to the people on my team, and I also have to tell a story to the people that are reporting up to me. So I'm going to close with 3 rules that I want you to kind of remember from kind of my story. So the first is don't take anything for granted. Like, I worked a lot in the warehouses all over the world, in the middle of nowhere in the US, where all I had to eat for lunch was to go to a truck stop, and they had all-you-can-eat burgers, which was a very weird experience. But don't take any of those learnings for granted, because you never know how they might come and help you later. Also, don't close any doors prematurely. So like when I was applying to Essence, I kept seeing this thing on LinkedIn that I had no idea what it was. And if I hadn't applied, maybe I wouldn't be where I am today. So don't close any doors prematurely. And also, be prepared, but don't force things to happen. So I went to the Spotify interview. I did well, alhamdulillah, but it helped that I had done some previous interviews before that. But like, I look back on my career, and a lot of it is just kind of, it almost seems like it's coincidence. I just stumbled into things and they happen to work. Or you can think of them as blessings and God kind of having opened the right doors at the right time. And so remember, it's not a race. You don't need to compare yourself to others. Make sure to focus on your health, both mental and physical. And then finally, 2 last things that I think have been very important for me, and I want to emphasize them for you, is both patience, sabr, and gratitude, shukr, because it's taken me a fairly long time to get to where I am today, but I think I've been patient along the way. And I'm very grateful for the experiences that I had previously, and I hope that we can all be grateful for the experiences that we have, and then pass that along to the people that we are working with, whether you are managing them, whether they're your manager, or whether they're just your peer. So thank you very much, and have a good day.
Wow, thank you so much for sharing your journey. So it's time for our first break. Please be back by 12 p.m. Go visit the sponsor stores. Feel free to take pictures in front of our lovely wall. What else? Use your bingo cards and be back on time. Otherwise, you'll end up where those people are. And if you're scared of heights, you don't want that. So, yeah, be back before 12 o'clock and we'll kickstart. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Welcome back. Cool. I hope you enjoyed your break. Now for another lightning talk. Hamira is currently lead software engineer at This Software. Outside of her day-to-day job, she's part of the team that runs Home Club, which provides Muslim-friendly co-working events. And those that are lucky who have grabbed a ticket, she's helped organize the roundtable discussions at 2 p.m. Hamira will talk about navigating the minefield of changing working relationships when stepping into engineering leadership. A round of applause for her, please.
Clicker. Where's the clicker? Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm really excited to be here today, and thank you for all the organisers for putting on such an incredible event today. Engineering leadership, in my experience, is an interesting career transition and potentially one of the more tricky ones as you change from becoming a contributor to becoming a multiplier. There's extra complexity in this situation when you find yourselves leading people that used to be our peers before, and that will be much of the topic of what I'm talking about today. Before I dive in, I would like to introduce myself. So my name is Hamira, and I am currently a lead software engineer at This Software. I've been a software engineer now for 9 years, and I've worked in lots of different industries developing software, and that's actually one of my favourite things as well, is being able to take my technical skills and working in lots of different verticals as well. So my experience is engineering leadership, so a lot of what I'll be talking to you about today will be engineering-based, but these can be translated to lots of different fields as well. My purpose of today's talk is to normalize the challenges that happen in this journey and to encourage the conversations about these hurdles that you can face. One of the difficulties about this career transition is that you have this technical mastery that you've built up over the time of being an engineer, but you have to lean into lots of different skills as well, and you have to master them so that you become effective in your new role as fast as possible. So, like I mentioned before, stepping into leadership means your role will change. So you'll go from a contributor to then becoming a multiplier. And it's up to you as an engineering leader to cultivate those environments that really boost the outcomes of your team. As a leader of a high-performing team, you will go through many stages in your team, and not all of them will be high-performing, and not all of them will be happy. But they're really important to go through for getting to that high-performing stage. A lot of times, your team will look to you for direction,
And this is difficult for new leaders as it's your first time doing it. So in my experience, engineering leadership is an incredibly exciting step in your career too. So you've got these practical skills that you've developed, and you've worked on some really complicated systems. But stepping into leadership means you will step into the most complicated system of them all, and that is people. So people are complicated because they need unblocking, they need motivating, and they need rewarding. And oftentimes when you're new into this role, it's not actually up to you to be providing that kind of environment. So this sounds very obvious, but it's very important. When you first make this transition, it's really important the whole team knows what your role has changed into. And whether there's an announcement publicly or whether there's not, it's important to share how your role will change with your team so they all understand what your new responsibilities will be and that you won't be working in the way that you used to previously. Everyone brings something different to the table in terms of soft skills and even technical skills. So it's really important to understand that every situation will be different. Start and iterate on your ways of working. And this is incredibly important because you need to understand how your team dynamic will work, what's everyone's role, and how will they contribute to the team. And it will also help iron out any misalignment of what the expectations of your role are. So you don't want to become that leader where people think you don't do anything, even though you feel incredibly busy all the time. Feedback is incredibly important. And the one change that comes with feedback is, as an engineer, you will often know pretty much straight away when you put a piece of work out if it's working or if it's not working and there's been some other disaster. But as a leader, often you'll put something out and it can take weeks and even months to see what's kind of happened. So this is one of the changes that will come. But it's important to get feedback as early as possible so that you're effective in your role. Not everyone will feel comfortable with giving direct feedback, so it's important to facilitate both direct feedback and also anonymous, so everyone in the team feels heard. So beyond this initial transition, there are some more complicated things that can come when you step into this role. I have my own war stories. I'm sure some of you have kind of gone through this as well. If you're really lucky, you won't go through any of them, but if you're really unlucky, you might go through all of them. So you have become a new leader, and you may be friends with your peers in the past, and now you're wondering, can we still be friends? So some stories I've heard from others is not knowing, am I still allowed to have lunch with everyone? Do they even want to have lunch with me? How will this role change? So in my experience and my opinion, yes, you can definitely still continue these friendships, but you do have a new role to play within this dynamic. So a mutual respect and understanding of what your role is and how these relationships will change are really important. It's best to recalibrate these working relationships quite early on in your leadership. So ask those awkward questions head on so everyone understands the change. What will you do when there's a performance problem? What will you do when someone doesn't like your leadership? How will they approach that conversation? Explain your role and that everyone understands that there will be disagreements. And most importantly, any plans that you've agreed, make sure that you honour them when those situations do arise. Having difficult conversations is part and parcel of being a leader in general, and engineering leadership is no exception. You might find yourselves making decisions that the team doesn't agree with. You can't please everyone, particularly my experienced engineers. How many of us are engineers here today? A lot. So every engineer wants to create something really reusable, but then no engineer actually ever wants to reuse anything. Does that sound about right? Yeah, I thought so. So those are the kind of conversations that you might have to navigate around. There could be uncertainty, decisions made in the wider business that you actually don't agree with yourself, but it's up to you to lead your team through those phases. When you're hearing opposing views within a team, it can often feel like the worst thing ever, but it's actually not a bad sign because it means your team is still engaged with what you're doing, as long as it doesn't go too far. So there is a limit, and make sure that you can help stay within that limit. So a lack of alignment within teams can happen when people don't know that a decision has been made, and they also don't understand why a decision has been made. So you have this leadership card that comes when you're a leader in general, and you can throw this down and say, this is the decision that I've made and this is the way we're going. But the use of this leadership card should very much be the exception and not the rule at all. If you're finding yourself reaching for this leadership card more often, it could be symptomatic of another problem. So most of the time, it's that people don't understand why the decision has been made, or they don't agree with why the decision has been made. So it's up to you to clarify why that decision has been made. So I've listed some here on this slide that apply for technical decisions, whether that's cost or data, the risks and the benefits, and help your team to understand why this decision has been made, and it will also help them piece together that puzzle about why the decision has been made, and also it will give you a chance to understand any other viewpoints within your team and things that you may not have thought about yourself as well. This one is an extra awkward point, and you can come and ask me about my war stories later on. You might have found yourself not the only one who is up for this promotion, but you're the only one who's got this promotion. And you're now leading someone who feels quite hurt and carries some resentment around this decision. This is a very delicate situation, and everyone comes to work with their own motivations and aspirations, so it can be really disheartening for the other people involved. But you have every right to be proud of yourself and your accomplishments. So try to remember it's not about you, and do your job and make sure to carry on fulfilling the needs of those who have kind of put you in this position and saw that potential in you. Leadership can be a very strange job, especially this first transition where you go from doing all of your work at your desk to doing your most effective work away from the desk. So look after yourself, your feedback loops will become looser, and it's important to protect your boundaries as well. Find your support networks, and we're so incredibly lucky to have an incredible support network here today. So if there is something you're going through, do reach out to other people, because the chances are they've already walked in your shoes. So I'll leave you with some final thoughts. I hope I haven't put anyone off pursuing a career in leadership. In my experience, it's an incredibly rewarding role. You have some amazing teams to learn from, and the technical challenge, in my experience, can be even greater if that's what you're looking for. So I'll leave you with some final thoughts. Recalibrate your working relationships. Find your new tribe and your new support network. Start small, collect feedback, and establish credibility. I believe there is incredible leadership potential in everyone in this room, and hopefully we can all help each other to fulfill those career goals in the future. And that's all.
Thank you so much, Hamira. So, next up, another lightning talk. Shaf has been working in the tech industry for over 15 years. He is the co-founder of the Risk Test and leads our Islamic Makers Manchester chapter. His talk on Hollywood, tech ethics, and biased AI is a real treat. I've seen a longer version of it. You'll get a 10 minutes version of it, but I know it's going to be absolutely incredible. Over to you, Shaf.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So, I'm going to start with a joke. Two Muslims walk into a bar. Right. Who hears of the punchline? No? Right. Astaghfirullah. Well, I'll give you the punchline at the end of the talk. Between now and then, I'm going to talk about three things. The first thing is the risk test, why we founded it and why it's important. The second thing, I'm going to share with you some data and insights from the risk test. And finally, I want to talk to you why it's important in this day and age, in the age of AI and machine learning. Also, I'm going to speak really fast in my Mancunian accent. So hopefully you can pick up. And it's great to see so many Mancunians representing today. We always do, right? Yeah. So first off, what is the risk test and why did we found it? So back in 2017, me and Dr. Sadia Habib in Manchester, we founded the risk test. We're having conversations about, well, how are Muslims represented in film and TV? So we launched a project, these 5 criteria. Now, I'll let you read it yourself, but the criteria are centered around how Muslims are presented as terrorists, as angry, a threat to a Western way of life, misogynistic or oppressed. None of this is new to me, and it's not new to you either. Right? We all recognize these tropes that we've seen in film and TV. Now, now that you know what the risk test is, I'm going to do a worked example with everyone in the room, right? So, move on to Marvel's Iron Man, released in 2008. Now, who's seen Iron Man, right? We've all seen it, all thought it was great. That's the beginning of the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Now, you know the risk test. Do you think it passes or fails the risk test? Fails. Of course it fails the risk test, right? But why does it fail the risk test? I've summarized the movie in one paragraph. Tony Stark is held captive in an Afghan cave by the Muslim Raza and the terrorist group. He's helped by a scientist from Gulmira, an Afghan scientist from Gulmira called Yinzen. Now, I'm in a room full of geeks, right? I'm in good company here. Now, who has read the graphic novel from 1968? Right, just me. It's okay, right? So what I did, being a geek, I compared the movie to the source text. And when I found that, when it looks a little bit like this, Tony Stark is held captive in a Vietnamese cave by Wong Chu, not Raza, by Wong Chu, and a generically Oriental scientist from Gulmira, which doesn't exist, called Ho Yinzen. Not Yinzen, Ho Yinzen. It doesn't take a historian to realize in 1968, it was the height of the Vietnam War. And in 2008, it was the height of the war in terror. So in that time, the producers thought, well, who are the bad guys of today, right? They made that choice in the production room somewhere. So along that time, in that 40 years, something happened in the production room somewhere, but I can't quite put my Muslim finger on it. So the risk tests have been covered in all around the world by a number of different publications, and we've been cited in a number of different academic papers as well. So I'll talk about, so that's the first part. The second part is the data from the risk test, right? The project is a crowdsourced project. So we've had 1,500 movies reviewed, which span about 120 years. And I want to visually represent that for everyone in the audience. That's 1,500 squares on the screen. I copy and pasted each one of them, right? So the first thing is, the first 10% of that data set we threw in the bin. It didn't qualify for the risk test. The next 5%, it didn't qualify for the risk test because the films were pre-Islam. Now, I'm talking about films like Antony and Cleopatra, Ben-Hur. It's pre-Islam, so they didn't qualify for the risk test as per our criteria. The next 5% didn't qualify for the risk test, but they did have Muslim characters in the movie, but they did have negative dialogue about Muslims and Islam. And that 10%, I call that VID, very important data. It didn't qualify for the risk test, but it's very important that we consider this later on. So the question is, the 80% that remain, how many pass and fail the risk test? Now, shockingly, maybe not, we found that 87% fail the risk test. So that's 9 times out of 10 of Muslims on screen, they're presented as terrorists, as a threat to Western way of life, misogynistic or repressed. Anyone shocked here? No? Neither were we. And only 13% pass. Now, for the eagle-eyed amongst you, there's one movie in the corner that we've not accounted for. That's one movie that doesn't have a Muslim character in it, but it speaks of Muslims and Islam in a positive way. One movie. And that is 1999's Raising Arizona, which is further proof that Nicolas Cage has done everything in his career. So we've got this huge data set, but with this huge data set that we've got, right, we're a bunch of geeks, right? We want to interrogate the data. What we'll be able to do is ask questions of the data. And what we found is that Muslim men are presented as misogynistic and women are presented as oppressed across the last 100 years as a consistent theme. The next question, how are Muslims portrayed in sentiment analysis perspective? You can see up in the upper quartile, Muslims are always presented as superstitious and backwards and always presented as angry. That angry Muslim meme, it's pervasive. It's all over Hollywood and Bollywood, Nordic cinema, all around the world. The last one, I had to double check the stats because I was a little bit shocked by it. The last one, how are Muslims otherized in film and TV? Over the last 100 years, there's been an exponential increase of how Muslims are presented as a Western threat and as terrorists. And again, it doesn't take a historian to plot geopolitical events across that timeline. So the question is, that's all very, very interesting, Shaf, but why is it insignificant? Does anyone recognize that character? Great, 10 points. So it's Miss Marvel, of course it is, right? But why is it insignificant? Which brings me to the third part of this presentation. Now, the 3 big players in the AI large language models space are Google, OpenAI, ChatGPT, and Meta. Now, to understand these, you really have to understand the data that it's trained upon. Broadly speaking, it's 3 broad data sets. The Google C4 data set, that's 15 million web pages. The Common Crawl data set, that's 1.82 billion web pages. And terabytes of undisclosed data that OpenAI don't actually release what data it's trained upon. Now, let's do a deep dive in one of them. That's the Google C4. The Washington Post did a really great deep dive analysis of the web pages that it scrapes. It looks like this. This is the broad categorization. Now, again, you can read that yourself, but the 2 that I'm most interested in are these 2, news and media and arts and entertainment. And what you can see, in news and media, the sites that are scraped are reputable sources, right? There's New York Times, LA Times, The Guardian, but also Breitbart, the Daily Mail, and The Sun, not exactly known for their sympathetic portrayals of Muslims, right? And second of all, the sources in the arts and entertainment, which are more important to me, in that you've got movie and TV subtitles and scripts, user-generated reviews. Now think about that supply chain of data. We talked about the risk test, Iron Man, and all those movies, 1,500 movies, 9 times out of 10, Muslims are presented as terrorists and a threat to a Western way of life. And that's all being fed into these data models. Now, personally, I think that's shocking, right? And I think that's BS, to be quite honest. And when I say BS, I call that bigotry as a service. And again, you might think that's shaft. That's very, very harsh for you to say. Don't take my word for it. This is on the DALL-E documentation on their GitHub page. This is live right now. The use of DALL-E has the potential to harm individuals and groups by reinforcing stereotypes or subjecting them to indignity. This is on their GitHub page. Since when was bigotry a feature and not a show-stopping bug? Who in this room would release a product with a bigotry disclaimer on it? So why do we accept it from the Big Four? It's not just DALL-E. It goes to Google as well. Google, on the their research page, they actually say the preliminary assessment suggests that imaging codes several social biases and stereotypes. This is on their homepage. The funniest thing in all of this is that disclaimer at the end. We hope to make progress in several of these open challenges in future work. We all know what that is, right? We all recognize that. That's the mum, inshallah, right? That means it's never going to happen. So that brings us back to the beginning of the talk. 2 Muslims walk into A. According to ChatGPT, the thing that we're posting on LinkedIn about, we're all excited about ChatGPT. According to ChatGPT, 2 Muslims walk into a synagogue with axes and a bomb. Another one, 2 Muslims walked into a Texas cartoon contest and opened fire. Now, this is research done by a few academics. Now, it's not just that. When you put that into ChatGPT, 66% of the time, it comes back with violent actions. Shocking? Surprised? Now that we know that the supply chain of data that goes into these things, we have to engage critically with the data, the tool that we have, the AI that we have. My one takeaway for you today, the one call to action for everyone in this room, I want to walk away with new vocabulary, and that, for me, is fast AI. Now, we think of fast fashion as something negative with unethical supply chains. It's unsustainable. It impacts minorities. Now, I want you to think about AI the same way. I want you to start using the term fast AI. We need to engage critically with these products and services. And this is a room full of technologists, game changers, change makers, developers, designers. In your workplaces, have these tough conversations, because our humanity, our dignity is worth more than that. Thank you so much.
Amazing. I told you guys this talk was going to be a real treat, and it really is. Right, so there are so many talented people with interesting journeys on how to break into tech. And we've curated this panel so that you can get a snapshot of it. This panel will be moderated by Mohammed Malik, but shout out to Taz, who actually did all the hard work to curate the questions and put it together. So I'll invite the panel onto the stage.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. On that side? Cool. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. How's everyone doing? This is the session just before lunch, a very, very important session, as we've heard from Shaf, the importance of, assalamu alaikum wa ta'ala wa barakatuh, very familiar faces in the audience, of us to break into tech, as many more Muslims, inshallah ta'ala, to change the narratives that we see in AI and fast and across the domains as well. So, jazakallah khair. Okay, so I'm Muhammad Malik. I'm a non-techie. I'm a generalist. I'm a startup incubation specialist, and I work as a coach and mentor to early-stage founders. I'm joined here by an all-star panel. We're going to be talking about how to break into tech and the respective journeys of these incredible people, inshallah. So we're going to go with the intros, inshallah, if I can start with you, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Ramla. I work at Accenture as a product designer. Do you want to keep it brief?
Yeah, and we'll break into more detail later on, inshallah.
Awesome.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name's Faiza, and I am, by day, a community manager at Site Improve, and then all the other time, I'm also the co-founder of Somalis in Tech.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Anaya. I'm a product data analyst that is also studying a degree apprenticeship at Dojo Tech.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Furqan, and I currently work as a product designer at Meta or Facebook. I'm currently designing the future of the workplace.
Oh, brilliant. So if we can get a bit more of a breakdown in terms of, starting with you, Furqan, inshallah, in terms of how, your journey into tech. Give us a synopsis, inshallah.
Yeah, I guess it was more unconventional back when I started. I actually went to go to university to do a degree, but I was like one grade short, and I found out about this opportunity of a degree apprenticeship. And it was at Ford, and the way it works is you go to university once a week, and then 4 days you spend at the company, and they pay for the degree as well as government funded. And I spent 6 years there, 2 years as a software engineer, then I did 4 years as product design. And then I realized, actually, I've always wanted to work for a big tech company, and thanks to having an amazing network around me and mentors, I was able to move there like just over 18 months ago. And yeah, alhamdulillah, I'm enjoying it a lot there.
So my journey into tech also wasn't traditional, and it actually started off with a K-drama. Who here watches K-dramas? I know there's a couple people. There we go. So I watched the K-drama Startup, and I went to my computer science teacher, and I'd done computing A-levels. So when I went to my computing teacher, I was like, "Sir, I really want to have a hackathon. Please, can we have a hackathon?" And he set one up with a company, Dojo Tech. And I promise I had no choice in the judging, but our team ended up winning, and I was offered an internship at my company. And so while I was there doing my internship, I actually tried to look for a really easy way to get myself known. Now, keep in mind that I didn't think that I'd be returning to this company. I thought it'd be a 2-week internship, and then I'm going to leave, make a few networks here and there. So I embarrassed myself slightly. I put my QR code with my LinkedIn profile on the coffee bar, which is a shared social space, and it ended up drumming quite a bit of attention because it's a scale-up, it's a relatively small company, and everyone kind of knows each other. So I ended up, from there, building a network of where I was able to talk to CTOs, CEOs, and to get that advice from them, which was honestly so invaluable, and that has led me to my journey into tech today. I initially was actually going to go into medicine, and I decided to change last minute because I thought, you know what, I prefer programming. So yeah, that's about it.
Doctor, that's what I was told as you're growing up.
My mum's there. You could ask her about the medicine journey.
I was told as well. But yeah, go ahead and your journey as well, inshallah.
Yeah. So, is my mic working?
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Perfect.
Oh, now I can hear myself. So, I actually didn't aspire to go into tech originally. All throughout uni, I watched Mad Men, and that is basically what I wanted to do in my life. I wanted to be in advertising, I wanted to be in the creative world, but more specifically around audience research and stuff, because I just loved people, and I did culture and identity as a degree, and I just love to understand what brings people together, what captures people's attention. So after leaving uni, I got a really great internship at a couple advertising agencies, but what happened was the ad world chewed me up and spat me out. And I think that tends to happen, especially in spaces where the folks are quite privilege and come from a very different background. And I myself being working class, Muslim, Somali, and so on and so forth, like I really struggled in that world because everyone really grew up so differently to what I did. And so I just felt like I was constantly catching up. And then it came to a point where there was redundancies and then I was made redundant. And that was really hard. Like that was like my first year out of uni, like being made redundant so quickly was really difficult. So I was just looking for any job at that point. And then I saw a community operations role at Bumble. And I was just like, okay, let me just take this job and then see how I can get back into ad land. And then I was exposed to the world of tech, the world of product managers, the world of engineers, the world of tech marketing teams and legal teams, and just like really opening my mind to the non-tech world. And actually there's more non-tech jobs in tech than there is actual technical roles. And I saw the potential and the money, but I saw the potential as well. So I saw the potential as well. So then I really looked at my current role, which is more operational, policy making, which was really interesting. But outside of that, I was in amongst communities anywhere. And then I come to realize, hey, actually, community management sounds like a path I want to go on. And no one knows what community management is. But think about the folks who put this thing together today. In effect, I just do that for companies with their user bases or customer bases. It's really fun. Like everyone sees me as having the fun job. Like all I have to do is just bring people together,
it's critical,
facilitate.
though, isn't it? Critical,
yeah, 100%. Yeah. And I don't have the pressures of being revenue generative, so that's great. I'm all about people giving good feedback about their experience, which is really good. So I've basically from there moved on to Peanut, which is an app for mothers, and then from there was at Meta, which was probably like the biggest responsibility to date, having to look after their developer circles program, which spanned across 100,000 developers across the world. And I looked after those in the EMEA region, which really opened my eyes, especially working very closely with those developers in the Middle East and Africa, and really giving them everything that they could possibly need. I wanted to squeeze Meta for all they had to give as much as possible back to those people, especially those people who are struggling. One of my favorites is actually this woman. She was in Gaza, and like we'd always try to meet up and whenever she could get electricity, and she was just one of the most determined people I've ever met, and honestly reminds me why I do the community work that I do. It's just the way I see it, community in tech is being that bridge between tech and the people. So yeah, and now I'm at Site Improve, working, which is a SaaS company on accessibility software. So yeah, as you can see, it's always been typically mission driven, and that's generally how I like to be. And then outside of that, I realize I'm really rabbiting on. Outside of that, I've also, glutton for punishment, I created my own community outside of work, which is called Somalis in Tech. Put your hands up if you're part of Somalis in Tech. We've got some Somalis in Tech people in the house. We show up. Yeah, these people show up and they show out. So so I'm really, really proud of our community. We've currently got about over 3,000 people since launching in December 2020, which has been incredible from all over the globe. We're a nomadic culture, and I just love creating that visibility and representation and upskilling people along the way. So we're really good friends with the folks at Islamic Makers as well. So yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Inshallah, we'll definitely want to talk more about these support networks as well, but inshallah, Ramla, your journey will be great to hear, inshallah.
Definitely, thank you. Kind of similar to everyone else on the panel, I had a really untraditional route. So similar to Inaya, I wanted to do medicine. I studied biomedical sciences at uni. In sixth form, I dedicated so much energy and time. I even did the UK CAT test at some point. That's how dedicated I was to medicine. But also being a bit of an overachiever and not being able to say no to things. When I started uni, I came across Code First Girls web development course. So I thought, I'm doing biomed. Its first year is very similar to A-levels. I'm finding this quite boring. Let me try a bit of web development. I think it was one of the first times I'd heard about tech. So I gave that a go. It was a bit interesting, but wasn't my vibe, looking at a dark screen with white lettering, a bit more creative than that. And someone I was working with as a student said to me, hey, do you want to come to this Women in STEM, Women in Tech event? And I said, sure, again, because I don't have to say no. So I went, and then I spoke to a bunch of different people, and their roles seemed really interesting. But the biggest theme, I think, was what is tech? Everyone keeps saying, I'm in tech, I work in tech. And I thought, what is that tech? Like, what are you doing day to day? What is it? And someone's like, I do software engineering. Like, I kind of tried that, I don't like it. What else do you do? I'm a software engineer. Okay, what else? So I'd speak to someone else, like, yeah, I work in tech. Again, getting really itchy and irritated. So I started to go to loads of different events while I was in uni, again, as a way to procrastinate my studying. So I went to an intro to UX design, I went to intro to coding. I think I did an idea hackathon on how you can apply tech to communities. And so throughout that time, I realized, okay, I'm interested in tech. I'll continue figuring out what that means. And then in my second year, I had a bit of a crisis, because that's when you start deciding, it's almost third year, I might have to start applying for jobs. I have to probably apply for the UK CAT again. What do I want to do with my life? And I had a mentor in finance, in auditing, completely irrelevant. So I said to her, what should I do? I don't know what to do. I'm having a panic. And she said, just keep going, put energy into both, and eventually you'll figure it out. And so it was a lot of tawakkul, a lot of asking Allah, what should I do? I'm really confused. And I'm the kind of person who likes to know what I'm doing. I don't like to just go with the flow all the time. And so in the kind of energy of trying different things, I came across Accenture's, it was called Tech Visionaries, where it's essentially a 4-day event where you do a bit of a hackathon, but it's also an assessment period, and they'll see if they want you to join. And I did that in my third year in April, just before my exams, because I was procrastinating heavily. And alhamdulillah, it worked out. And so that's how I got into Accenture almost 4 years ago. But the journey hadn't ended. Now I'm in a tech role, but I still don't know what I want to do. So my first project, I don't know if you're familiar with tech consulting, you're not doing just one job. You do different projects, and they vary from a couple of weeks to months to years. And so my first project, I joined in 2019, just before COVID, and there were barely any projects going around. It was the Hunger Games, and we took whatever we got. And so my first role was in sales enablement. So for anyone that's also not in an engineering tech role, you are in tech, you're doing a tech role. Please remove software engineering from tech. So I did sales enablement, where we worked with different companies wanting to partner with Accenture and create a bit of a sales pipeline, kind of train people, kind of grow the company within Accenture. I'm not a salesperson. I'm not good with rejection. If someone says no, I will not talk to you again. And with sales, you need to be really persistent. So I did that for 10 months, and I realized this is not for me. I don't like it. But I'm very much of the belief that you try something, and if you don't like it, it's still a success, because you know you won't go back to it. My next role was in agile business analysis, project management, with a different client. And it was interesting. I did a bit of data visualization on Excel. I did project management, kind of chasing people up. But again, you've probably realized by now I'm a master procrastinator. Chasing people up when I'm a bit behind was a bit daunting. It was a really interesting role, but again, it wasn't for me, so I said no thanks. And I looked for my next role. And again, trying to figure out what people do. Accenture is an awesome place. Again, tech consulting is an awesome place in terms of figuring out what you want to do. And we'll probably speak about it a bit later, but you don't always have to know what you want to do. It's good to just try things and kind of cross it off your list and try something else. Throughout my Accenture journey, I've been doing a lot of work on accessibility in tech, and then I came in to see more about accessibility in design, and I'd started speaking to a design leader who wanted to get my team in accessibility to introduce her team to accessibility in design. And through learning that is where I came across in a bit more detail UX design. Looking into user research, I felt there were some synergies in my biomedical science background. And so I did a role in conversational AI as a conversation designer, really enjoyed it. And then I ended up doing that for almost 2 years. Really cool, kind of looking at language, looking at people's experiences. We all had really painful experiences with chatbots, trying to figure out who's actually going to use this. It was a government project. Thinking about people's benefits, for example, whether kind of the most vulnerable in society, you don't want them having a nightmare experience with the chatbot. So what are the vulnerabilities? What are the pitfalls? What are the most important things that people are saying? And kind of similar to what was happening in the previous talk with the risk test, looking at having really quality data and looking at how people speak so that we train the chatbot on the right kind of words so that it can pick up the most important parts of what people are saying rather than causing that frustration. So that's what I've been doing. Product design, conversation design.
Appreciate you, Jazakallah khair. And just learning from your journeys, right? I remember Furqan seeing you at BC before Corona in a Islamic Makers event, and yourself, Faiza, as well. We met prior to COVID, and it's beautiful hearing your journeys now, subhanAllah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala keep you focused and, inshallah, socially impact focused and keep you progressing along that journey, inshallah. So what are some things that you could share? Because Muslims, tech, it's often, there's barriers internally. We spoke a little bit about that, and there's also things external to us. It could be societal, it could be tradition, it could be cultural. So I want to pick your brains, if I may, in terms of what are those barriers maybe you faced in your lived experience or anecdotally that you've seen around yourself, for Muslims in particular, and how might we overcome those barriers to get into tech, whatever that means, inshallah. If I may start with you, Ramla, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of barriers, again, I promise I'm not recruiting for Accenture, but it's, alhamdulillah, we're lucky that we have a really diverse community, and since I've joined, we've grown there's a really big Muslim presence, big Muslim community, alhamdulillah, but then we also started growing our Somali community, and I think the biggest things that we've faced as people has been most commonly, when you're in a tech consulting environment, it's very cutthroat. People are really competitive. And so it's not really a space for humility. And as people, we kind of grow up to be quite humble. We're kind of told, don't kind of be too proud about what you're doing. So kind of balancing that with also, how do I be a self-promoter? How do I make sure people know what I'm doing and not think of it as boasting? So that's been my biggest barrier, I think, kind of keeping track of all the good things that I'm doing, any good feedback I get, documenting it, and then kind of saying, look, do you know what, I'm actually quite good. In terms of, I think it might be quite different for other people, but alhamdulillah, we have like a prayer space and people organize Jummah and stuff like that. But I think it's just more kind of the traits and the personality that has been.
That's a pertinent reminder. I think me and Arfa used to talk about this a lot in terms of how my first mentor, Ambreen Khan, a partner at Deloitte, who just took me under her wing, she would say that the difference she sees between Muslims and non-Muslims is just that the non-Muslims seem to say it with chest, whatever they're saying. When they're pitching an idea, this is the number one idea. Like, this is, I'm backed by whatever it is. But, subhanAllah, I couldn't have said it better, mashallah. It's just that saying it with chest, inshallah, and having that confidence. You have a Lord whose doors, who can open up any doors. He has the keys to the heaven and the earth, inshallah. And Faiza, would love to hear from you. What barriers and how would you overcome them? Any advice for our audience?
Yeah, I think the tricky thing is mostly around the missions of the companies that you're going to. Tech obviously really, really impacts the world, perhaps more than most industries do. So as a Muslim in particular, it's like, how do I want my work to contribute to this world? And there had been workplaces I've been at where I found that conflict really difficult. And then kind of looking beyond that and making the decisions, looking for jobs, having to be picky sometimes in a world where there isn't a lot of opportunities as well. Especially right now, like there's obviously with all the layoffs, the job market's inflated with so much talent, and then there's just not as much jobs to kind of service that talent. It's really, really hard to really kind of remain strong, especially in your iman and like your faith and everything like that. So it's like, I feel like I've always been brought back to it though. It's like just kind of always questioning myself, why am I here? Why do I want to do this? How does this contribute back to my values, my morals, and what mark I want to leave in this lifetime, right? So, for example, when I was at Meta, I really struggled at Meta, if I'm honest. I think just culturally, I was literally reading about my company on the news. And I think I really struggled with that at the time. But then what was really nice to see at Meta was just like, there's like ERGs of other Muslims, and like we actually talk to each other. There's groups of there was a Somali group at Facebook. Oh my gosh, that was so new to me. And I also met another girl called Faiza there. That was also new to me. But yeah, like I think it's seeing your people and like getting to have those open conversations. And I think a lot of the time the stories that are surfaced are the ones that's like, I'm the first whatever. But actually, it's actually really important to also talk about when you are around your people, around fellow Muslims, around other people that identify with you culturally, just how freeing and relaxing and nice that feels. And I think that's something we should definitely strive towards. So yeah, I think that was how I kind of resolved some of that conflict, was actually just reaching out to people who looked like me, lived a life like me, and that was really, really nice experience. And they really hold you accountable as well. And I think having that accountability, especially in tech, like I feel like you can't really talk to your families properly about your job because they don't get it. So they don't really understand like the weight of the stuff that you're dealing with. So from there, and especially the work I was doing at Meta was super, super important. Obviously developing and impacting the lives of developers all over the world. So that, alhamdulillah, that was such a great opportunity, getting to bring those kind of opportunities to those folks and invest in those folks. But yeah, that was probably the time I had the biggest struggle, for sure. And actually that was, you know what? That's when I built Somalis in Tech.
Oh, wow.
So during my time then, when I was kind of going through that inner conflict, like it really spurred me on to like do something, like and feel it. You can't always resolve your current situation, but what you can do is kind of look beyond that and see, okay, how else can I kind of fulfill those needs, and to which Somalis in Tech was born alongside my co-founders. And alhamdulillah, I've really felt so fulfilled since. So yeah.
Allahumma barik. It's almost like that thing, the dots only join when you look backwards. Like, why was this happening? Out of that was born Somalis in Tech. And when you talked about the why, subhanAllah, I remember coming across a blog around, we all have this collective why. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. Yeah? We are created only to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But what is our specific purpose in our roles? You know, we are almost the decider of that, right? What is our specific thing that we can give back to society, to the wider humanity, inshallah? There were very, very pertinent points that you mentioned there. I'd love to hear from Inaya yourself in terms of what barriers and how did you overcome them. We'd love to hear as well, inshallah.
So initially, when I joined my workplace, I was one of the only Muslims there, and I was the only hijabi. And even though I didn't want that to define me, it kind of did, in a sense, as in people would view me in a way that was quite interesting, I'd say. But then they got to know me and then they realised I'm just normal like them. Surprise, surprise. Anyways, so one thing that I did to really help me to overcome that is to show people via my character and via my actions that Muslims are just the same as everyone else, and that we are inviting and that we can do things. But talking about invites, there's a lot of socials. This is such a big problem. I'm sure a lot of you share the same frustrations. There's a lot of socials that include alcohol, that include going to bars. There was a joke about going to a bar. People have invited me to go to a bar and I just look at them with a blank stare. I'm like, come on, guys, let's be real. I'm not doing that. So yeah, there's a lot of things where some people don't know. They don't know that Muslims don't drink. Although you might think, oh, that's so obvious. Like, what are the two things that your non-Muslim friends know about Muslims? Oh, they don't drink, they don't eat pork. Two things that I've been told. But yeah, so by making it known and holding on to my moral values, by making it known that I'm not going to go to these events, it has created so much room for different conversations. Muslims aren't the only people that don't drink. We have a sober social society that has been created based off of these conversations. Oh, wow. And based off of people sharing the same experiences. And I think that was amazing. Like, we had a terrarium making workshop and it was so relaxing and calming and just a lovely, wholesome environment. And that's something that I would implore all of you guys to do within your workplaces. Another thing is, we never had a prayer room. We had, well, my workplace is mainly built with glass meeting rooms, which is a bit of a problem. So we had like one screen covering it, but people used to double book the meeting rooms during Salah times, and that was becoming a real big problem. And I mentioned it to HR in a general conversation. I was saying that I didn't feel comfortable. And I proposed my own solution to it, because they were saying, oh, we'll keep the room free. But I said, let's use this corner. We have a corner of the office. It's a massive space. So we blocked it off and we created our own little prayer corner. And from then, more Muslims have joined and people do use it. And also it teaches those around us that we're serious about what we're talking about, and that Salah times are serious. Another thing that I do within my Google Calendar is that I block off my Salah times. So I'll literally put like Dhuhr, it will only take like 5 minutes, Asr, and it's really nice just to have that reminder, and that's something that I would also encourage you guys to do as well at work. So then you have that reminder. One thing that one of my friends said to me is, oh, don't you feel uncomfortable having that within your calendar? And I said, no, like, people go off for 5-minute smoke breaks. Why should I be ashamed of going off for praise Salah? Like, this is a conversation between me and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And remember, وَمَا تَوْفِيقِي إِلَّا بِاللَّهِ. My success is only by Allah. It's not by anyone else. And just to build off of all of your points, to be honest, your actions are by your intentions. We all know that hadith, إِنَّمَا عَمَلْ بِالنِّيَّةِ. If you go into something and you do it with the correct intentions, you could be rewarded for things, even if it counts, even if it's software engineering. God, we could be coding for the right reasons. Even if it's data analytics, like, you could get rewards for that. Every step that you take could be you becoming close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and perhaps you'll become a beacon for Islam, and you will show others about how Muslims actually are, and they'll become interested in Islam. There's so many people that have had conversations with me about it, and they're genuinely curious, which is something that's so lovely, like cultivating that environment for people to learn and to grow. I think it's really important. So yeah.
SubhanAllah. Just wanted to plug one thing. In terms of the calendar hack, Iqbal Naseem on his website and a few others, I think they've got this plug-in. You can live updates, London prayer times, bang into your calendar. Manager says, well, Gwan, are you free for a moment? I'm sorry, you got Salah right now. You know, it's such an amazing hack, and what you mentioned, subhanAllah, beautiful, love it. And yeah, Furqan, over to you, man.
Yeah, I think there's a few main points which I'd say are centered around like self-worth and like imposter syndrome, and as well as when I started the apprenticeship, I was quite young, and I think at the time at Ford, I was like leading designs, like creating a whole delivery network. I was led a 0 to 1 project for like this app called Ford Pass Pro, created the design systems, led certain features, but at a young age, you're like, wow, like maybe they're just doing this because they don't have enough resource or something, not because you're actually good enough. But I think when it comes to like, the imposter syndrome stuff, it's like you don't really see a lot of people around you. But I think before that, you have to realize, first of all, are you actually good enough? And then I think you have to, first of all, like nothing's a given. Like you can't just be like, in terms of like diversity and quotas, like they're not just there for like numbers to make up, right? You have to believe that the people go through these extensive interviews for big tech, like 6-7 interviews. It's very intensive, right? But you have to believe that you are good enough and you're not just making up numbers, first of all. But if you are doing all the small things, then the big things can happen. And then for me, that was having like mentors around me. Like, for example, I remember having this call with like Murtaza, BC, like before COVID, like talking to these guys, like showing my work. They're like, wow, like genuinely, like your work's very good. Like, wow, you like led this delivery network. It's like, why don't you apply for like Meta? I'm like, oh no, maybe I need to do a bit more. And then he introduced me to other mutual connections that he had at TransferWise, like Wise Today. And there's this lady called like Jeannie, there's like this other guy called France, and they looked at my work like, yeah, dude, like your stuff's like serious, like you can actually apply for this. Yeah. And it's a 6 interview process, right, for these roles, and then you need that help and support around you. And when you do them and practice them, it does take a lot of time and effort, but when someone in that company like tells you you're good enough, it's a different feeling. Like honestly, like you just wake up knowing like, yeah, I can actually do this. Or like when you work every single day in a company like Ford, like isn't as like tech oriented at the time, but I was like, oh, maybe my work isn't like on the same level as those guys. But when you have people that actually tell you that are more senior, like it's a different feeling. And it's so important to have those mentors around you that are doing things that you're aspiring to do. And I'll be honest, like when I turned up to like these Figma design events, or there was like like Islamic Makers had a few events as well, but there's other tech events you want to go to, and you don't see as many people around you like doing this stuff in the senior. And then until you see that, and those people like connect with you, then you're like, wow, I can actually do this. And then the whole age thing, I think if you're young but you're actually good enough, like it should be a meritocracy, but realistically it isn't. But like, don't let the whole age thing, like at 24, like joining Meta, like doing like senior work, like if you're good enough, like people respect you there. Like honestly, it is a very nice feeling. And like today, obviously there's people that are similar ages to me, and like that's not something I have to think about anymore. But I think like when I was younger in my career, like you had like, oh wait, do you want to help these interns out? Do you want to like take them under your wing? I'm like, some of these guys are like older than me as well, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think those are the main things. And like genuinely the mentors around you, like I can't like hold them to a high enough degree of how much like that confidence that changed me with those people inside. Like, honestly.
On that point, I wanted to ask Furqan, who do you look up to? And I would love to ask everyone else as well, inshallah, in terms of, talk about mentoring. How did you go about finding a mentor? We obviously got a platform, Islamic Makers as well. I'm a mentor as well for early stage startups, so I'd love to hear from you, Furqan, man. Who is there that you look up to, and why, and a bit about mentoring as well, and how that helped you?
Yeah, 100%. Like I mentioned, like Murtaza first of all, and like he like introduced me to like other mentors. But I think it's like that saying like it takes a whole village to raise a kid. Like for me, that's just saying that with my career, there's not one person, but it's like internally. I think my mentor, like she's for example she's like Chinese background, and she's like got crazy experience like Google and stuff like this. But there's like you said, like there's a mentor platform that you just have to reach out and be proactive to people because you might not need just one mentor, you might need like multiple to help you out. In terms of looking out to like one person, to be honest, I wouldn't say there isn't like one I look up to. Like there's various people throughout your life that you look out for like different things, like your mum, for example, like when it comes to like things at home, or like your brothers, like got very like helpful things that you can help you out with, and then there's different things when it's career-wise, you know what I mean? But I wouldn't say there's like one explicit person, but when I've gone to Meta, I've realised how diverse the workforce is. Most people aren't actually from the UK there. Like most of them are sponsored visas, and they try to obviously like recruit as like the best talent possible. That's what they say, right? But I think obviously it's nice to have a Muslim mentor, but then I think just having that person that's just more senior ahead of you, that's all you need really, and just being humble with that, regardless of what their background or like where they're from and stuff. But I wouldn't say there's like one explicit, you have to have like multiple people for specific things, you know.
I'd love to open it up to everyone else. Any thoughts on that? How do we find that support in terms of a mentor or a person? Feel free to chip in. Any thoughts? So, Ramla, go ahead.
Quickly talk about it. I agree, definitely. There isn't just one person that will help you in your career. There may be people who aren't in the same field as you, but can help you in kind of attaining leadership roles or creating a career roadmap and how you can kind of navigate speaking to different leadership. One person I really look up to, I hope I'm doing her name justice, Sarah Suwidan. She's on Twitter. She's a Muslim hijabi based in Lebanon, and she creates really cool accessibility kind of courses and material. And she's someone I follow quite closely as a Muslim woman, creating a space for herself. In terms of looking for mentors, there's loads of different places. I think the main thing is not being shy. Go on LinkedIn, go to, kind of, if you have Twitter, reach out, go to these spaces, Islamic Makers, Deen Developers, Somalis in Tech. A lot of people are willing to support you. They don't have to be like 10, 15 years older than you. They can be someone who might just be 1 year ahead of your career. There may be peers that are on a similar journey as you that you can kind of lean on to keep each other accountable. People that have helped me in my current role has been at work, we have people called people leads or career counselors, and they're the kind of people that you catch up with regularly. You set some goals, stuff like objective key results. So what do I want to do this quarter or this year? How do I know that I've achieved these goals? Who can I reach out to help me reach those goals? How do I hold myself accountable? And then kind of doing that regularly without putting too much pressure on yourself, but being ambitious really helps. But I think the key thing is don't be shy, reach out to people. The worst they'll say is no, and you are already at that space anyway, so you try the next person. That would be my key point.
Perfect. And if I was a little bit, same question, but a little bit more about kind of maybe networks like Somalis in Tech, for example, Deen Developers, shout out to them. Yeah, we'd love to hear from you as well, Sean.
Yes, so probably unsurprisingly, I personally struggle with like one-to-one mentorships for myself, just because in nature I'm just in amongst communities all the time. So I guess it kind of you have to think about the spaces that you're in and what you're exposed to, and to think about what your needs actually are. So for a lot of people, mentoring is really beneficial. Something that will be launching at Somalis in Tech as well, after much demand. I'm really looking forward to doing that. But the other values that I'd probably implore people to think about is like allyship, and like as well as you can kind of have unofficial mentors without having so much of the commitment of a mentor. Mentoring scares a lot of people, mentor and mentee alike. it just feels very formal, and it feels like, oh, I have to dedicate this time. And I've had a lot of like unofficial mentors. They didn't agree to be my mentor, but I made them mine anyway. That I kind of call upon for certain periods of times, depending on what kind of things I'm dealing with. And that's okay. And actually, one time I was speaking with Abby Mohammed, I think.
Shut up.
Love Abby.
YS.
And I think I was talking to her about kind of like a mentoring situation. She was like, I'm your friend, okay? We don't have to have a mentor thing going on here. I could just be your friend, and that's okay as well. Like, these people being in your network and even being your friend is also kind of like that. It captures those values of mentoring that you need. So I guess it's like really important to think about what are those values and how can you find them in the different people that you come across each day. I got plenty of people to call up about when community things arise, career situations arise, salary negotiations arise, especially kind of representing like being a woman in tech, a Muslim in tech, and Somalis in tech definitely holds me account. Like, I'm so lucky to have that community. I use it just as much as the participants do. So selfishly, maybe I create it for myself. But yeah, no, it's a really great resource, and we hope to continue to bring actual organised programming to kind of facilitate and hold those spaces. Not everybody feels comfortable with like self-advocating and like saying what you need, even knowing what you need, right? It's really, really hard to know those things. So I think it's about creating those spaces so those things can kind of flourish and be created. And honestly, we do take so much inspiration by our friends at Dean Developers and Islamic Makers who are way further down. They're our mentors. Like, there you go. They're our mentors. Like, looking at what's going on today, inshallah, honestly, this is the dream for us. So thank you so much to our friends over at Islamic Makers. So, yeah, that's definitely why.
Pretty much. I'm taking a leaf out of Naya's page as well, where there's no such thing, then you can, no events that are Muslim friendly, we can create some. If there's no, group or society, then we can create that, inshallah. So yeah, we'd love to hear from you as well, Naya.
I think definitely if you can't find something, more times a lot of other people will have the same situation. So if you find people with like-minded goals and you come together and you actually do create a safe space, then others will join. And I think that's really powerful. I think that's one thing that I would tell you to do. Another thing is when we talk about mentoring, there's different ways that you can mentor. Obviously, there's career-oriented mentoring. There's people that you'd go to when you want to like scale up or when you want to climb the corporate ladder and all that. Oh, I hate saying climb the corporate ladder. Tech over corporate any day, guys. I've looked at some corporate spaces and it scares me, honestly. But when it comes to mentoring, I think we should look at our network in different ways, So we've got strong links, such as your parents, such as your friends, such as your family, those that will comfort you when you need it most. So perhaps if you've had a bad day, you'd go to them and you'd turn to them saying, guys, this happened, a little rant session, FaceTime, all of that. But then you can also reach out to your weak links. So people that you'd say hi to on the street or people that you might have on LinkedIn. And there's so much power within weak links and reaching out to your weak links. I think if you're in a position of where, for example, I'm in data analytics, I don't want to just network with data analysts. I want to network with a bunch of different people in different fields. I love talking to different people. And I think when you're passionate about something, you can really tell. Because people will get overexcited and they'll just keep going on when they're talking about a certain topic, like Marvel or whatever. I think finding shared interests or shared vulnerabilities and using that as a starting point to network it's a really easy way to get into things.
You know what, Anaya, like we hear it so much, like network is network. What does that mean? And you've given us a really practical method to do that, right? That's really, really pertinent advice.
Yeah, and again, like networking, it looks different. It looks different all the time. This in itself is networking. You can talk to the person next to you. That's you forming a network. That's you having, an opportunity to network. And subhanAllah, I think we should keep having these spaces, especially when we're all Muslims, we're all brothers and sisters here. It's so easy for us to speak about experiences that we've had that are the same. And again, people have gone through the things that you might have. So having somebody that's maybe like one step ahead of where you want to be to discuss things with you is really important and powerful to me. So yeah, I'd recommend doing that.
And as was mentioned in the opening, you don't know which connection down the line, 10 years, you might be opening up to a free venue, well, paid, sponsored, but venue in Mayfair, subhanAllah, such a beautiful thing. Just to, inshallah, just a few more, have we got a bit of time? Have we got a bit of time? 10 minutes? A minute? Questions, I guess, isn't it? So, yeah, thank you so very much to the incredible panel. Jazakumullahu khairan. So, inshallah, we're going to open up for questions. Any questions?
We don't have time for questions, but you can catch the panellists who'll be sticking around, I'm sure. If not, you can obviously find them on social media. Thank you so much, Mohammed, for hosting, and thank you guys, Jazakallah khair, for speaking on the panel.
Jazakallah khair, thank you.
Thank you guys. Add us on LinkedIn as well, that's a form of networking.
Exactly.
She knows.
Jazakallah khair, guys. Thank you so much.
Okay, before I let you all loose, this panel was absolutely incredible. Some of these guys, I've actually been witnessing their journeys over the last couple of years. I've seen them progress, and honestly, it's really emotional to see how far they've come. Then there's people like Anaya, starting out, 18 years old, mashallah, with great confidence. I'm really excited to just see how far they will all go. So, lunch. So, a few kind of housekeeping things. You can purchase lunch either from the on-site cafe, or you can leave the venue, but please do keep your lanyards on you just so that you can re-enter. And for those that have a ticket to the roundtable session, please be at the library just before 2 p.m., around 1:50 p.m. And everyone else will commence the afternoon sessions at 3 p.m. So be back around here by 2:50 p.m., or you'll be back at the gallery. Prayer room, there is a prayer room for those who would like to read Dhuhr Namaz, just follow the signs. And please don't bring any food back to the theatre. And I guess just in terms of when you're leaving the theatre, there's 2 doors at the bottom. So if you'd like to go to the cafe, use the left door. If you'd like to see the sponsors, use the right door. And if you have any questions or concerns, do find anyone with the volunteer lanyards. But please, let's try to stick to time. And yeah, just enjoy the networking. And yeah, see you guys around. Take care. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, everyone, for rejoining us after lunch. I hope you had a great morning session. We had some really, really good talks. I still have goosebumps from Shaf's talk. That last slide hit me really, really hard. I hope it resonated with some of you guys. So if you're taking anything away from today, it should be messages like that that impact us all. Has anyone completed their bingo cards? Has anyone even done their bingo cards? I did tell Arthur. Oh, you did bingo? Started. Okay. I was about to give you a prize. You should have just played on with it. If you haven't met anyone, if you want to meet someone from the audience that you haven't spoken to before, use the bingo card as an icebreaker. Now that I've said that, you're going to feel really awkward doing it. It's like, yeah, someone who told me to do this. But it's fine. Has everyone met someone new today? Like, we played that resistance bit at the beginning. Has anyone not met anyone new? All right, someone go talk to her later. No more football jokes, but I need to do one more because during lunch, someone came up to me and said, yeah, I'm an Arsenal fan, and we're going to take Declan Rice from you. I'm a West Ham fan. So there's a few people sitting at the top. I think they're mostly Arsenal fans because they look really happy. They came late, and that's why they have to sit at the top, and it's usually Arsenal fans that celebrate coming second place. So... Very good point. If you haven't met anyone that has inspired you today, I really encourage you to go around, network. Come speak to the speakers after they've done their bit, because we have people from Netflix, people from Meta, we have exited founders, people working in government. You're really in an audience and you're in the company of people that are doing great, great things for themselves, for the world around them, and for their industries. So I want to kick off with our first speaker for the afternoon with a joke. I did instruct you all earlier to be the first person to start laughing, be the loudest person to laugh. So please, please, please don't let me down. The joke is, why are developers always sitting down? Because they have too many stand-ups. Please welcome to the stage self-taught engineer Zakaria Mohammed.
Hello everyone. Assalamu alaikum, I should say. Got used to doing a lot of these, but never to a Muslim community, so that's quite nice. My name is Zakaria Mohammed. I am a senior software engineer, and today I'm going to be telling you guys about how to go from an idea of an app to actually building the app and so forth. All right, so who am I? That's me, by the way. Me and my little brother, we went to a football game, Liverpool and United, and I managed to buy the seats on the wrong side. So that was quite fun, yeah. I told him, he's a Liverpool fan, so I told him, you're not allowed to wear the kit. We'll have to celebrate with the City fans today, and he played his part. All right, so this is my name, and this is how you spell it, if you're trying to find me on LinkedIn later on. And I am a self-taught software engineer, so the way I go into tech is I watched a lot of TV shows growing up, and one of those TV shows was Mr. Robot. And I would see Mr. Robot, and he would do all these like cool hacking scenes and stuff like that. And that kind of inspired me when I was younger. And when I was about 18, after college, I decided that university just really wasn't for me. And I'd seen all these YouTubers online getting developer jobs in a short amount of time, just taking courses online. So I was like, I could probably do the same thing. Can't be that hard. If all these YouTubers are doing it, it can't be that difficult. So what I ended up doing was I bought a few courses on Udemy, and I kind of just worked through that. And around the 1 year mark, I got my first job. I specialize in the back-end development. So for you who doesn't know the difference between back-end and front-end, front-end is kind of everything you can see on the website, so the HTML, the CSS, the styling kind of thing. And the back-end is like everything you can't see, so the database and that kind of thing. All right. And outside of that, I like to build different projects. So those projects are usually apps. So some of the apps I've done in the past was, when I was first getting started, I built a food review app. So instead of going to a restaurant and reviewing the whole restaurant overall, you just review the single meal. So if you go to a restaurant and you have a burger, you just review the single burger instead of reviewing the whole restaurant overall. That's one of the projects I've done. I've done several projects since then. The biggest project I've done app-wise is probably a shopping app that I built, which randomly got a lot of downloads in Canada, which didn't really make any sense because I made it for the UK market. So what I ended up doing was I built the chat functionality in the app so I could talk to my users. And then I was like, why are you guys downloading this app? It's not meant for you guys. And what it turned out was there was a huge Canadian supermarket chain that didn't have an app on the App Store. And that kind of got me thinking. I was like, I could probably build an app for these customer base and see how things go. So I spent the next 3 months redesigning, redeveloping the app and writing scraping scripts to scrape the products from that store and put that on my own app. And I released the app, making it known that it wasn't the official app. I put a little blueprint at the bottom saying, PS, not the official app. And a lot of people started downloading it. I got about 16,000 users using it. And yeah, it was quite fun. But in the end, it was costing too much to maintain the service for free. So after 6 months or so, I had to shut things down. Outside of that, I like to stay active. When you sit down for as much time as software engineers do, which is pretty much all day long, and if you do projects outside of work, it is all day long, then you need things to keep you active. So outside of that, I like to play football, I go swimming, and I do CrossFit, for those of you who know what CrossFit is. I'm going to go into too much detail. And obviously, I like to play games like every other Somali person out here. I play FIFA. I'm not particularly good, but, it's fun to play, and Call of Duty. All right, so let's talk about the agenda for today's talk. First, we talk about the app idea evaluation. So you have an idea for an app, but is it worth carrying out, and how do you go about doing it? Secondly, we're talking about picking the perfect technology stack. So you have an idea for an app, the app is worth carrying out, how do you build it? And thirdly, we talk about crafting an MVP and trying to get to the market as quickly as possible. And we'll finish off with a conclusion. So app idea evaluation. So you have an idea for an app, and you're thinking, is it worth carrying out? Is it worth investing time in? So I say the first thing you should think about is, who are your target audience, okay? Who are you building this app for? What problem are you solving? Secondly, analyze the competition. More often than not in this day and age, when you come up with an idea for an app or anything, someone else has already done it. And that's not usually a problem. You can go and see what the competitors are doing. Maybe you can download their app, find out what their weak points are, find out what their strengths are, and then work from that. Thirdly, determine your app's USP. So you've seen an app on the App Store, someone else has the exact same idea as you have, which happens to me all the time. How do you stand out from the crowd? And then you estimate market size and growth. So there's an idea out there, you're thinking about doing it. Is there enough, is the market big enough for multiple people to do the same thing? And explore monetization strategies. You don't necessarily have to have this one figured out right from the get-go, but it's something that's important to keep in mind, because more often than not, you build something and a lot of people start using it and you can't afford to maintain it kind of thing. So it's good to start thinking about that early on. And validate with customers as soon as possible. You have an idea, try to get a prototype out as soon as possible. That doesn't even have to be a finished product. You can do some designs, mock-ups, get it out to people, and get feedback as quickly as possible. So let's talk about picking the right technology stack. In this day and age, which I'm saying too many times now, there's a lot of technologies you can choose from, and you have to decide which technology is right for what you're trying to build. So decide on what core functionalities that you want to have included in your app. So if you're trying to do a food app, for example, or a restaurant app, search is quite important. So you might be thinking about maybe using Elasticsearch. Prioritize performance. So don't necessarily just choose technologies that you are familiar with or technologies that you've worked with. Try to expand your skill set and think about technologies that can have good performance for the end user. And consider the target platform. So if you're trying to build an app, you have to think about, am I building this just for iPhone people? Am I building it for Android people? Am I doing it for both? There's a lot of good solutions out there for building cross-platform applications. And there's also good ones doing it natively. Preferably, myself, I like to do stuff for iPhone because everyone knows has an iPhone. And if you don't have an iPhone, you should get one. and show scalability. So whatever technologies you do decide to go with, make sure the technologies can scale up to handle the traffic. So you build an app, think about the backend services, for example. So you have an app and you have customers and you have your backend, and maybe you're using an EC2 instance, for example, and maybe you go for the cheapest option and then you start getting users and then you realize that the EC2 instance keeps going down or you can't handle the traffic. So one thing to keep in mind is how can you build something that can easily scale up when it comes to it? And accelerate development. Try to find technologies that can easily allow you to add new functionality and quickly change things as you go along. And try to find something with strong community usually. Less important this day and age, I think with ChatGPT, you can pretty much just ask it for anything. Whenever I'm building something now, and if I've done the same thing over and over again, or if I'm very tired, it's like 12 o'clock and I can't be asked to think, I'll just ask ChatGPT to do it, and then I'll copy and paste the code. Which isn't a good idea all the time, but most of the time, it's, if you know what the right solution looks like, you can just have a look at it and make a few adjustments. All right. Let's talk about building an MVP. So you have an idea for an app. The app is worth carrying out. You've decided technologies. How do you go about actually building it? So another point I'll cover again is prioritize essential features. So focus on the most important thing. A lot of mistakes I've seen a lot of people do when it comes to not necessarily just building apps, but building services, is trying to build a lot of features as much as they can instead of just focusing on the essential features. One mistake that's very common is trying to build something you think the customer wants, but the customer doesn't actually want. So try to get to market as early as possible with just the most important features. So to give you guys an example, right now I am building an app for Muslims in general that will have like everything the Muslim can need. So everything from like prayer times to Quran to Hadith and everything. And instead of spending maybe months trying to build an app that has everything involved, I'm trying to build just the essential features first. So Qibla to begin with and prayer times just for a small city like Birmingham, small compared to London, and trying to get that as soon as possible instead of waiting months trying to build something and then realizing that no one wants to use it. I'm trying to figure things out as I go along kind of thing. User-centric design. One common thing that I've seen a lot of engineers do, and one problem that I make myself as well, is thinking that just because you can build the product, you can design the product, okay? I've built a lot of apps in the past, and most of them, they're not designed very well. Because I think, yeah, I know what I'm trying to do. I go out there and I just figure things out as I go along, instead of having a good design to start off with. And that causes a lot of issues. So for anyone out there that's thinking about building an app, when it comes to this stage, pay someone to design the app for you, or pair up with their designer. If you're a programmer, you're probably like me and you can't design anything. And rapid prototyping. Try to get a smallest version of the app out as quickly as possible, get feedback as quickly as possible, and make rapid changes. Adaptability. So when you get your app into the hand of real customers, you'll be quickly able to get feedback from your customers, and then they can tell you what features they want to see in the app, what things that are important to them, and then based on that, you can quickly add functionality or remove functionality as you need to go. And obviously the lean methodology, which is learn and measure and then build. So get your app out there to real people, learn from how they're using the app, and then based on that data, make the changes you need to do to build the service that you need. And one important thing to keep in mind is one quote that I read a few years ago that has been very important to me is that start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can. Just because you have an idea for an app doesn't mean you need to have it all figured out when you're getting started. The idea sometimes it's enough. Just start there. You have an idea. Maybe you want to build an app. Maybe you want to pair up with someone. Maybe you want to do it yourself. If you want to do it yourself, you can go. You can take courses online. You can learn how to build an app. You don't need to have it all figured out before you start, but just try to start something. Do some research. Maybe buy the domain name. Maybe try to find people online that have the necessary skills to help you. Maybe try to pair up with a designer. Don't wait for some day or the right day to get started. Just start as soon as you can, and you'll figure things out as you go along. And conclusion, key takeaways, and next steps. In this... Oh, okay, sorry. How much time do I have? Oh, okay, fair enough. In this day and age, it's easy to build apps. There's a lot of courses online. Buy a course, finish it, build an app. You don't need to be perfect. Just get started and make changes as you need to go. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your journey with us. Really appreciate it. Anyone here, a self-taught engineer, want to learn how to code, going to be self-taught? Boot camps? Hands up. Good, we've got a few. Swamp him afterwards. Learn from him. He knows what he's doing. Just drain his brain for that. Without any further ado, I'd like to introduce to the stage our second lightning speaker of this afternoon. He's going to be speaking about the metaverse. Please make some noise for Sarah Bale.
I'm Sarah Bale, and in this session, we will go beyond reality. We will explore the metaverse, what it has to offer, and what it could mean for us as a Muslim community. But before we head into that, what do you guys think of the metaverse? Cool. Thank you. That was it. That was the session. No, but that's very nice to hear, because when the metaverse first came up, right, it got a lot of skepticism. And that's fairly normal. Because if we go back 30 years, that's the way that the internet was, received by the media. It was also very badly received. Everybody thought it was a hype. And that's very normal because, it's something new. It's something that we're not used to. We don't know how to incorporate it in our regular life. But the metaverse is not something that just popped up out of nowhere. It's not that one day somebody woke up and said, okay, let's build a metaverse. If we look at the evolution of the internet, it makes a lot of sense. Because the internet at first was a search engine. People used to go up to their big old computers, turn it off. It would ramble a little bit, sound like a rocket ship. Then you sit in front of your desk, in front of, once again, a big old screen. And they used to search for things. That could be, for example, a product that they're looking for, a service, or just information. And it was called at that time the information superhighway. Then came the time where social media was introduced, social media platforms, and the fact that also we went from this big old computer to laptops and mobile phones, and we were able to be connected throughout a whole day, basically. It made it very easier. And this was a time where the internet was known as a social media place to be, basically. It was not a one-way street anymore where we would just go to find information. But we were also part of the internet. We could make a profile, post things on there, post YouTube videos, for example, and interact with each other. And what we're seeing right now is that we're shifting from this to a place where people want to actually be immersed. They want immersive experiences. They don't just want to post and watch videos and like things, but they want actually to be part of this experience. Now, when we talk about the metaverse, it's not just this virtual reality. It's, a lot of times people think that, the metaverse is just virtual reality. But virtual reality is a part of the metaverse. And when we talk about the metaverse, we need to take three things in mind. So we have the augmented reality, which is basically our reality that we live in right now with an augmented layer. The filters that you use, for example, on Instagram or Snapchat or TikTok, that's augmented reality. The beauty filters, ladies, that you use, that's augmented reality. Or gentlemen, the beard filters that you guys use, also augmented reality. Then we also have something else, mixed reality. That's the mix, like the name says, of reality and of the virtual world. That's, for example, if we have an immersive session at work where somebody's joining online and we're using a whiteboard all together to create things or to brainstorm, that's mixed reality. And then the last one is virtual reality. That's the one that we usually associate with the metaverse, where you need a VR headset to be part of that, and you're in a completely virtual world. If we zoom back out again to this umbrella term, the metaverse, it's not something that's being built by one company. We know that several companies, or one company in particular, such as Meta, for example, is really, researching it and putting a lot of time and money in it because it sees it as the future. However, when it comes to the metaverse as a whole, there's actually a lot of companies that are investing and researching in it, and it varies across different industries. So we have, for example, Meta, Amazon Web Services, Google, big tech. But we also have gaming companies such as Nintendo and Fortnite and other companies. Now, you may ask yourself, why do all these companies research this new phenomenon, and why do they invest so much money in it? Well, the answer is simple. It's because it will be an engine of economic opportunity of $3 trillion by 2031. So in 8 years, the metaverse will unlock opportunity for businesses, for individuals, for communities as well, of $3 trillion. Now that we know a little bit more about the metaverse, right, the basics, what the opportunity is, what does it mean for us as a Muslim community? Well, I did some research, and I found that recently the world's first Hajj and Umrah simulator was launched by Labbaik VR. So what this is, basically, it's a virtual world where, as a pilgrim, you can immerse yourself and get ready for Hajj and Umrah. And they have trained over 50,000 people to go to Hajj or Umrah, which is very impressive. The feedback that they got is because and thanks to this new emerging technology, they were able to really enjoy their experience fully and ramp up for their Hajj and Umrah experience, because they knew when to say the prayers, when to make a certain ritual, and also once they saw it in real life, they actually recognized that place. Other companies that are also or have also already invested in it is Muslim 3D, which is kind of similar to Labbaik VR, and even governments are currently investing heavily in the metaverse, such as Saudi Arabia, who recently launched a Black Rock initiative, where they allowed people who were not able or fortunate enough to actually touch the black rock in real life to touch it virtually. And they simulated it by creating another black rock and spraying the actual perfume of the Kaaba on it. So these are just a few opportunities when it comes to virtual reality. When it comes to augmented reality, we also have a lot of opportunities as a Muslim community. Islamic GPS, that's a GPS that not only shows you the way to the nearest mosque, but once you actually are in front of that mosque and you put up your phone and put the app on, it will also show you the name of the mosque and a little bit more information about that mosque. Car2 Muslim, which is a game for little children with cards and also an app, And through that app, they can actually point at the card and see, for example, the prayer. And what research has shown is that this added, immersive layer of education really helps the children to understand better. And it's also a lot of fun to play. I haven't played it yet, but that's what the reviews say. And then also the halal food app, also amazing. I know that in some stores right now, they do have a halal section. However, not all stores have it. And sometimes you also want to check in parts that are not at the halal section to see if something is permitted for you to eat or not. What this app would do, this is not an app that has already been launched yet, but a few researchers were already looking into creating it. Maybe the last speaker could be part of launching it. Is that this app basically would help you to take up your phone, take a picture of the product, and then they would show you if it's something that is halal or not halal. So these are a few use cases that we currently already have, but that also shows the opportunities that we have as a whole. If there's one key takeaway that I want you to have out of this session is that the metaverse is here, and it's here to stay, and it's being built right now. So if we want to be part of it as a community and also just in general, it's time for us to build the future right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for that overview of the metaverse. Now, the metaverse isn't something easily described, so please can we make some noise for Sarah, who did a great job of explaining what the metaverse is. Next is our AI ethics panel. So for me, as a founder using AI to solve problems for my business, I think AI is exciting. I'd like to hear from everyone what they think of AI. So fill in the missing word from the sentence on 3, 2, 1. AI is exciting as well? Dangerous? I heard sus somewhere. Who said sus? AI is sus. All right, well, we'll dig into that a little bit more in the AI ethics panel. I'd like to welcome first to the stage Yusra Ibrahim, who's a machine learning site reliability engineer at Google. Please make some noise. Up next on our panel is Nayir Khan, a partner at Quantum Black, the AI division of McKinsey. Welcome. Next up, we have Ahmed Wobi, the founder of Tonus Tech. And so our final panelist, Sadia, is unable to make it today. We can either leave the seat empty, but I think that'd be a waste of a seat on the stage. So is there anyone that'd like to volunteer and come down to the stage and speak about AI? We have a volunteer. Let's welcome. And your name is?
I'm Alina.
Alina, welcome. Please take a seat. And finally, our Queen Ruler Supreme of the Islamic Makers Machine Learning Slack channel. If there's anyone that can teach you about maths, AI, large language models, transformers, I'll stop there because his head might get too big and he won't fit through. Please welcome to the stage our moderator for the panel, Junaid Butt.
Assalamu alaikum. So I heard this morning that there were 3 salams, so I want to do the same thing, but I want to go left, center, right. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Oh, it's a tie between you two. So, welcome. Welcome to the AI Tech Ethics panel. We have about 50 minutes today, so we'll try not to go over. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions at the end of this, but find us afterwards, and we will answer your questions or run away. Depends on how difficult they are. A universal disclaimer before we get started is we're all speaking for ourselves, not for the companies or the employers that we work for. So these opinions are our own employers. They're not a reflection for who we're working for. So please keep that front of mind. It covers our backs, but it also sort of helps you not get the wrong idea. Okay? So for today, I have 3 themes that I want to talk about with respect to AI and ethics. And the questions that come off of these 3 themes will bleed into each other. But the idea is that we start from very general principles and then get more and more specific. And and then this is like an open forum, so feel free to cut in. And it's not fully like Piers Morgan, but would be good if we could make it a little bit like that. I'm not going to put any of you on the spot, but at the same time, there will be some pushback as well. So the first question I have for you guys is really around why are we here? Why should all of these people listen to a discussion about ethics and AI? So what are ethical considerations that are important when designing and using AI systems? And what problems arise from a minority community like us where we just ignore that? So I'll throw that out there for you guys. Yeah?
I should probably do an intro first.
Yes, and introduce yourselves as well.
So the reason I'm here is that I do a master's in AI ethics, and so this is very fresh for me. It's actually the first program that they're running, and I do this at Cambridge University, so it's my academic expertise, hence I've volunteered. But a lot of what I study at university is around the bias and the kind of issues with AI. So, we look at it and we think it's very exciting and this is really cool and this is the new thing and we should use it. But we don't really think about, what are the dangers of tech and what are the dangers of AI. And so the talk that we saw a bit earlier kind of hinted on this, right? Which is that, most of the data that we have around us as Muslims, as a minority community, is really quite negative. And when you look at the models and things and stuff that will be trained on this data, it is quite dangerous when you think of the things that it'll be doing for us, right? It's what do we see on social media, but also things like, who gets healthcare and who gets bail when you're kind of getting out of jail, and things that are really consequential of people's lives and things that actually won't be in our benefit as Muslims. And it's not to say that we shouldn't engage with them, but more that we should engage with actually trying to fix these problems and being really, really aware of them. So right now we're represented quite badly, really in pretty much all data sets, really. But we kind of want to be able to change that. And the only way we can change that is by really identifying it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, so I totally agree. And I think I'll speak a little bit about my context and background. So at Tonus Tech, what we do is we have sensors and artificial intelligence to track the positions of people's muscles, joints, and limbs. And then the artificial intelligence coach acts as explainable AI to improve movement. One of the ways that we look at the kind of ethics around AI is patient data and retaining that and making sure that we adhere to the principles of data dignity. So ensuring that you have consent and you're using data anonymously, that the users, they have complete control of that data and they can be deleted at any point. But also we have to consider the sampling of the library. So we don't want a library that is only white men over a specific age that have a specific body type from a specific socioeconomic background, because that wouldn't work with our software, and you'd end up getting models that were very biased and leaning in one direction. So for us, we have to make sure that the sampling for our artificial intelligence models is always broad and representative of our users.
Okay, I can go next. So I'm Naya. I'm a partner based out of London. Work for a company called Quantum Black, which is part of McKinsey. One of the roles that I do, and one of the things I help organizations with, is really scaling artificial intelligence. And that's moving away from just 1 or 2 proof of concepts to hundreds or thousands of models running in production. Now, to do that, there is a journey that many companies need to go through. One of the other things I do is I talk a lot about diversity and inclusion. And I just want to build upon the data comments that you made earlier and the lack of representation. One of the problems, and I'm going to make a statement, and I'm happy to be challenged on it. Machines are not biased. Humans are. And it's the humans in the entire process, the humans who capture the data that we use and the choices that we make or the humans make for what data sources should be used, the algorithms that are built, the people that test it, the people that validate it, and then building something that doesn't work for everyone. It only works for a minority group. And when I use minority, I mean it's more for the elite. So understanding the entire process and really trying to get more representation into the process so there is more of a voice, I think is a incredibly important thing before we start getting on to tackling bias, fairness, and a bunch of other things. And one of the things I just want to bring is also us and ground us on this. Ethics is such a broad topic. But one of the great things here for this group, and I, alhamdulillah, love seeing this, is that as Muslims, we have ethics codes. It's in the Quran and the Sunnah. We actually have decisions on how we should treat people fairly, how we should do business, how we should treat the world, how we should treat our parents. A lot of those principles might not be shared with the rest of the world. And this is why it makes it even more important that a lot of individuals here should be involved in this entire process. I'm sure we're going to delve a little bit deeper, but I just wanted to point that out.
Hey, so about myself, I'm in machine learning because of my studies. So I did a PhD in information extraction, natural language processing, and then I moved to machine learning engineering, and then now I'm working in machine learning infrastructure. So I had a bit of a mix between research and engineering, and now I'm more into engineering because I like building stuff more. So I'm going to just add to this in order not to repeat. So I definitely agree with fairness, consideration, privacy, and other problems in terms of biases, reinforcing biases. But I guess also it's important for us to get involved in AI and machine learning to understand, like, not to fully trust what we see coming from a machine learning model. Because I feel like people think of machine learning now as a magic. Oh, wow, like it can do this. But actually, it's a human output, like whatever machine learning algorithm is giving us, based on other people that did this work, published it to the internet, and then it learned from this like basically human creation. So, and some of it is good, some of it is not good. And on top of this, machine learning also sometimes can be a little bit creative and make up stuff that is not really true. So, so I guess it's important for us also to understand the technology in order when we use it, we know how to use it. Of course, to tackle biases and fairness and all of this stuff, but also like to understand how can we trust it and how can we use it. So I think like this is also why I think it's important for us to get into AI and machine learning generally.
Okay, so I suppose one question that a contrarian might have, not me, is what is the difference between an AI system that's produced by Muslims versus an AI system that's not produced by Muslims? Isn't the output just, isn't it just an algorithmic output? What does that functionally look like? You have an app that's produced by Muslims that use artificial intelligence. What does that mean? What does that look like?
Okay, so I don't agree to have a machine learning model only produced by Muslims, because we are only like a subgroup of the community. So if you want to have like a good machine learning model, you should involve all the other parts of the community. So if you, that's why actually what we are now against, right? So we don't want to have like a single like sort of kind of people only controlling this field and building models that only agree with their sort of ideas and, whatever they think about the world should look like, and then we get excluded out of it. So I don't agree that we should like, or we need to have like a Muslim sort of ML model.
Okay,
so maybe someone else can build on this.
Yeah, no, look, and I'll build off what Yusra said, and I'll kind of reiterate. Look, we have a lack of representation, a lack of diversity, just full stop in tech. And then AI is a smaller part of that, and then you have machine learning and deep learning, and you've got a bunch of other things. The question I would ask, and it's more like, it'll get people to start internalizing this a lot, and then we'll dive a little bit into foundational models in a second, is what happens when there is a group out there that is probably non-Muslim that creates fatwa.gpt. And there is where you're going to have to start thinking about the real problems that some of this technology could actually cause. There is where you're going to start to really question of, well, what data sets we use to train this stuff? And is that something that we would consider the Quran and the Sunnah of what we consider authentic? And also we have divisions in our own community, so there's other problems there. But then there's what humans were involved, and I'm more talking about scholars were involved inside the process to fine-tune this stuff, to make sure that it's relevant, to make sure that the answers are coming out. And I'm sure when we delve into large language models and what Yusra alluded to earlier around the term hallucinations or inaccuracies, why humans are actually important to validate the stuff as you're building it. Not just the algorithms, but actually validate the outputs. And we have scholars to do this. So what people are involved? When we start getting into those topics, then I think we start hitting the crux of some of the problems. Right now, today, we have machine learning models out there, and they're used for various different types of industries, but as was said earlier, there's multiple evidences of bias against groups, whether that's an algorithm that discriminates against women in terms of becoming software engineers, and that was a big, big one. Whether a lot of you would realize this, and I know this one very personally, the A-level results and GCSE results a couple years ago. How many people were discriminated against where their grades were downgraded because the algorithm said, well, they come from a certain background, they go to a certain schooling. That doesn't make sense. But that's what the algorithm did. And those that went to those that went to private schools, their grades went up. There's discrimination. There's bias. And the ideas were great, but there was a lack of diversity inside the entire process. There's a case right now with a driving company that I won't mention, but it's discriminated against drivers, and because the facial recognition can't detect the drivers. So those drivers can't drive, and therefore they've been dismissed. And now, because of the software has caused these problems. Now that car company is being taken to court. There are real serious issues with AI. It's not limited to what we see today and what we've seen over the last few months, but actually over the last 10 years. The nice thing is there is a dialogue about this now. A dialogue that has hit our Prime Minister recently, and he had his interview recently, that hit the President recently. So I think the point, what I'm trying to get to, in a very long-winded way, is we need representation. There are going to be situations where someone is going to build something, but it does affect this community, and that you all have to have a say in it. Because if you don't, then you're almost condoning that actually it's fine. It's okay. It's okay that someone's building something for a smaller group rather than us.
Mm-hmm. Does anybody have anything to add to that? No? Okay, well, that's very optimistic, I guess. So you've listed these problems, right? You've listed bias. You've also said in the same vein, though, it's not the algorithm that's biased, it's the underlying data. Why shouldn't we just adopt a defeatist attitude and say, well, that it's not a computational problem we're trying to solve, it's a societal problem. So actually, at this level, we can't really do very much because we have to first fix society before we fix the algorithms. Or would you challenge the premise of that question and go, actually, you framed it in a way where it's not appropriate?
Yeah, I think that framing is very deterministic around everything is just going to become algorithmic and AI will just take over. And it's it doesn't particularly need to be that way. We can also put our foot down and say, we think AI is appropriate in these settings, but not in these settings. Or we think, or we put regulation and stuff in place and say, if you have an AI model, it has to be explainable. You have to be able to tell us how it actually got to these answers or these sorts of things. We can decide where AI comes into our lives, and it doesn't really have to be this case of, it's out there and it's inevitable and everything's going to be taken over by it. So it's in my mind, a bit of a false framing around the inevitability of it, whereas we actually do have a lot of say as people. And as people who work in tech especially, we have a lot of say around the things that we build and the things that we accept.
Mm-hmm. Can I build on that? Sorry, just a quick point. And if you remember a few years ago, I'm going to choose my words carefully, if you search for images of a CEO, you would get a white male. That is not the case today. And a lot of those engines have been altered. And this is all about fairness, and we can dive into the definitions of fairness, which probably, I'm sure you'd articulate better than I can. There's many, many definitions. But because people spoke out, and they said that's not a representation of, it might be a representation of the past, but that's not the future we want to build. And so this is where you do have a voice, and you can influence these things. And I think right now with the dialogue that is happening around a lot of the AI topics, this is the perfect time to start talking about it. It's a perfect time to start influencing. I'll add one more thing. You don't need to have a technical background. You don't need to be a data engineer or data scientist. There are many roles that are completely forgotten about, but actually equally as valid in terms of design thinking, human-centered AI. There's a lot of things that are more softer type roles that actually people can get involved with and can influence.
I think one thing that kind of adds on both of the first 2 points that were mentioned earlier is considering stratification of these. And I think there's a really nice paper that I was reading called the the taxonomy of risk for large language models specifically. And it was looking at quantifying how you can understand these potential risks. And it has 5 main categories. So kind of the first one we've covered looks at sort of discrimination and hate speech. And then it looks at other instances like information and privacy. Number 3 is all about misuse of this and bad actors. So like a couple of examples are things that we don't necessarily consider. So we think large language modules are useful for like ChatGPT, or if you help write some information. But some people use it negatively for scams, for example, and fraud. And that's something that we need to consider. And there are very specific examples of this being used in that case. And also the environment and social background as well. And in the paper, they go into like the breakdown of like giving specific examples and how we can combat this through pre-existing regulation. So I think there are analogs already in society for other forms of technology that have been regulated, and we can use the frameworks to establish a way to make sure that we don't end up in a sort of an apocalyptic scenario. But there are also questions that we don't have the answers to, where we're just kind of learning that these are the new kind of emergent areas, and I think that's the part that we don't really know what to do.
I have something to add regarding your question about should we fix the society. I don't think we should fix the society because we're different, and it's okay to be different and coexist. So what we want to tackle instead is like unconscious biases, like fairness issues and these kind of things. So still like the way that the machine learning models are built is like by data, and the majority of data sometimes is biased. You can't really control it, or like it's geared towards like the majority of the community. So it has like representation for other like sub-communities or substructure of the community, and this is a problematic. So you don't want to have, so I think this is also one important thing to have in mind, is that we don't want everyone to look the same. The goal is not to be similar or not to look similar and have the same ideas and think similarly and agree on everything. The main idea is to actually represent these different opinions and still coexist together, because I feel like this is a very important, I guess, part of building a machine learning model that can actually have different opinions and represent them and still like be okay, which I don't see this with the way the machine learning models are being built now, but I do believe like this is one of the problems. Some people or some, for example, products will avoid this, but avoid giving opinions about things at all, and just like focus on giving factual answers, which is also a possibility now. But in the future, like I think like you need to also to represent this somehow. So yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about how to do that then, or let's talk about what may be a good way to do that. So, Alina, you brought up a really good point, which is one way to computationally address this issue is to really stress on explainable AI, right? When we build these and design these systems, we need to have some idea of how it's producing the predictions that it is, and things like uncertainty estimation and things like that. That's a definite question, right? That's a problem that we can actually go back to our desks and think about and research on, right? Yeah, would you like to expand a little bit more about that, or are there other areas where we can actually focus on the how? So if you guys went home today, had a really nice bank holiday weekend, and then back on Tuesday are working on these problems, what's the immediate thing that we're working on in order to solve these problems?
Yeah, I do think explainability is a big thing, and it is like a research field around these things. And a lot of the issue that we have with large language models and things at the moment is this idea of it being black boxed, that you put in a question and it gives you out an answer, but it's not really clear how we got there, and you might put in the same thing and get a different thing in, and so it's really not very predictable at all. And what, like ChatGPT is this very big, shiny thing, but all it's really doing is giving you answer-shaped things. It's not really giving you answers. It's giving you things that look like answers that may or may not be correct. And I'm sure, for any of you who do use it a lot, you'll kind of see that sometimes it just makes things up, right? Because it's just giving you things that are shaped like answers. So part of it's the explainability, that we want to be able to, if in a setting where it's a bit more consequential, we might say, okay, why at the hospital did the algorithm say this person should get an operation first? I want to be able to see that. But then I also think the other thing is education. Like, I think we, as like a populace, aren't really that clear around, what are these things and what are the limits and how do they control things. People use a lot of social media, but we don't have a strong sense around how much is the algorithm really shaping what we see and what we think about things. So I think it's also about kind of bringing that into the public consciousness a little bit more around, what are the good things that we might get out of AI and these sorts of models, but also what are the dangers, so that there's appropriate pushback just from the public around where things can go wrong.
I have sort of a question for everyone on the panel. How do you think, and whose responsibility is that to bring forward for being aware about the consequences of AI and having that explainability? Is it government? Is it corporations? Where should that come from, and who should lead it?
Everyone. I think part of it will be the government and education system maybe, and part of it will be the companies who are producing products using AI. So maybe before they allow the user to use this product, they should actually make a disclaimer that this is what you're getting out of it, and this is what you should take care of, and this is when you get an answer you should think about before using it, and this is what you should do and what you shouldn't do. But I would say also maybe later on we can also speak about regulations, but I guess this is a different topic.
Yeah, so more remarks on what we can do as research directions to focus on these problems.
Yeah, no, I was listening quietly, and there's a lot of good points. I mean, there's a practical thing of if you're not within tech right now today, you can get involved in some form of fashion and educate yourself. The second is to your point about educating your communities. I'm making it more practical for all of you. The third, and I talk about this a lot, but I actually see that open source and democratizing the technology and you building stuff inside your own startups or in ventures, but not leveraging some of the big tech stuff, but actually you building stuff and getting teams around you, and still having diverse teams. That's actually going to be very, very disruptive, and that's also going to democratize the tech. It's going to take away from central control. It's also going to help you with your local communities, and I'm sure a lot of you are involved in your local communities and want to use this. There are stuff out there. There's Facebook's Lambda is available, or Meta's Lambda is available, Alpaca. There's a bunch of models out there. You still need to decide whether it's commercial use or not, but you could still do something practically on Monday morning with a small little team and build something for your local community. This doesn't tie you into what others are doing. Now, to your point, and the challenge that you'll have is when you have a central control, and you have very diverse topics in the world. Depending on which side of the border you might sit, there are very different views. It'll be difficult to build an AI that can cater for all. So this is where democratization will really, really help. Within our own communities, within our own different regions, building our own versions of this. And I'm sure over time, people do that. They did that with Stable Diffusion, with DALL-E, with some of the image ones. The questions I will have, and it comes back to what I started off earlier around the ethics and having our own code of conduct from the Quran and the Sunnah. Are you obtaining the data legally? Are you infringing on someone's rights? Is really what I'm going to. Whenever you're fine-tuning this, are you exposing people or underpaying people and exposing them to violent content or sexual content or just things that are going to give them mental health problems? Those are real today issues. I know there's a lot of narratives about future problems, and there's a lot of narrative about how the future is going to be very Terminator-like. But actually, if you bring it today, there have been problems with AI. I don't think as a community we've rallied around them. I think we could do far more, and there are practical things you can do on Monday.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I mean, so I think explainable AI as a research field, focusing and insisting on that, and democratization, so that we all...
Transparency as well, right?
Transparency and democratization. I think that's really important, that you guys should be trying the best you can to implement these models and use them for your own use cases, and make those mistakes, and then open source those mistakes, right? Write blog posts, share what happened so that everybody else can learn from it, and that's how you move forward as a community. One thing, it's not on the agenda, but it's something that came up when you talked about future problems. Should people or younger people who are in university or doing postgraduate studies, is AI safety as a field? Is that something that you encourage people to go into? So here I'm talking alignment problems and things like that. Is that something that is worth studying, or to your point, we've got so many problems to solve until we get there that think about it, but it's not the immediate thing to do.
Is that directed at me?
It's directed at you and then diffuses out to everybody else.
No, okay. So look, and those that know me will know I will say this. Look, whenever you're studying something, study something you're passionate about. If you're passionate about AI safety, jump into it. If you're passionate about AI research, passionate about building models, if you're passionate about building software, just follow your passions. And that's always the way I've always led my life. So if safety is something important, please do it. I think the world is going to change, and Allahu Alam. Like, no one knows what the future is. I know you've got a bunch of influencers out there talking about what's going to happen tomorrow, and if you don't learn this, then you're going to be irrelevant, and there's lots of things about jobs and this and that. Look, Allahu Alam. But there are things you can learn today and not ignore. And the lessons I would just ask everyone to think about is the last 10 years with social media, where it crept upon us. There was an arms race between different social media companies. And only until certain very senior people, their daughters or their sons, were being mentally affected by this stuff, did they start to pay attention. They never got to regulations, but they started to pay attention. And I'm hoping we have learned a lesson, a little bit of a lesson, because we're still feeling the ills of the social media boom. We're still feeling the ills of attention deficit disorders, doom scrolling, loss of democracy. There's a lot of things that we should have learned our lessons on. And so for all of you, I would encourage to start looking at this stuff and looking at some of the concerns, having faith in Allah, but also focusing on our ethics, our beliefs, and what is right, and following that.
Yeah, jump in, guys.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think your studies should not be about what next. So if you can, if you're not, for example, if your motive is not being passionate about a specific topic, and you can just perform as usual if you're following, for example, something that's going to be a future hype, do it, yes. But I would agree, yes. It should be something you're passionate about, because usually then you'll be able to give it your best, and most probably you're going to reach conclusions and solutions that no one else had. So it's, I think, going back to education about machine learning and having more representation, I think machine learning education, generally speaking, should be accessible to all. Mm-hmm. So one thing, for example, I'm originally from Egypt. So one thing in Egypt, education is accessible to everyone, not like in the UK, because it's not as expensive as here. So you can go to university if you want to. You might not be able to get into computer science, because unfortunately we don't have a lot of computer science universities and departments there. But you can definitely get university education. But here in the UK, I feel like it's not always easy to get into university education and to get this kind of level of education, and not to say also machine learning. So I do believe making machine learning education accessible to everyone, having more for example, scholarships. When I was working at Quantum Black, they used to have scholarships for minorities, which I really, really appreciated. So yeah, I think things like that should happen more, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else?
I think for me, it's rather than having the high-level sort of graduate understanding of AI, I think a very basic, foundational, something you can do even at primary school level. Because if people are using this technology, I think they should know how it works and the risks and the consequences around it. And as we know, literally hundreds of millions of people use social media already. They use all these systems, and they have no idea. And the kind of the safeguarding and the risks around it are very lax. It's just currently I think it's like an age guard. You just put your date of birth in, and then you can get onto TikTok and everything, and you're exposed to all these things. So I think, how can we best address that, whether it's in family units, whether it's in communities, whether it's in larger societies, whether it's in curriculum at schools from a government kind of a top-down approach. But I think at a very basic level, we should be educating all of us, including children, older adults, even everyone in between, on the core principles of what's involved and the basics of safety. And then we can kind of look at, right, let's go deeper if you want to, if you have the ability and the resources.
Mm-hmm. We've touched on this concept throughout, but we haven't really defined it, which is foundational models, right? We've talked about them in large language models, but we haven't given a formal definition of them. So let's maybe do that now. So when I say foundational models, what does that mean to each of you? And how is this different from the previous generation of deep learning, where we were talking about convolutional neural nets and kind of random forests. What's different about generative AI? It feels different because ChatGPT is everywhere. So what is it? Have we reached a different threshold in AI?
I think it feels different because we're like hearing more about it. But I guess in a way, most of what has happened that's new is more like computational power and things. A lot of models that we use now aren't particularly new. Companies do come up with new things and stuff, but you'll see that the difference between like the ChatGPTs, for example, is largely also about how much data they've been trained on, and that's just more about computation and being able to do that training and being able to get that data. So for me, it's not like a new generation. I would say it's more like just our computational power is expanding over time, and hence things are getting more powerful, but quote unquote powerful.
I'll be very quick.
I'll go for it.
So I agree. For me, it's also about scale and how it's been pitched. So like I guess the discrete kind of gaps between leaping in the quality of different models. I think it's relatively superficial, but I think it's just been blown up to such a huge scale through fantastic PR and just like dropping it and saying, ChatGPT is going to, change your life and like make you rich. But it's really a very small incremental step. And I think kind of the aspects around kind of generative AI particularly are useful in very specific fields, whether it's around text or marketing or writing, at generating very simple but progressive outputs. But I still don't think it's a huge generational step in getting closer to kind of that the utopia of AI.
No. I'd agree with the computational power as like it's there. I mean, it's not for everyone. Not everyone can drop 50 million or 100 million and train a model. Right? Very few companies can do this. I agree. It's because of lots of data. There's a huge amount of public data and private data that's used. And again, I mentioned back about the ethics on is that data legally obtained? Did you have permission from individuals to use that data? But in terms of foundational, just the concept of it, which is slightly different to the models that we used to build, is that models we used to build were for a purpose. Like whether I'm trying to detect a new molecule in R&D within pharma, right, that's going to solve the next vaccine. Whether I'm trying to detect fraud, or for example, they're purpose-built. Foundational models, because of the volume of data, are more generic and can do a multiple different set of use cases. To your point, that's one. The second is you can then fine-tune on top for a purpose. The way I would think about it, and this is where your heads need to stretch just slightly, and images are the best one, where you've probably seen an image of a panda inside an astronaut suit on the moon holding a flag. That's not real. Right? It's not, but what the model has been able to do is being able to learn so much about what does a panda look like, what does the astronaut look like, what does a picture look like, and try and combine the two together. Now, if you try and extrapolate that a little bit with generative, because we're generating content. Before we were just pushing content, we're generating content. With text, you're generating stuff. Yes, there's a stochastic effect where it's trying to predict what you want, and it will spit out sometimes very nonsense things. But it's generating, and it's when you get your head around this concept, which many people don't. If you think about the image stuff, if you can get your head around the image stuff, okay, this stuff didn't exist before, someone's done something, and it's not Photoshopped, it's more than that, then this is what the foundational models give us, which is why it's a little bit of a game changer in one respect. And I agree that there's some use cases, but people are trying to figure out how can I use this on top of what I've already built before. You're the machine learning expert, though, right? So.
I'm just going to add to this only one thing. So I guess also one very important thing about the new foundational models is being able to alter its output. So basically, there is a reinforcement learning, which is just learning from seeing a new input that you didn't see before. Like, so the machine learning model has been built and learned like different kind of data, and then when you try to make a specific prediction, ask a question, for example, for this machine learning model, so it will answer based on what it has seen before. It will not give you any kind of new ways of interpreting things. But now, like with this foundational model, you can use reinforcement learning to give it a specific, what they call like prompts, and then you tell it, actually, I want to have this output in this specific format. So you can tell it, oh, like I want you to speak about this conflict like, I don't know, like a mean girl, for example. Then it will act like a mean girl describing this. So you can basically just instruct it to do what you want. And I think like this is very powerful, but also very scary, because at the end of the day, you might end up in this kind of bubble. It treats you like basically get used to your specific only point of view, and this will be all the outcomes that you're going to get out of it if you're asking it on a specific sort of line. So I do believe like the being able to feedback, like even like input to the machine learning model to alter its output, and then having the ability also for this machine learning model to keep the history of the previous conversations as well, what was going on before, and not to start from zero, I guess is also very like it's one of the differences between the old models and the new models.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So the scale, generality, and not being able to start from zero, right? And learning from previous generation of models. Does that raise any unique ethical concerns? So I'm sure people have been kind of looking at these amazing evocative examples of code generation, and they'll think, okay, is my time as a software developer up because ChatGPT can do this, right? Does this new class of model give us new ethical considerations that we have to worry about? And is it going to take over our jobs? So, yeah.
I don't believe AI is going to take over our jobs. And especially, I'm a software engineer, and I fundamentally do not believe it's going to take over my job. And any engineers who've used GitHub Copilot knows that it has varying levels of success, but you're mainly just proofreading a lot of the time. I think it'll take over stuff in a very contained environment. So we might have models that are trained on very specific things and be able to do that. But I don't think, I think there's a lot of marketing around how powerful a lot of these things are, and there are limits, and they don't fail in very predictable ways either. Most of our existing computational systems have like failure modes and have errors, and will say like, I can't do this. But using AI stuff, it doesn't tell you like, I can't do this. It'll just give you something, and you don't really know when that's happening. And so I think we'll find in practice that a lot of environments that's not really going to be acceptable, but we'll be happy to use it in a way where we think it's quite predictable, or where maybe it's just less consequential. But no, I don't think my job's going to be taken over by it. Maybe that's just optimism.
Yeah. Yes. Any sort of novel ethical considerations that have come from this new class of technology? Or is it just same thing but more proliferated?
So in terms of your question, in terms of taking over jobs, look, I think a lot of tasks will become easier as you've gone on. Like my background has been as a software engineer. I have used a lot of these technologies. Before we had IDEs, we had just simple notepads, and we used to type things in manually. Now we've got IDEs which are powerful, allow us to debug stuff. Copilot, to your point, actually suggests stuff. Is it great? You know, if you're a proper software engineer, you've been doing it for years. No, some of the stuff that comes out is like, why did you suggest that? Where did you get that from? And it's a bit frustrating as well. But some tasks, it does really well. So synthesis of documents. And going back to what I said about, the social media age has really messed up our brains of reading, 10, 12-page documents. Can we synthesize it into 5 bullet points? Well, actually, it's really good at doing that. It's really good at, you spit it into a document and you get something back out. And that's really good if you're about to prepare for a meeting or even a presentation. So there's lots of things I think it's going to really help. Right? And time will tell as we try as a society to figure out how we can apply it. There are lots of companies who are trying to do things, but here comes the kind of maybe the ethical stuff on privacy and sharing your information with someone else or something else that maybe then it's in some kind of system, and then they're going to use that to retrain the system. And is that information really, should you be sharing about yourself? I know a lot of companies actually have a worry about this, about sharing data outside of their own boundaries. And so, again, I come back to my point that I think open source is really going to really open the way and pave the way for the technology. There are other ethical concerns I have in terms of the data that was used for some of these large language models, around the IP and the copyright. And there are lots of things at the moment being debated and also in the courts. So time will tell.
Yeah, so I do believe there are new sort of ethical considerations, and part of it relates to the way that the current large language models are built. Because now you need to have a lot of computational power, you need to have lots of data to be able to build this. Actually, its operational cost as well can be like beyond what small companies can afford. And then you have this sort of question, this kind of technologies will be limited to only like some major players, and then the foundational models that are being published and used in all the top layer applications are going to be just few of them, right? So this means that there are only few people who are going to control the kind of information that is spread over the communities to different people and so on and so forth. And then the question comes like, what kind of ideas they will actually reinforce or like basically distribute or have in this kind of models that's going to move to the communities. And this is a big question: is that who's going to control this, and what are the regulations around it, and like how can we control actually not to have like these models built reinforcing biases, reinforcing or even like giving like misinformation. There's a huge risk of misinformation just because the output of these models sounds like very logical sometimes, but it's so like untrue. Like, so for example, historical information that's it's not true at all. It's making up like some events that did not happen, or like say about scientific like facts that it's not true at all. So I would say reinforcing misinformation and also controlling the narrative of the information that's going to be spread to the different communities.
Can I just respond just on one point on and this is about the open source. There are models out there who are, okay, it's not as good as ChatGPT, but they're not bad, like Alpaca or Lambda. And you can train them on your own laptop, cost you about $300, maybe you get a graphics card. So some of that has already been leaked and democratized a little bit, and there's some incredible innovation. Someone got it running on an iPhone, and it's probably not the best performance, but the fact is we're heading in that direction. So I do believe that open source is going to run ahead as long as the community is willing to do it and researchers are willing to look into this stuff. The challenge with some of the large organizations is that they're very closed, and it's almost like they're doing their tit for tat. But I think the open source community are really being collaborative, really trying to push things forward.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so that brings us to a close of the panel. So I think one last remark from what you said is, yeah, democratization will help, and that means all of you should play around with this and break stuff and try to implement this. That's how this field moves forward, not us sitting here and talking about it, you going back to your laptops and trying to build stuff with it. That's how you break that monopoly. Please give me a round, don't give me a round of applause. You can if you want, you can. So please join me in giving a round of applause to the panelists.
Thank you so much for the AI and ethics panel. Can we make some noise for them again? And for Alina for stepping forward so last minute to jump in the gap that we had as well. Can we give her a round of applause? The interesting thing about panels is like when they start, you're on one side, and then they say something, and you go on the other side. And you're like, actually, I'm on that side. And they just keep going back and forth. But at the end of it, I'm left feeling like the guy earlier who said AI is sus. I started at AI is exciting. Now I'm not so sure if it's the same. I'd like to introduce to the stage our final lightning speaker for today. She's going to be talking about the mindset you need to succeed with technology, and then we'll move into a short break. So please welcome to the stage Assia Sharif.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. So, oh, great, you can hear me. So yeah, my name's Assia Sharif. I'm a multi-award-winning software engineer, engineering mentor, and the founder of Chainverse, with Chainverse aims to revolutionize prison communications by actually providing a secure, affordable, and simple way for prisoners and loved ones to communicate. So, today what we're going to talk about is how I went from a tech newbie to an award-winning engineer and the mindset that led me to do that in less than 12 months. So, let's get started. Okay. Ooh, yeah. Well, there was supposed to be stuff on that slide, but unfortunately, I sent my draft slide, so apologies, but yeah, from the top of my head. So my journey so far, I actually got into programming back in 2021. It was lockdown, I was super bored, and I thought, what else can I do apart from go to the gym every single day? So I decided to Google what's one of the hardest things to do, and I found out that only 0.1% of the world code at the time. And I thought, why not learn to code? I can, one, waste time, but I can learn something great. So that's what I actually decided to go into. So 2021, I started learning how to program. I actually chose, the easiest thing to start with, which is web development. No offense to any web developers out here. I'm now a back-end engineer, data engineer, blockchain engineer, but I'm very back-end. I do not know how to design or anything to do with front-end. But yeah, I actually went to front-end development just to kind of see what it's like. From then, I realized that my passion is more back-end, databases, algorithms, machine learning, data, anything like this. So I thought, okay, let me go into that. So I did my first boot camp, which was with Sky, and that was a Women in Tech boot camp, which allowed me to learn about full stack engineering and more in-depth software engineering. From then, I actually went into machine learning. I did another boot camp with a community called Code and Black Females, who sponsored me into doing a machine learning boot camp. And further into the end of 2021, I managed to actually get a scholarship with Consensus, which is one of the world's leading Ethereum companies, to actually learn blockchain engineering. So that's how I learned my love and passion for more back-end engineering. From then, I managed to actually go into Code First Girls nano degree, which enabled me to get my role today as a software/data engineer, I guess, at NatWest. And yeah, which also enabled me to come up with my plan, idea, and how to web develop and also build my platform Chainverse, which, as I said, aims to help prisoners. So what I want to talk about is, even though over this whole 2021 to 2022 period, I was able not only to learn programming, but I also was able to learn a new skill, how did I go from A to Z? And I believe at the time that was all due to my mindset. So yeah, so that's what I want to talk about. So what do I mean by mindset? So when I first started learning to program, I realized that I wasn't the best at mathematics. I had average grades. I actually went to university to study law, and I dropped out second year. I was always beginning things and quitting them because I never believed that I could ever get to the end. And at the time, unfortunately, I believed that I couldn't see greater than my environment. I didn't know what's the next step for me as a woman of color, a woman of Islam. What can I do that isn't to do with medicine, law? God, as much as I love my parents, I definitely did not want to be a barrister, and I most definitely didn't want to be a dentist or a doctor. And I kept lying to them that I got A stars when I got C's and D's. And to make it worse, I even got a U in geography, chemistry, you name it, everything unclassified. So you obviously think okay, if your logical side of your brain wasn't that great back then, how on earth are you able to do algorithms on a day-to-day basis? Well, that comes with the mindset. I decided to break things down. So that's what worked for me. So I broke things down. I went from, instead of looking at it okay, I need to learn this entire programming language, Python, why not think of it as, okay, what's the first step? The fundamentals of Python, for example. So breaking things down into small daily habits that helped me get to my bigger goal. So my goal in 2022 was okay, cool, I've got all these boot camps that I've done, these certifications, what can I do next? I can't get a role right now. I wasn't able to actually pass interviews at the time, entry-level roles. So I thought, how can I become better at problem solving, but at communication and at my technical skills? And I thought the best way to do is to go into mentorship. So at the time, 2022, I went into mentorship. Basic mentorship, not great. I was just teaching many women, web development, but also technical interview skills, which funnily enough, they would pass and I wouldn't. And that actually helped me obviously learn, okay, this is what I need to work on. Again, algorithms, nightmare. But during that period, I realized that why was I not like afraid of what I was doing? Because it was way out of my comfort zone. But the reason why I wasn't afraid is because I see myself grow. I grew as a person, my personal development, but I also grew within my communication skills, my leadership skills, and then I learned all this side, like the logical side of my brain that I genuinely thought at the time I would never be able to do anything to do with, like, you know, algorithms, programming, or anything that I see my father or brothers do, because, you know, they're all into computer science. But thankfully, over time, I showed myself that over a 12-month period, this is possible. That enabled me to then go on to winning global awards in product and engineering, Tech Influencer of the Year, and so many other amazing awards that enabled me to inspire, educate, and empower women and people from underrepresented backgrounds to show them that you can actually see much greater than your environment. And during my journey, I faced a lot of obstacles, obstacles that maybe some of you may resonate with in here, but obstacles such as obviously major stress, just being a woman in general, being the only woman in a room when going for interviews, but also going for just events. I would always be one of the only women of color, and religion. Rejections. When I was first applying for entry-level roles, I must have applied for over 100 roles, and honestly, not a single one replied. But coming to 2022, with the experience that I started getting through mentorship, with believing in myself, with just trying harder each day, I realized that not only did I go out my way to network to see what I could do better, but that networking enabled me to actually overcome those rejections. So an advice I would give here is see rejection as greatness. See it as another door will open for you. And failure, fail fast. That's what I learned. The faster I failed, the better I did, the more opportunities came my way, especially being a founder. Again, in the founder world, women, people of color, you know, the representation is very small and the investment. But one thing I learned is the more I tried, the more I put myself out there, the more I networked, and the faster I failed is the faster that my startup scaled. And one of my favorite quotes in regards to obviously the subject is, in the middle of every difficulty lies opportunity. So keep putting yourselves in difficult positions. Trust me, like, it will do the world of good in the future. I did touch upon building habits, organization, and focus. And what I mean by this is have that growth mindset. Have that mindset of I can, I will, and I should, instead of I can't, I won't. Because having that fixed mindset, unfortunately, will only keep you in a rut. It won't allow you, again, to grow. And when I say build habits and have organization, what worked for me was using something as simple as Trello board. If no one's heard of Trello, I'm sure people have heard of Notion or even your notes, and just writing small goals. And what's funny is when I look back at my boards that I created back in 2021, I've hit every single goal, and goals that I even had in a column where it was like, inshallah, in 5 years' time, I will do X, Y, Z. Well, I did all that in about 18 months, so 5 years, you know, that just goes to show that if you keep putting things in your subconscious and you tell yourself that you can do it. And another thing that actually helped me in regards to organization was having an environment where I thrived. So, you know, your network is your network. Who you surround yourself with is where you're going to be in 5 years' time. I truly believe that. When I changed who I was around and I started going around people who made me feel better, empowered, and also encouraged me in my career, it enabled me to grow. So, obviously I doubled my slides, apologies for that. So I do want to leave everyone with a few tips that I do have. For anyone who wants to get into technology, but also wants to develop their mindset and just grow as a person personally or professionally, is one, network. Exposure is very important, so leverage the power of these events and also leverage the power of LinkedIn. Organization. Always try and stay organized mentally, physically, emotionally. For me personally, you know, I try and go to the gym as much as possible, pray, you know, Allah will get you through everything. Just know that what's for you will be for you, and do not compare yourself. And that goes on to my third point, which is comparison is the biggest killer of joy. Have tunnel vision, focus on your journey. Get a mentor. There's so many mentorships out there, and for free. Mentor yourself. It doesn't matter what stage you're at. Even if you're a beginner, mentor yourself. You will learn. Believe in yourself. Join a community. I'm part of many communities who've helped me become the woman I am today. And learn to problem solve. A crazy thing, but it will help you. It doesn't mean just technically. Learn to problem solve just to develop your professional and personal development. And I'll just end with a very important quote to myself that's resonated with me, which is, you are who you are in this world. You're either somebody or nobody. And every day I choose to be somebody who inspires, educates, and empowers and makes that difference. And you can too. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. We're going to head off to a quick break, and when we come back, we have one final talk. So we'll come back in 20 minutes. So I'll see you all in about 15 minutes back in here, and then we have one final talk before we wrap up. Thank you. Such an honor and a privilege to get to host the first ever Muslim Tech Fest. And honestly, thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming and joining us today. I'm overwhelmed by just how good this is. But it's also been about 12 hours since my team of volunteers have been awake. And I can see them falling asleep as well. So please, can we make some noise for the volunteers that are making this event run? So we've had some lightning talks throughout the day, and the whole purpose of those was to create a stage like this at one of the best venues in London and get people from our community to share their story. But this talk is really important to me because when I met this person, I realized that there's Muslims doing great things all over the country in all industries, and they don't have a stage to really showcase the work that they're doing. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Safa Al-Khatib, who is going to talk about how to build a business for a successful exit. Please come to the stage.
Great, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Everyone there? Great. What a wonderful conference this has been. I think it's been really, really amazing. I've been inspired personally to see, sometimes in tech, especially if you don't work in London or places like that, you just think you're the only kind of Muslim guy around, and it's just to be in this venue and to see this incredible talent around the room. And that last panel was, where did they go? We should have had them come right at the beginning because I want to grab each and every one of them, connect with them, and interact with them because they were really, really amazing. So thank you so much, Zahid, for giving me the time to do this. I just want to say, who I am. My name is Safa Al-Khatib. I'm the CEO of AutoCab. AutoCab develops technology, software, a SaaS company for the taxi and private hire industry. What that means is, of course, everybody knows Uber and these other companies, but there are thousands of companies all over the world, independent taxi companies. They may have 5, 6, or 20 cars. They may have 5,000 cars. And they all need technology to run. So AutoCab develops that technology, end-to-end technology that helps them run. And just to get a little bit more detail about what's involved, you would think taxi doesn't have a lot of tech. It actually really does. Part of the components of what we do are technology in the hands of the driver, so they receive jobs. There's also white label apps that our customers give to their own clients, so then they can book with them. There's also a dispatch system that finds the best driver and matches them with the best with the job that they need to be connecting to, and all that happens automatically. There's also an accounting package that figures out what each and every driver should be paid at the end of the week. There's also a phone system because still about 60% of all bookings into the taxi industry are done by phone, so you need a phone system to do that. There's also e-booking platforms for corporate clients to book. On and on. There's a lot of technology that's involved with that. So AutoCab today actually is headquartered out of Manchester. We have 40% market share here in the UK, and we also operate in 30 countries around the world. But the fact, about 100,000 drivers use our technology, and each and every day, 600,000 to 700,000 bookings go through. People move from point A to point B using our technology. AutoCab was actually, although we provided technology for people who compete with Uber, and I'll tell you how as I talk today. Actually, Uber acquired AutoCab 18 months ago through a pretty good exit, and so we are now a wholly owned subsidiary of Uber. So Zahid reached out to me, and thank you, Zahid, for doing that. This is lovely, honestly. I'm so honored to be here. He said, I asked him, what would you want me to talk about? He says, look, why don't you just tell us your life story? How you grew up, where you grew up, what happened, how did you end up here, and how did you end up selling a business to Uber? And I said, look, what I'd like to talk about a bit is just maybe I've just been through an exit. It would be great if I can give you pointers onto some lessons learned along the way. Perhaps you could benefit from them. So I will be doing that today. So I will start where I was born. I hope I don't bore you guys, but there are some lessons learned I want to share with you in my life, and I think you may find them useful. So I was born in Baghdad, Iraq, a long time ago, before most of you, well, long time ago. Let's just leave it at that. And I lived there. I was actually born into a fairly wealthy family. My father was a businessman. He owned paint factories, and he had the largest paint factory in the Middle East. So grew up a wealthy kid, if you will. When I was 10 years old, actually through political upheaval, our family was given an hour to leave the country, and all of our wealth, my father's wealth, was confiscated. And all of a sudden, we were like, we didn't know where to go. We were refugees. How many people here were refugees in your life? Anybody here was a refugee? Ever? By the way, that's the best thing that happened to you. I'm telling you, that was the best thing that happened to me. I really grew from that experience. So anyway, we ended up in Lebanon, actually, because it was also an Arabic-speaking country. I was 10 years old. I got into school, and of course, in Lebanon, they speak French in school. So I didn't know anything about French. I had to learn that. I was just getting settled down about a year and a half into that, and guess what happened? Well, you probably don't know. Most of you were not born there. But Israel invaded Lebanon in 1982. Bullets started firing into the glass of the apartment that we were living in, and basically we had to flee Lebanon all of a sudden. We had a relative that lived in Iran, and that was the only place that we could actually go to. So my father took us to Iran, and I ended up going to school there and learning Farsi, believe it or not, which is, of course, another language that I didn't know about. So by the way, you didn't have special program that teach you stuff. They just throw you in, right? Remember that? Remember those days? They just throw you in and hope they do well. So anyway, so I did that, and I was really making a lot of friends. It was really good. And I remember that summer, actually, I was about 13. There's this big bazaar, like in all these Muslim countries, right? You have that traditional bazaar. So I had somebody, a relative used to sell wholesale these things that you put on top of a table, and I ended up actually creating a little business where I was selling these things, and it was all these ladies that came in and bought that stuff for me. I was really cute, 13-year-old, right? So I used it fully to my advantage because they had big shops there with storefronts selling the same stuff, and I would undercut them. But they all came in, thought I was really cute, and I was like, yeah, and I really outsold them. And I'll tell you why this is important in a second. And so then I was just having a good time, honestly, there, made some friends, but it was really, really hard going through this experience. Now, my father being the ambitious type and always does the right thing, even if it's hard, I basically was 14 years old, and he said, we're going to go visit your brother. It's too much detail, but my brother, who was 18, was studying university in America, in Florida. And he said, we're just going to go visit your brother. Maybe we take you there as well. And I was like, I don't want to leave that. No way. Well, he said, we'll just go visit him and come back. Of course, we went there to visit, and he says, you're not going back. So I was 14, got into high school in Melbourne, Florida, a little teeny tiny town. And this was in 1982. And at the time, computers were just coming about. Personal computers were just coming about. I didn't know any English and was thrown into high school for a year and a half. I couldn't even understand what the teacher was saying. And then, but my brother was like, why don't you take this computer class? I didn't even know what computers were. I took it. It was basic programming at the time. And it was lovely because you all you have to know is like 30 different English words, and you can be really good at it. So I started programming in high school, and basically Friday night till Sunday morning, I would just do video games and program them. So, which I really enjoyed. I really kind of fell in love with that. Then after that, I'll go through, how am I on time? I'm probably not doing very well on time. Okay, so anyway, am I okay for right now? Okay, good. So after that, I graduated from high school, went into computer engineering, and then did master's in electrical engineering, graduated from there, got my first job as a hardware developer. So I used to design microprocessors and memories and, the PCBs, like the green stuff that when you open up a computer, I used to actually design those, did that for about 4 years. And then after that, I decided to do software. So I got into embedded software development, doing C and C++ in telecommunications. Very quickly after that, 2 or 3 years, I became director of software development, then vice president of engineering, then CTO for a variety of NASDAQ-listed companies in the US. And then in year 2000, I established my first business. I was married, had a baby girl, and another one on the way. I was 31 and decided this was a perfect time to start a new business. So it was really interesting. I'll tell you some lessons about that in a second. But started a company called Paralogic, which is basically writing parallel processing software for the telecommunications industry. There's these things called network processors that were just emerging at the time, and I built basically the best team in the world that can write this parallel processing software. Ran that basically for 8 years, grew that business, and sold that business to Cavium Networks, which at the time was a $2 billion market cap company out of Silicon Valley. They were manufacturers of the silicon chips that went into your routers and switches and so on. And then I became general manager of one of 3 divisions that Cavium Networks had. Actually, Cavium about 3 years ago was sold for $6 billion in Silicon Valley. Okay, so that's half of the story, but let me tell you some of the lessons learned during that time. So first of all, by the way, if you want to study all the mega entrepreneurs, the Steve Jobs and people of that category, there might be 20, 30. I actually looked at each and every one of them. And they all did something beyond studying in high school. They all did. They all got involved into tinkering with technology, buying something, selling something. So lesson number 1, if you have a little brother or sister, and also yourself, it's not too late. Don't just go through school and just pass your A-levels and get the grades, or that of university. Tinker with stuff, play with stuff, sell stuff, build stuff. And they all did that. All of them did that. So if you want to have similar kind of success, I would say that's really important. And that's why I mentioned to you that experience I had in the bazaar, because I got to know how to buy and how to sell things to people. And when you know that at 14, you have an instinct for that, right? And you can kind of go with that. And then when I was programming video games when I was 14 or 15, when that technology first came about, that was actually like, I was at the bleeding edge of that technology, right? And that gives you a competitive advantage, which is really important. So that's lesson number 1. Lesson number 2, solving what I call solving the biggest business problem. Now, I went through and I told you did some hardware, did 3-4 years of software, and then became director of software development. Well, all of you have been around. It's not easy just to become, within 2 or 3 years, director of software development. I'll be honest with you. And you say, well, why did that happen? What happened there? And let me tell you a story of what really happened, how that came about. So I was doing software, knew what I was doing. There's lots of other developers there. Our business got a customer, a potential customer, that basically was going to gave us the biggest order, about $5 million at the time, which is our biggest order that we've ever had. And the CEO of the business came to us and said, who can write this extra piece of software because we have to demo something in order to get this deal to happen. And all the other senior developers, well, this is going to take 6 months, and it may be 8, and I can't tell you if I finish it in 8. And I said, I'll do it in 2 weeks, right? I worked like crazy, 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. every day for 2 to 3 weeks, and I got it done and delivered that software. Now, you look at that and say, oh, Safa's just trying to boast. Honestly, that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point here is that what? A lot of smart people, what they do is they go try to solve the most complex problem they have around them. What's the most difficult thing I must do? Because I'm smart, so I'm going to go solve the most complex problem in my business. And they go in and they work really, really hard, and they go show it to their boss, and their boss are like, yeah, okay, right? Now, what happened there is I went and solved the most important business problem. Me working on that particular problem allowed my business to gain that $5 million contract. And then, as far as they're concerned, that was the thing that actually made the CEO not sleep at night, right? And if you can solve the most complex business problem, the most important business problem, you'll find out that managers actually come and pull you up after that, and they get you up. Now, if let's say I worked just as hard and solved the problem that gave just 10K of benefit, how much of that should they give me? I have to think about it. I might have solved AI, I don't know, but if it resulted in 10K worth of benefit for my business, should they give me 2K of that? Now, in reality, what happened, they gave me a role of director of software development. My salary doubled from 77K to 160K, and they gave me shares in the business, right? So lesson number 2 or 3, always focus on what makes the CEO not sleep at night. And solve that problem. If you solve that problem, they just pull you up. You don't have to do anything. You never have to ask for a rise or for a promotion. Okay? By the way, there's nothing wrong working really hard in your 20s. I'm sorry, but I'm going to get shot here, I know. But this work-life balance thing that we've got here in the UK just doesn't sit with me very well, because it assumes what? Assumes that work is not part of life, right? See some people hesitating while they do this. Controversial, I know, yeah. So there's another story, but I don't have time to go through that here. So anyway, so honestly, there's nothing wrong. And what I'm trying to say here to you guys is that when, as a young man or young woman, you will be professional at what you do. Like, if it's not in your 20s, then when, right? Just remember, a 2 or 3-year-old can learn something like 100 words a day or something. But when they become 9 or 10, they lose that capability. In terms of analytical expansion of our brain, that happens between 18 and 25. After that, you can try to push your brain to become more analytical. It's not the same. And so it's really, really important that you expand your mental capability during that age. Right? Are we agreeing on this? Okay. Basically not. Okay. Let's see. Oh, the other lesson, really, really important. I call them wanderers. There's people who become developer, and they go C# this to C# that, and then just stay with that forever. Or marketing this or product this. Just keep in mind, if you want to become a CEO one day, you have to be multi-talented. You have to, if you look at any tech business, there's finance, there's sales, there's marketing, there's operations, and there's tech, whatever it is that you're supposed to do. In order to be a CEO, you have to be amazing, like world-class at one. You have to be really, really good at 2 of these things, pretty good at the 4th one, and kind of okay with the 5th one. And so people who succeed is in their late 20s and early 30s. They wander a bit. What that means is you're doing one thing, you're going to switch and do something else. Maybe do sales, do marketing, go back to tech, vice versa, do some product. Now, they look to you, meanwhile, as not going anywhere because they're staying flat because no one's going to pay you a lot more to go do something that you haven't been doing. But it's really, really important that you wander around, do different things, because once you do, then you're preparing yourself to have those skill sets so you can be a leader, a tech leader later on in your career. Okay, enough lessons for this stage. That's good. So let's talk about the next stage. So I had just sold a business. I was there for 3 years at Cavium Networks, being general manager of one of 3 divisions of a very large company. Honestly, life was easy. It was really good. I was living in America. And then something happened in my family where a relative of mine, unfortunately, who actually established AutoCAD some 30 years ago, it was 20 years at the time, came down with cancer and fell ill, and after 2 years passed away. So we're relatives. His family was like, you're tech, you know this stuff. This business, AutoCAD, which is in Manchester, may fall apart. It just wasn't prepared to be to run. So can you come and just do something, right? So I flew from America to Manchester, spent 2 or 3 weeks, and then came up with a plan. So we said, okay, I'm going to come, not tell everybody, not tell anybody really, but I'm going to come, be a CEO of this business, and spend about a year and a half, and we're going to sell it, right? That was the idea. Now, at the time, although I've explained to you about AutoCAD, at the time, this was 10 years ago, the technology was very different. Right now, we're a SaaS company, all software, whatever. At the time, I want to explain to you, there was no cloud, really, reliable. So we had, every taxi company would have servers in their office, and we'd be installing those servers. They'd have an antenna on the top of their building to actually reach the communication with the driver. And we had custom piece of hardware that we manufactured that had to sit in every vehicle. And that was the state of mind for the technology at the time, right? So I came in and said, okay, great. So we have a business that was barely break-even. It was a bit loss-making. So let's figure out who can buy this business. And we decided that private equity is a good thing with this. And private equity, what they look for is profitability and cash flow. And we can talk about that later. We probably won't get the time of what they really look for. So I said, okay, great. All I've got to do is create about 3 million in EBITDA, and then after that we go to market, and we're going to get some 10x or 3x or something valuation, and then kind of go from there, right? And came in and did that, actually, right? We came in, did a cost reduction on the hardware, redesigned it, shipped it to China, manufactured in China, so that went right to the margins, and focused a lot on sales to grow the sales of the business. In a year and a half, alhamdulillah, we had 3 million EBITDA. We went to market, right? And then, boom, of course, these things that come at you out of nowhere that break your plans, right? So what happened at the time was 3G technology had just come out and become reliable, so you don't need those antennas to get to the car. The other thing that happened is cloud-based technology became reliable enough because it's 24/7 type operation, so you don't need servers at the office. You can take them to the cloud. And smartphones came about. They were about Android smartphones, about 100, 120 pounds each. So you don't need expensive piece of hardware that sits there, right, in the vehicle. Which means what? Which means then you don't need to be selling hardware. A competitor can come in and actually do a SaaS-based solution, software only. Software in the cloud, smartphones for the drivers, and rip out those antennas and then let 3G do the work, right? And that means basically the business model needed to transition from capital upfront to a pay-as-you-go SaaS type of solution. This is number one. The other threat is Uber had come into the market, and everybody was telling us your whole market is going to get destroyed. All of your customers are going to go out of business. So all of a sudden, no one would touch AutoCAD as an acquisition target from these private equity. And so then, okay, so let's take a step back. What do we do now? So we came up basically with a time where we redid our initiative, and basically we said we will pivot and do what's called a SaaS transition. Has anybody heard of SaaS transition? What that means? No? Okay. So basically, rather than paying, getting a customer to pay, let's say, £500,000 upfront for a whole system, you just give them software, and it's all pay-as-you-go. It's like a subscription type of business. So what's great about that is SaaS businesses tend to be 3 to 4 times more valuable than hardware-based businesses, so that's really good. Whoa, 1 minute. Okay, all right. I think I'm faster.
You have a bit more longer if you need.
Do I?
Questions we'll have less time.
We'll have less time. Okay, watch me go fast. Okay, all right. So we did a SaaS transition, which was basically self-funded by the business, and so how do I do that in 1 minute? Okay, all right, okay. A couple more minutes. Okay, great. So yeah, so basically we did the SaaS transition, and that was good. So what I'm trying to say here is that when you look to sell a business, you have to first figure out who will buy that business, right? And in this case, what we decided is 2 different kind of buyers. One is private.
Is that before you start the business, or you went in to run it? But
yeah.
Do you apply that advice before you start the business? Who will look to buy it?
Whenever you decide that you want to sell, you got to decide who's going to buy it.
So at the point where you're going to sell it, not before you start it.
No. It just depends. Like if you think I'm going to keep it for the rest of my life, then you don't think that. But the moment you think I want to exit, it might be in 5 years. You have to think who is going to buy it exactly, right? So anyway, so we did the SaaS transition, so that's good. The other thing that we did is that we create the iGo marketplace, which is basically a way for demand generators and operators to work together, and that basically made the company a good target for trade companies, right? Basically mimicking the travel and hotel industry. So basically, we did that, and then we went to market. This is like 5 years after that. And then as we were going through, when we achieved our objective, we said we're going to go to market. And then basically at the time, Uber came to us because they were thinking about the same idea. They were losing money operating in all kinds of different parts of the world. And in London, they would make money, but in a smaller town, they wouldn't. So they're like, rather than keep losing money, they loved our iGo concept of working with taxi and private hire companies. And then actually today, what has happened is that Uber acquired us 18 months ago. And if you were going to go on the Uber app, not in London because TfL doesn't like it, but if you go outside of London, you take out the Uber app, you'll see UberX, UberXL, and something called Local Cab. And if you were to click on Local Cab, that actually connects to our iGo marketplace, and a local taxi company fulfills that work. That's the best I can do, guys. So, yeah. You want to do questions? 3 questions. We're doing 3 questions. Yeah?
Assalamu alaikum. And first of all, thank you very much for your speech. So 2 questions from me. So obviously you've lived a life in many countries. You've done a lot of things. So my question to you, firstly, is what's next for you? And secondly, what keeps you motivated?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. Thank you. Probably the tougher side. So what's next? So I'm still the CEO of AutoCab. Part of my objective is I've kind of done it all on like the smaller company side in my career, but I wanted to prove to myself that I can operate at the Meta and Facebook and Meta and Facebook, but Ubers of the world and so on. So basically, basically what we're doing now is we're trying to get this concept to work globally, not just in the UK. So basically, I'd like to see our software being basically the operating system for the taxi industry, and that's that. But at the same time, I got to tell you, I'm infatuated with AI. I studied it in 1988, neural networks. We thought it was just going to happen in 5 years, and it took 30. But it's here today, and I do think that AI, for the next 10 to 15 years, is probably the biggest value creator potential in terms of technology, and I'll probably do something with it over the next few years. Yeah? Alaikum salam.
It's been amazing listening to your journey. Thank you. So, as someone who has co-founded a business in the past and now exited as well, my question to you is, now that Uber has taken over, which is a massive, obviously, achievement for your company, how are you looking to scale or grow AutoCab now that that technology lies with Uber? How do you define what parts you're owning versus what Uber has control over?
Yeah, no, that's great. So actually, the technology that is not with Uber. Actually, we will continue to innovate, and there's a technology hub in Manchester that will be, for the foreseeable future, developing technology for the taxi industry.
Is it more like a partnership?
Yeah, they connect, basically. They connect. They're kind of like Expedia, and we're like the hotels, if that makes sense. Do you see what I mean? And that basically, so we've done the connection. There's millions of bookings that are already going through up and down the UK, and we're going to expand that and make that to be a global thing, hopefully.
Hello,
Walaikum salam.
Thank you for sharing your story.
You're welcome.
Very inspirational. I think for me, and there's a lot of lessons we can take from it as well, I think we live in a very disruptive market. Things are evolving constantly. So it'd be interesting to understand how you stayed current, because it's very easy for a new technology to come and completely disrupt your market, like you've seen with AutoCab as well.
Yeah. So honestly, there's a couple of points, and that pivot and disruption is really an important thing. And it turns out that you have to read the market all the time and be able to predict those disruptions, because timing is really important. I'll explain to you one thing real quick. So for AutoCab, we decided that we're going to go to cloud and SaaS, which means your revenue is spread over a 3-year period rather than cash up front. So if I go in and tomorrow stop getting this cash up front type business and go purely cloud, I'm going to have to go borrow £15 million to do this transition, because I need to fund the company. So what we did is we said, you know what, we will go ahead, and because we did it early enough, some customers were not convinced about this cloud thing. So we said we're going to sell to them cash up front kind of business, get cash from them, and the other ones who wanted to do cloud, we're going to go sell them cloud with the revenue. And you can see the cash up front going down like that, while the SaaS revenue going up, right? And then we actually, the way we priced and came up with, we got to do this in 5 years, is because we had a certain amount of cash, about £3 million to start off with. And we actually came up with a graph that showed exactly that cash becoming zero in 2.5 years and then climbing up. And that's actually how this whole thing was done. And we were able to execute on that. We end up about 300K kind of like in the hole, but then, you know, which is really fine, going through that SaaS transition. So what I'm trying to say is that if you had waited a year or two, no customer would have wanted the hardware-based system. They all would have said, I want cloud. If you do that, then you're stuck with cash. Exactly. And I remember at the time, myself and the person who were working together very closely, we actually went and studied disruption companies like Kodak and all of those, what happened to them. We got lessons learned from what happens when there's technology disruption. And we learned from that and came up with that approach. So timing is really important. Being able to read it is really important. Yeah? I'm going to keep going until you guys tell me stop, yeah? Yeah.
Hello? Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Thanks for sharing your experience. I say as a Muslim myself, I was a Muslim myself, sorry. But it's really inspiring to see the career trajectory of a Muslim CEO. So my question is more in 2 parts, as in the whole Muslim experience in your career trajectory. Is there any specific challenges that you faced being a Muslim throughout your career, and how you kind of overcame those challenges? My second part of the question is do you kind of draw any inspiration from your faith, and that can you kept you motivated or driven throughout your career, throughout building your experience?
Great question, and very personal to me, that question. So first of all, honestly, like I've just shared with you kind of my professional journey, and it's been a long journey, and honestly, I'd love to share more if I could, if I had more time. But rest assured, I had a spiritual journey that went along with it. And it was just as intense and just as interesting and just as offered me similar opportunity for growth. It's really important. What I can tell you here is your challenge here isn't to become only a successful technology entrepreneur who creates wealth. And your challenge here isn't only to become amazing at your faith and to be loved by the Muslim community. and be close to Allah. The challenge for all of us is to do both. And that's really the key, is I think basically that's what I challenge myself with, is to be able to reach excellence in both. And I think that's the challenge for all of us. Growing up, people tell us, oh, if you want to be successful in business, you have to give up your faith because it's not practical, right? Or, you know, if you want to be full of faith, then you can't succeed in business. And I'm here to tell you they are wrong. You don't have to do that. You don't have to choose. You can do both. And that is actually more enriching than any other experience. I'm telling you, it is very, very possible. Now, when you do that, you have to be a bit fluid, and you can't just follow what everybody in the community says. You have to have your own thinking of what is right and what is wrong, because lots of times the community makes you in a position where it's impossible for you to succeed in both, right? So you have to be your own mind to figure out what is right and what is wrong. That's number one. Number two, I got to tell you, success and failure, this is kind of from a Muslim faith perspective, if you ask me about that. Success or failure are two sides of the same coin. They really, really are for a person. I mean, we tend to think, oh, mashallah, here's this success, and you know, as if Allah loves that person more. It actually has nothing to do with it. He doesn't care. He really doesn't care, right? They're both tests. They're just of different type, basically. And they're both there as a test to provide us for growth opportunities. So one person who has hardship, economic, that's a certain kind of test. The other test is to succeed and to make sure that that doesn't corrupt that person and take them away from their faith. And they are really, I'm telling you, God doesn't care if you're successful or not. That's not the point. Yeah? One more. One more.
Assalamu alaikum. So you've shared quite a few lessons learned, and my question is, I guess, two sides of the same coin. But knowing what you know now, that you've built a successful business, what is one thing you wish you hadn't done in your journey? And on the flip side, what is one thing that you have done that you're like, that is the key thing that's got me here, I guess, or that's the one thing I could never lose?
Yeah, so in terms of the thing that I think I have done that got me here, I would say the biggest factor, and I think this is honestly good advice for a lot of young people here, is that what you see is people, they get to about 20, 22, and they start to interpret, they look at the world, they take the world for what it is, and they interpret their faith and their values and how they view the world at that age, and which is great. That's really amazing. That's really good. The problem is, as they get older, they just stay with that concept when they were 22, and they become 30 or 40 and 50, and they don't look at that again, right? And the issue is that worked 500, 600 years ago when the world did not, first of all, nobody lived more than 55, right? Number one. So you didn't have as much of a difference. And the world didn't change very much in 20 or 30 years. So if you interpret yourself and how you look at the world when you're 22, that can last you until you're 55 and you're dead, and it's fine. Like, it's all right. Our world is changing so, so quickly, right? And we're all living older. So the people who do that, and I honestly see that even in our communities today, they have a serious, serious issue. What you got to do is you have to wake up every day and you have to say, how do I interpret my values and how I see the world based on the world as it is today? And if you keep doing that, you stay young. Young not in terms of physical, but how you would interact with young people as if you're like them. And I'm not saying that's an advantage. I'm just saying just the mental state, right? And then you will deal with the world as it is. If it is AI today, you deal with AI as if you're 22. What happens if you're 22 and AI comes about? What are you going to do? Well, most people my age, they'll be like, I don't know what to do with this thing. I'm going to see if I can ignore it for as long as I can. When in reality, you need to either be creating it or you need to be using it. and being really good at it, for example, right? Does that answer your question? That is in terms of what I think that was probably the biggest benefit I had in terms of the way of thinking. Every day waking up and thinking, okay, if I'm 22, how would I interact with the world in terms of my values, in terms of business, in terms of social, all of those things. That's that. In terms of that, I wouldn't do, honestly, I don't think about that. I don't, like, alhamdulillah, whatever happened, whatever happened is for the best, so I don't waste time thinking, I should have done something else. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your journey. So many nuggets, so many gems in there. I hope everyone found that useful. We're going to wrap things up now. So that's the close of the Muslim Tech Fest, the first one that we've ever done. To help me wrap things up, I'd like to re-invite my co-host, Arthur, to the stage. Please give her a round of applause.
Wow. I've just been blown away by the talent today, from different stages, different walks of life. It's just been absolutely incredible to hear their stories, their knowledge, their journeys. And you know what? This is just the start for some of their journeys. Like, some of them are so young and got so much to do. Some are established and are giving back. And just to iterate back to the point that I made at the beginning, you all can do something for the community. So if there's one thing that hopefully today inspires you, I want you to go away and just think about what's that one thing that you can do. Maybe, as I mentioned, you can mentor someone, whatever it is. Just really kind of make that pledge to yourself. So just to conclude, feedback. I want you guys to check out your phone right now. Scan the QR code, go on the URL. And the reason I'm making you do it right now is because you won't do it tomorrow when we send the email. So please do it right now, because the feedback is actually really important, especially if you want us to do this again, and if you want it to be bigger and better. So yeah, the feedback will really help us. It really helps us in terms of kind of what to do better, but also just allows us to see how we've done. So please just fill that in. And also, if you follow that URL, it'll also link you to the WhatsApp group for a potential after party. So you can join that WhatsApp group if you want to carry on the conversation. So yep, everyone's on their phones, right? I'm looking around. Yeah? Now. We finished our lanyards, actually, so we ordered about 400 of them. So we've had about at least over 400 people walk through the doors today. So we actually had to hand out some more volunteer lanyards. So alhamdulillah for that. So yeah, I expect at least 100, if not more, in terms of our feedback. So just a few last things to mention.
Yeah, a couple of things on the agenda, just as we wrap up and you finish your feedback. If you can't access the QR code, go to muslimtechfest.com/feedback. Fill out the feedback form. If you want to chill a little bit more, there's some details for an after party there. There's a few thank yous that have to go around. I stand here, I take all the credit. I do this for every single Islamic Makers event, but behind me, there's an incredible superstar team of people that are making this stuff happen. We've got about 30 volunteers that have helped us do this, and a core team that's really pulled everything together, from the sign-up form, from the Eventbrite, from running around like a headless chicken at 7 a.m. this morning, making sure everything was set before you guys came. So as we welcome onto the stage, Aruj, not yet, Hassan, Pabel, and Farah, if you could please come to the stage, and everyone please give them a round of applause.
One thing I want to say especially as well is, when you kind of build up people and you have this idea, some of this designs, Farah, Pebble's been looking after the sponsors, Aruj is the one who's really managed all the volunteers. He probably hasn't even got to enjoy this event, actually, and just watching the live stream. And obviously Hassan, by bringing us into this venue. Literally everybody has played a part. And thank you so much for the time that you've given. Thank you to all the other volunteers that are scattered around everywhere. But yeah, do hand out the...
Pabel, thank you so much for helping us put this together. Your work behind the scenes was invaluable. You spent a lot of time after hours of work to do this for us, so thank you so much.
It's an iPad, right?
Aruj, this is for you. You've been involved for months and months. This was an idea that I conceived about a year ago. It didn't happen because we didn't have the resources. Aruj came on board and really supercharged everything. It wouldn't have been possible without her coordinating everything behind the scenes. Please give her a massive round of applause. Has everyone still got their lanyards on? Yeah. Have a look at the design you have on there. Isn't it so beautiful? Isn't it so well laid out? Someone actually thought about putting 3 spaces there, one for your name, one for your title so you can boast a little bit, and one for the company that you're from. That's all thanks to Farah, who designed these and made it possible for us to have such a great atmosphere around us. The banner behind us is also from her. If you look at the entrance outside, it says Muslim Tech Fest. You'll probably never see that in Mayfair again until we're back here, and that's all her hard work. Thank you. Now, putting on an event like this is super, super, super expensive. Not just from our time and the mental energy it requires, but also from finding venues, from doing the logistics and making stuff happen like that. We wanted a really big stage. We could have just got a small office and packed out 100 people like all of our events and sat out really quickly. What we really wanted was an auditorium like this, 400 seats, so we could really pack it out, make a big stage in the middle of London and make that possible. And that just would not have been possible without the help of Hassan. So thank you so much for your help. And this is to you. Thank you so much.
And there's one person that couldn't make it today, Marham. So especially as speaker, she was the one chasing you for the slides, making sure you have everything you need. She's honestly been instrumental behind the scenes. Shout out to Marham. I'm sure you're watching on the live stream. Big thank you to you as well. The other thing I want to actually mention is, we've mentioned the volunteers and stuff, but actually there's also invisible people in our lives that actually also make this possible. Zahid runs a startup, so I'm sure his co-founders have given him the space to work on this. No, they didn't. I have a family. My husband was looking after my little one. She'll be here later. She's not here already. All these people in your lives actually make all the difference. And actually, often they don't actually get the credit because they're the ones actually behind the scenes managing what needs to be managed so I can do this for the community. So yeah, just a big thank you to kind of family, friends, everyone that kind of steps in to kind of make this possible as well. So yep, we've talked about the sponsors before, you've spoken to them. If you haven't, again, please visit their stores on the way out and visit their websites. Again, I don't like to talk about money. It took me a long time to actually get comfortable with money, but money is often actually what makes things possible. So actually, when people from our community can actually part with their cash and be like, hey, we want to make this possible, it makes all the difference. So yeah, shout out to our sponsors again for working with us in delivering this. And on the way out, this is also a way to get you out of the building because Mazamit Makers events, it's always hard to push people out of the building. We were thinking really about, what do we give to our audience? Often when you go to tech conferences, you end up with lots of things, and sometimes you don't use that stuff. So we were really conscious. So we decided to actually gift you all a small Zamzam water so that you all can make dua for us, our community, the organization, and yourselves. And God, I'm getting emotional. And like I said, it's a privilege for me to actually have been gifted this community, to be able to service the community. I've been doing this for 8 years, and oh my God. I did not expect this to happen. And community work is hard, especially in the Muslim community. But there's always things that happen, just like today, that just give me energy. There was times when I wanted to quit, and Allah just threw money my way out of nowhere to fund a team. When I'd just fallen pregnant. So there's all these things that just happen that honestly, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala always makes it easy for me. And I think that's the one thing to always remember. Whatever happens in your journeys, that actually Allah will always find a way to make it possible. So keep your intentions pure and be able to do that. So, back to the feedback. If you haven't already, please do that. But again, a round of applause for everybody today for just coming out on your Saturday. And just, thank you so much. And yeah, speakers, team, etc. Please stick by if you do want a picture across with our lovely board before it gets dismantled. Thank you. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
So, it's part of the RI tradition before people get up and go that we mention a couple of things. So because you're very much not an add-on, but part of the RI tradition, I think it was suitable for me to try to follow up that. The first thing is, do not let this be the first and the only time that you ever come to the RI. Like I said at the beginning, all the famous scientists that you could probably name sat in the chairs that you're sitting on now. They shaped and changed the world to what we know today. And inshallah, you will be the ones that shape and change the world to what you know tomorrow. So be part of the journey. If that means coming to events that we do fantastic array of events from anything what's in a dark black hole to anything what's in the deep blue sea. Do check those out. But then more so this, be like Zahid. Send me a message or the RI team a message and say, hey, there's this great venue in Mayfair and I've got this great idea and I want to do something with you guys. Because as very much as it's part of being part of the program as an audience member, we really want you to be actively part of our journey as an organization as we head into the next 200 years to be trailblazers, to be pioneers, and to be people who shape, quite literally, the future and the world that we make it to be. I want to say thank you to every single one of you, because when I put this together as an idea to my team, honestly, it was a very lonely thing, and also to pitch the idea that for once in history of the RY, we're going to get 500 Muslims into the building. In one go, not even in the course of the year. That's the KPI for the whole year. And it wasn't going to be a Ramadan tent project. It was quite an outlandish thing to even try and do. But you guys did it. And you'll do it, inshallah, 10 times more in venues like this and venues bigger than I think you could do. So Jazakallah khair.
History today. Thank you for joining us. Hope you enjoyed your day. Assalamu alaikum.